coming with the shovel.
There is a shovel right
Here
over
she
by that
goes.
door.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Well, it's morning. I don't know if we could say it's a good morning. Today is Monday, November 22nd, and it's 9:04 on the East Coast. We're gonna run through just some of the events from yesterday. We'll talk about whatever we can. The closing arguments in the murder trial of Ahmaud Arbery are going to begin any moment now, so we'll bring you those live, and we'll keep going. I just want to be perfectly clear right now what I said yesterday in relation to this terror attack in Wisconsin. It was a terror attack. No matter what anybody says, it was a terror attack. Call out mainstream media who are refusing to acknowledge what it was. We watched a video yesterday and let me give some background just in case you didn't know. Around 4:39 yesterday afternoon, a man, and we have his name too, and I'll say it, and the media is not reporting his name because they're shills. Hold on. I gotta log back into this. The media is not reporting his name because they're horrible. But his name was Daryl Eugene Brooks. It still is Daryl Eugene Brooks. Daryl Eugene Brooks got behind the wheel of his red Ford Escape and plowed through a crowd of people celebrating Christmas. There was a parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin. He ended up, the latest numbers now, even though I don't even trust these numbers because the Waukesha Police Department and the mayor's office have done such a horrible job at actually getting information out. It's looking like the initial call are that there were 5 people killed and over 40 people injured as a result of Daryl Brooks running people down yesterday. Now, Daryl Brooks has an extensive background. We're trying to just figure out when he was actually released from jail because that's up for contention right now. According to his court documents, which everyone can look up in wisconsincourts.gov, he was released. He had a Zoom hearing, or the last activity he had is scheduled for a Zoom hearing for December 20th, not for this trial, mind you. That was for something else. But on the 5th of November, he was arraigned on several charges, three misdemeanor charges, 2 felony charges for resisting or obstructing an officer, bail jumping, second-degree recklessly endangering safety, domestic abuse, disorderly conduct, all with domestic abuse enhancements attached to him. 2 felonies, 3 misdemeanors, and he was released on $1,000 bail. Now his bond was posted by the sheriff, or posted with the sheriff on the 11th of November. The cash bond was posted on the court records on the 19th, which is the same day Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted on all his charges. There's a lot of speculation going on that this has ties to BLM. Yesterday, I was playing pretty tight-lipped and saying that it doesn't appear, it was too soon to know. This guy was an aspiring rapper, and who has made rap songs about BLM, so I don't think we could pretend like that's not relevant anymore. BLM protesters from Milwaukee are talking about how this is, may have been the first attack on the revolution or something. I don't really know, but all you guys have to know is this was a terror attack. Whether or not they come out and say it, they're trying to say now he was fleeing the scene of a stabbing. They're not trying to say it. They're leaking that information, and NBC News so far is the only one that's actually publicizing that information, which means that it's getting distributed to everywhere else. But as of right now, it appears that the only people that are reporting that there was a stabbing prior to this that he was fleeing from so far is NBC News. Now, I'm not saying that NBC News is lying, but I would like to point out that Chuck Todd works for NBC News, so the credibility they may have is shot at that point. Just to be completely honest with you, at least for me. We're trying to be unbiased, especially on the morning news hour here, but I can't when this is occurring. We have a lot going on. We have a lot. Someone said a lot of people are a lot of people on the left have made jokes about this is self-defense. I don't even know how to say. I forecasted what was going to happen to me last night because I knew I was going to be sleeping on the couch because the little guy is still very sick. And I had nightmares all night long. In fact, I had a nightmare so bad that when my wife and kid came down to deal with him shitting all over the place, apparently I had a horrible nightmare and scared the shit out of my 6-year-old. And I knew it was going to happen. I felt it was going to happen. And it's likely going to happen for a long time. But we'll have to... I watched all those videos. Today, I'm not going to be showing any of the videos. Last night, we raised over $7,000 for the family, or for any of these victims. We're just going to figure out how to do it. I think I'd like to give it to children, or maybe we'll make it a scholarship and we'll give a scholarship funds to one of the victims or some of the victims. I don't know. We'll figure out something to do with that. And just as a reminder, if you guys want to contribute, I'm actually doing that all week. Outside of what I'm going to have to pay on taxes and all that stuff, everything I make for this entirety of the week will go into that same fund. Last night we raised over $7,000. I can't even tally it. There's so much, but over $7,000. Everything I make for the remainder of the week, all my ad revenue, everything will be going towards the victims of this heinous terrorist attack. Now, I think they're trying to say it's not a terrorist attack, but I don't care. In addition, this guy is also a sex offender. The Daryl Edwards Brooks is also a sex offender, a non-compliant Tier 2 sex offender out of Nevada. He posted a video on social media a couple of years ago where he was talking about what the case was, and apparently he was pimping out a 16-year-old child. So I would love to see anybody try to defend this scumbag. I really would. Oh, boy. It's still annoying. Closing arguments have begun, so I'm going to switch over to the closing arguments. I will be here and out. I'm going to be getting squared away on all the orders and all this stuff, but we will be live pretty much all day long today, so stay tuned. Buckle up your seatbelts. I'm back. And again, everything, actually, they may have just stepped out of court. Everything that we make today, all the YouTube super chats, any cash apps, any subscriptions, any sales of coffee through our store, the profits for the coffee are going to, just for this week, are going to go. Maybe I'll make a scholarship fund. I think that's the best way to do it. And we're already we're over $7,000 now. So we'll just keep that tally going. for this week. Now, of course, anything that comes through YouTube or Facebook, they take a long time to come out, and I have to pay taxes on it unless I get with an accountant and figure out how I could avoid doing that. Maybe if we set up a foundation or something, maybe that's what we should do. I've been talking about it. What was it? The America Gives a Shit Foundation, AGS. There was one I was going to think about a long time ago, but we'll figure it out. Anyway, here is the closing arguments. I will be back with you later.
And have put together a draft charge. So what I'd like to do is let's go around really two things. One, I want to make sure everybody's had an opportunity to review the charge and see if there are any other matters that need to be addressed by the court before we get into closing arguments. The jury is here and ready to go. So that's where we are from the state.
Yes, Your Honor, the state did receive the draft jury charge. The state has reviewed it. The state
And let me also put on, I think I put this in my email, my intent is
Oh, wait,
to
I
take
can't
all
do
of
this.
those
It's going to
emails I
fuck it up.
received over the weekend, file them into the record so that it's clear what was presented to the court as opposed to going back over all of it this morning. So all of that will be part of the record. I'll just do that as a notice of filing with those emails that I received from Travis and Michael.
Your Honor, we appreciate the court's work over the weekend. It really was a lot of hard work from all of us, so I do appreciate that. The only charge that remains that I would accept to is the duty to inquire submitted by Mr. Bryan, which is a civil charge about liability. It says, where a reasonable man would investigate further before instigating a prosecution or making an arrest, he may be liable for failure to do so. And I don't know that the jury will even understand why that's in there, because it's about liability. It's on page
16.
Yeah, 16.
Let me go further around the room and I'll come back. From Greg McMichael.
Yeah, we adopt Mr. Rubin's argument just now. On page 15, excuse me, the section concerning the requirement that an arrest be made contemporaneously. While we think that the wording is greatly improved over the request by the state, on the one hand, I think it leaves it open. It's ambiguous enough that the defense can say that the felony need not have occurred at the time of the attempt to capture or for the escape. And that was the point of the memo and the case that I sent Saturday, was to say that. So on the one hand, I think this leaves it that open to argument, but also could be read to constrain a juror to believe, especially I think you say you're going to give the copy of the charge to them, so they'll have this in front of them. And so where it says, if a private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense, or in the case of felonies during escape. Well, I take it that's as good as it's going to get. I'm just taking the exception.
That's the language that I announced on Friday would be the language. What I indicated was I would look at what was submitted over the weekend to see whether that language should be changed, and I've kept it in the same format that I had put on the record. Now it's different than what was in the draft charge, but that's the language that I had agreed to put into the charge on Friday. So it's remained that way. I have reviewed the two emails. There was one that went over case law, and then another one went through the more grammar-related arguments. And so I've reviewed all of that. That's where the court's going to stay with it.
We take exception.
I understand.
We'll join that.
And there The other thing that Mr. Rubin had asked when we talked about prior difficulties, which I thought had been changed in court, but I didn't see it on the new one, instead of...
What I said on Friday was I'd read through the language, make sure I understood, but prior difficulties, what we'd said on the record Friday was prior difficulties, normally there were prior difficulties. And so what we normally see in a case is a discussion about prior difficulties between the parties, but the charge actually addresses circumstances where it's either prior difficulties exist or don't exist between the parties. So I wanted to read through the language, make sure I was clear about it with a clear mind, and I'm going to leave it in the charge.
And understood. What I thought we had each scratched out, though, was the word difficulties and had replaced it with, what was the word?
Either interactions.
Interactions, but I'm not sure if you...
Or encounters.
That's what we had thought of, so we would have asked for that. We take exception to staying with the pattern. And I think that was it for us.
And we'll join that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Goff, I received in the form of motions, well, first of all, I received your emails. Those, again, have been addressed, at least the substantive parts. There's also motions for reconsideration. I've reviewed those, and again, as I indicated Sunday, having reviewed those, the court has put the charge together the way that it was presented.
First of all, we will adopt the objections made by the McMichael defendants this morning and their requests. Second, we don't wish to argue the motions for reconsideration that I drafted. Ms. Burton would like to briefly address the court on the proximate cause issue, if the court will allow it.
That was addressed, I thought, in the emails. That's why the emails, everything that was submitted to the court is going to be filed into the record. And so those issues are preserved as far as the court is concerned.
I understand. I promised Ms. Burton that I would give her the opportunity to argue the issue if the court would hear it, because it's close to her heart. The court has indicated the court does not need to hear that argument at this time, and we appreciate the court's position.
Now, I spent a good chunk of time yesterday considering the proximate cause issues.
May I clarify? I was going to request that the court just state on the record the purposes for denying that particular charge.
I'll have to go back into it and think that through. It's been denied.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we have two other matters. One is a motion I believe I copied, Your Honor, and opposing all counsel with yesterday. That's a motion to sever. As evidence developed during the testimony of Travis McMichael, and as we went through the charge conference on Friday, it does seem at this point, for the reasons that are stated in the motion, that Mr. Bryan's defenses are sufficiently antagonistic, and there's certainly sufficient spillover, if from nothing else, the vigilante evidence that was presented against Travis McMichael on Thursday. And under the totality of circumstances, we believe that Mr. Bryan is entitled to a severance. But beyond that, I will stand on the written motion as filed.
Anything from the state?
Your Honor, we ask that the court deny the motion for sever. To make a motion to sever, the defendant would have to show clear prejudice. And looking at all the bullet points alleged by Mr. Goff, and Judge, if the court would like me to go through them one at a time, I can, but none of them show any reason for severance, because there's no showing of clear prejudice here that would be a denial of due process. So we would just ask the court to deny the motion for severance, Judge. But if you would like me to, I can definitely go through each one and cite some case law for the court.
I think we need to make a clear record on it. The other issue I have is, this is after the close of all evidence. So I don't believe it's even timely. There is very little, if anything, about this case that had not been already addressed by the court from an evidentiary standpoint, well prior to even the swearing of the panel. And this has not been raised in a formal motion, although it was threatened, discussed, not discussed, it was threatened a number of times during the trial. It was never actually submitted as a motion. So I believe, to begin with, it's untimely, but I would like to hear from the state on the basis
And
that
Your
the
Honor,
state believes that it should be denied.
And Your Honor, unless I'm mistaken, I believe it was raised in his omnibus packet, but from the July motions, was it raised in your omnibus packet? I believe it was.
I think we reserved it in the omnibus. My recollection is it was reserved,
Okay.
consistent with what's taking place during the trial. I know we had prepared a written motion for severance, and we elected not to file it earlier in the case. But I think the charge conference on Friday covered a great many legal issues which had been unresolved prior to Friday. Legal issues that are at the heart of this case. Your Honor will recall the discussion of several points that it was suggested were akin to directing verdicts of guilt. The other issue is the vigilante social media or messaging that came in on Thursday afternoon during the cross-examination of Travis McMichael. Now, I'm not saying that somewhere in 20 million gigabytes worth of discovery that wasn't there. I'm sure it was, but the state had not indicated, I don't believe, to any of the counsel in advance of the trial that they intended to use that. They did not use all kinds of other evidence that was highly prejudicial. But in any event, until they actually present that testimony, they don't create that issue. And then there's also the after-the-fact conspiracy issue and spillover from the unindicted fourth defendant, Jackie Johnson, and the complications that has created. Anyway, Your Honor, I filed a motion. The court can deny it. It's untimely. The court can hear from the state, and we can go from there.
Yeah, I'll hear from the state. I just want to make sure we've got a clear record on it. Go ahead.
So, Your Honor, in ruling on a severance motion, the court should consider the likelihood of confusion of the evidence in law, the possibility that evidence against one defendant may be considered against the other defendant, and the presence or absence of antagonistic defenses. We don't believe we have antagonistic defenses here. A defendant who requests severance bears the burden to make a clear showing that a joint trial would lead to prejudice and a consequent denial of due process. Notably, a showing that a separate trial merely would give the defendant a better chance of acquittal is insufficient. In terms of the actual bullet points in the motion, Judge, I think numbers 1 through 5 essentially deal with voir dire, Jackie Johnson, something from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, I believe Mr. Goff meant to put. It says prosecution, and other media outlets that are talking about Ms. Johnson being the fourth defendant. Also, he mentioned that several jurors have expressed concern about the delay in the prosecution in the case. I think he meant to put their potential jurors. As far as bullets 1 through 5 go, the potential jurors were questioned, Judge, at length about opinions regarding the delay in the arrests of the McMichaels and Mr. Bryan. Those jurors or potential jurors who said they could not be fair and impartial due to their feelings about the delay, if any, were excused by the court for cause. Those jurors said that they could be fair and impartial, or the jurors we have seated here making up the jury for this case. Also, the court has instructed the jury to stay away from the news media on this case, and we've seen no evidence that they've actually not been able to follow that law. There's absolutely no evidence that they went and saw the AJC article that Mr. Goff is talking about. Therefore, we don't believe he's made a clear showing of prejudice in bullets 1 through 5. As far as bullets 6 through 7, the only evidence of Greg McMichael's ties to the Glynn County Police Department is that maybe a few of the officers, I believe Detective Lowry testified that he knew Greg McMichael in passing. Detective Parker Marcy also, I believe he testified that he knew of him, but they didn't have any close relationships with Greg McMichael that would tend to show any reason for a cover-up. Also, notably, Jackie Johnson's name was never ever mentioned in the presentation of evidence in this case, Judge. Mr. Goff is the only person who keeps bringing up her name. We have not elicited any evidence of a cover-up. We don't intend to argue any cover-up because it would be unsupported by the evidence. So here he's made no showing of clear prejudice to his client. As to bullet 8, the evidence showed that Greg McMichael and William Bryan knew each other, but they didn't know each other very well. Actually, Mr. Bryan didn't even know Greg McMichael had a son named Travis McMichael. Travis McMichael testified that he never met William Bryan, and there was no express agreement between the McMichaels and Mr. Bryan. There was evidence presented that Mr. Bryan and Greg McMichael were talking to one another right after the homicide happened and during the time when the officers got on scene. But this evidence, even if he were to get a separate trial, would still be admissible in his separate trial. So for those reasons, we don't believe there's been a clear showing of prejudice here either as to bullet 8. As to bullet 9, this court is going to charge the jury as to criminal trespass, burglary, hijacking a motor vehicle as Mr. Goff asked for. And it'll be up to the jury to determine what, if any, crime the alleged victim committed in this case, Your Honor. The McMichaels actually never asked for the criminal trespass instruction. I believe the state is the one who asked for that instruction. And if Mr. Bryan were to go to trial separately, we would likewise ask for that instruction in his separate trial as well. So given that, we don't believe a severance is necessary here. Regarding the different accounts from Travis McMichael and William Bryan, Travis McMichael's testimony, we would argue, actually helps Mr. Bryan because he got up there and said he saw Mr. Bryan being attacked by the victim, his car being attacked by the victim. And then he also said, hey, there was no conspiracy between us. We did not have an express agreement. So rather than hurt his client, we believe that Travis McMichael's testimony actually helps his client. For those reasons, Judge, we don't believe clear prejudice has been shown here. As far as bullets 10 through 11 are concerned, I want to point the court to Strozier v. State. It's 277 Georgia 78. It's a 2003 case. There, the defendant asserted that the evidence against the co-defendant was so overwhelming compared to the amount of evidence against him that it had a spillover effect on the jury. Essentially, that's what Mr. Goff is arguing here. And the court there held that, quote, the fact that the evidence as to one of the two co-defendants is stronger does not demand a finding that the denial of severance motion is an abuse of discretion, where there is evidence showing that the defendants acted in concert. And here, the state's theory of the case is that all these defendants acted as parties to the crime. So we believe that based on the holding in Strozier v. State, that no severance is warranted here either. As to the final bullet points, bullets 12 through 14, I want to direct the court to Swain v. State, 275 Georgia 150. It's a 2002 case where the defendant argued that the fact that the jury was jointly selected with the co-defendant denied him his right to a fair and impartial jury. And in this regard, he argued that the jury was not fair and impartial because a jury chosen by two defendants would be different from a jury chosen by one defendant. And there, the court held that the mere fact that a jury chosen by two defendants would differ from a jury chosen by one defendant does not deny a defendant a fair and impartial jury. If it did, then joint trials would effectively be prohibited, as a joint trial would deny a defendant a fair and impartial jury under the defendant's rationale, since defendants are required to share peremptory strikes in selecting the jury. So, Judge, just to sum up, no showing of antagonistic defenses, no showing that the spillover effect would prejudice Mr. Bryan to the point where it would be a denial of due process. So we ask the court to deny the motion to sever.
Final word from the movement.
Your Honor, I think the grounds are covered in the written motion. I would note that in response to the McMichaels' request to remove the charge I submitted on duty to inquire, we would go ahead and withdraw that charge on our own. That would resolve the issue. I hope that will satisfy the McMichael defendants.
Sounds good.
I guess sometimes people don't want help.
right, let me look at it. I don't have to look at it right now. Before I get to that, I also have a fourth motion to prohibit any further conduct that may intimidate or influence jurors or otherwise interfere with defendant Bryan receiving a fair trial, a motion to excuse or inquire further as to juror number 380. The court has looked at it. I think the matter has been addressed a number of times. The motion itself addresses the issues presented by defendant Bryan. The court intends to deny that motion.
The only thing I would ask, Your Honor, is Exhibits 7 to 11 are sensitive enough that I wouldn't want them in the public record with respect to the anonymity of our juror, as best we're able to preserve it. I'm going to show these to the state, but I'm going to ask the court place Exhibits 7 to 11 under seal to preserve the privacy of juror 380.
I think the other defendants probably need to see the matters before they're
Yes.
placed under seal.
I'm placing those exhibits back in the manila envelope that is marked Exhibits 7 to 11. Probably should have left them out before I did that. My apologies.
For the time being, I'm just going to attach them to the back side of the motion.
Yes, sir.
And we'll go ahead and put a sealing order on there. I understand the state has no objection to sealing these. I guess I should probably take a look before we do that.
No objection to it.
All right, those exhibits will be filed under seal. The duty to inquire language, the court's going to remove that from the charge. It is a civil case. My research also went on. There's some additional language in there that probably if we start getting into it. So what I also have is that in addition to that language, which was specifically requested by defendant Brian, some additional language could also be that the defendant's not necessarily required to verify the information if it appears to be reliable, but, and it goes on from there. So I think with that language in there and it being primarily based on a civil case, I'm going to go ahead and remove it. I don't think it's necessary for this charge. So that is the only change the court is making from the draft charge. That again is the citizen's arrest duty to inquire on page 16. That one sentence is being removed. All right. With that, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, the state is ready.
Do you need any time before we bring the panel back? Are we ready to go?
State's ready.
Okay. All right. Let's go get the panel.
Done. We just need 10 minutes to set up, take the jury out, bring it back in. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm assuming the state's not going to use all 3 of its hours tonight, or right now. So I think we'll have more than enough time to go ahead and do that.
So rise for a jury, please. Please stated.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully, with a long weekend, at least from court duties, y'all are back well rested and ready to go. As I indicated on Thursday, we would be ready to go ahead with closing arguments in the case here Monday morning. We are ready to do that. I understand the state is ready to proceed.
Yes, Judge.
All right, from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Linda Donikoski. I, along with Larissa Olivier and Paul Camarillo, represent the people of the state of Georgia and the citizens of Glenn County. Today, you are Glenn County. So why we are here is to go ahead and present you with the state's closing argument. Now, the state gets to go first and last because the state has the burden of proof to prove this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. But not just to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt the charges in the indictment, but remember from voir dire, you were asked, can you give meaningful consideration to the defenses presented by the defense if they put any up? Okay, and what we've heard is what? Self-defense and citizen's arrest, which the state has to disprove beyond a reasonable doubt to you as well. So ladies and gentlemen, what the state's going to do right now is we're going to go through kind of, I'm going to give you a snapshot, that kind of like, here it is in a nutshell sort of thing. And then I'm going to take you kind of through systematically, piece by piece, what the law is as it regards the charges in the indictment, self-defense, and citizen's arrest. All right? But the one thing I want to tell you before we got started is this. You will have a copy of the indictment with you in the back. Okay? So you don't have to write down the charges in the indictment. You'll have a copy in the back. In addition, Judge Walmsley is going to give you a copy of the law. Okay, so you'll have a copy. So when I'm putting the law up here, you don't have to furiously write it down. You will have a copy of it back there with you. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. This case is really about assumptions and driveway decisions. Now, you heard the defense talk about, well, probable cause. You're going to have to distinguish between assumptions based on gossip and rumor and all this neighborhood talk on Facebook, and actual probable cause to believe a crime had been committed and someone had committed that crime. The state's position is all three of these defendants made assumptions about what was going on that day, and they made their decision to attack Ahmaud Arbery in their driveways because he was a black man running down the street. So here's what we've got. The bottom line. They assumed he must have committed some crime that day because he's running real fast down the street, right? They did not call 911. They wanted to stop him and question him before they called 911. How do we know? Because that's what they told the police that night. That's what they said on the scene. Hey, stop, we want to talk to you. Can't do that. They made these decisions in their driveways. So what's really going on here? You know what's really going on here. Mr. Arbery was under attack. They committed 4 felonies against him. And those are the 4 felonies in the indictment. Then they shot and killed him, not because he was a threat to them, but because he wouldn't stop and talk to them. And they were going to make him, absolutely make him stop. We're going to point a shotgun at you. That'll make you stop. That should make you stop right here in your tracks because we want to talk to you. And what did he do? He still ran away. Still ran away. For 5 minutes, ran away. Travis McMichael went to intercept him with that shotgun, and he turned that corner. We can't see whether Mr. Arbery attacked him or grabbed the shotgun or anything. It doesn't matter. Because how fast did he shoot him? How fast did he just pull that trigger? They shot and killed Ahmaud Arbery. They all acted as a party to the crime. You'll note they've been indicted that way. And I'm going to talk about what party to a crime is so that you understand that concept. But the bottom line is, but for their actions, but for their decisions, but for their choices, Ahmaud Arbery would be alive. And that's why they've been indicted with murder, felony murder, and the 4 felonies that led to the murder. So what is the defense? I mean, I'm just going to take it right down there. We talked about that. What is the defense? We got self-defense. What is that? Well, they're going to try and convince you that Ahmaud Arbery was the attacker, that he was somehow threatening to them. 3-on-1, 2 pickup trucks, 2 guns. Mr. Arbery, nothing in his pockets. Not a cell phone, not a gun, not even an ID. They want you to believe that he is the danger to them. And Mr. Rubin said it in the opening statement. He was scary. So here's the thing. They're going to try to claim that they were justified in their actions. Okay? Because here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot claim self-defense under certain circumstances. You can't. You don't get to say I was acting in self-defense, and there's 3 of them, and it's the law. This isn't just something made up. There's 3 of them in the law, okay? If you are the initial unjustified aggressor, you don't get to claim self-defense. If you're committing a felony against somebody, you don't get to claim self-defense. And the 3rd one is if you provoke somebody so that they defend themselves against you. And then you go, oh, look, he attacked me first. But you really were the one who was provoking the attack on yourself. You don't get to claim self-defense. And that's the law. So here's the problem. They're going to try and claim they were justified in starting this in their driveways. They're going to try and claim they were justified in committing all these felonies against Mr. Arbery. How? Because they're going to try and convince you that this was a citizen's arrest. That's what they're going to do. But here is what a citizen's arrest really is. Okay? This is what the law says. This is the statute, and the judge is going to give it to you. A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence. Right here, right now, I'm seeing you do it. Okay? Right here, right now, I'm watching you commit the crime. I'm witnessing it. You're doing it in my presence. So what's the problem for the defendants? Well, we all know that Mr. Bryan's on his porch fixing it. Where's Travis McMichael? He's on the sofa inside the house. Where's Greg McMichael? This all started when I saw him running down the street. Now, it also says, or within his immediate knowledge. Well, the judge is going to charge you that that's synonymous. It means the same thing. So you got to think about, well, in my immediate knowledge, what does that mean? Think about the eye in the sky, you know, at Walmart. Like you're in Walmart, right? And you see all those things in the ceiling. You know there's a guy in a booth watching a bunch of video cameras, right? So he's not standing next to the person shoplifting, right? When she shoplifts, right? What's he doing? He's watching it on the camera. That's immediate knowledge. He's not right there next to the person shoplifting, but he's watching it. So he has immediate knowledge because he can see it eye in the sky. That's just an example, how to think of immediate knowledge. But immediate knowledge and in your presence is the exact same thing. In order to make an arrest of an offender, the offense has to be committed in the private citizen's presence. Do we have that here? No. In addition, you will be charged, this is the second line, if the offense is a felony. So once again, the offense has to be a felony. The judge is going to charge you. Criminal trespass and loitering and prowling are misdemeanors. Okay? I'm going to pause right now. I'm going to ask you to read the criminal trespass thing. In order to be a criminal trespasser, you have to enter on the property with the intent to do an unlawful act, or somebody has to have told you you can't come back here, like Larry English or his representative. Well, Mr. Arbery was never told, don't come back here. You're not allowed. This is private property. He was never told, so he doesn't fall under criminal trespass. Now, I don't want you guys to make the mistake of thinking that we're endorsing, kind of, or not acknowledging what Mr. Arbery was doing. I mean, let's get real. All right, what was Mr. Arbery doing? He was going on to somebody else's private property. Yeah. What was he doing? We can see it. Wandering around for a few minutes each time. Right? And then what would he do? He'd leave. On video, never took anything, never damaged anything. So ladies and gentlemen, you decide. Is he this giant burglar who just happened to never show up with a bag or any means to steal anything? All right? Or is he a looky-loo? Yeah, a looky-loo who's going in there at night. He shouldn't be doing that. I mean, we all know this, okay? But it's trespass. It's a misdemeanor. And on February 23rd, 2020, none of the defendants knew that he had been inside in broad daylight, that location. And what did he do on the 23rd of February? Did the same thing he always did. Wandered around, and then left and ran off down the street. But they didn't know that. They had no immediate knowledge of that. It wasn't in their presence. Travis McMichael's on the couch. Mr. Bryan's in front of his house. Greg McMichael, you saw, he can't even see down the road. There's that trailer there. Remember the drone video? Citizen's arrest. This was not a citizen's arrest. Not present when any crime was committed. The suggestion that Ahmaud committed a crime is based on what? Not immediate knowledge, speculation. Speculation. How do we know? Because of the defendant's own words to the police. That's how we know. Wanting to question Ahmaud demonstrates uncertainty. Hey, where are you coming from? They don't know where he's coming from. What are you doing? They don't know what he's doing. Remember Mr. Bryan heard, what'd you steal? Okay? They don't know what he's done. They don't know why he's out there running. They don't have immediate knowledge. They have no knowledge. They have speculation because he's running down the street. wanting to question Ahmaud demonstrates a lack of immediate knowledge, which is required under the citizen's arrest law. Because it's required, that means this was not a lawful citizen's arrest. Remember what Greg McMichael said? Did this guy break into this house today? I don't know. But hey, law enforcement officers, I'm sure he must have committed some crime today, so why don't you go out and figure out what crime it was that he must have committed today? Why do they think he must have committed something? Because he's running down the street. He might have gone into somebody's house. Pure speculation. And after he's lying there dead, Greg McMichael's there telling the police, hey, why didn't you investigate? Because I'm sure he committed some crime today. That's not a citizen's arrest. Not legitimate at all. So what are you going to hear?
I hate to interrupt closing argument, but the state is misstating the citizen's arrest law repeatedly in this section of its argument. And I'd like the court to instruct the jury that the law will come from the court. This is not an accurate statement of it.
The court is going to charge the jury on the law, and as indicated, you'll have a copy of that charge with you to review during your deliberations in the state.
Thank you. Judge is going to charge you these exact words. Judge is going to charge you these exact words. So what are you going to hear? The state suspects that what you're going to hear from the defense is this, that Travis McMichael had probable cause to believe that Ahmaud stole the stuff off the English's boat in 2019 and was escaping that felony on February 23rd, 2020. Not really sure how you escape on February 23rd, 2020 from a crime you supposedly committed on some unknown date in 2019 that Travis McMichael's mom told him about. But basically, we have this where he came in, took the stand, and said, yeah, that's what was going on. So I was going to go ahead and arrest him for this. Here's the problem. This was completely made up for trial because no one anywhere at any time ever mentioned Larry English's boat. Never on February 23rd, 2020. Travis McMichael had 2 hours and 45 minutes to talk to the police. He was given an hour to write a 3-page statement. An hour to write it down. Never, ever, ever once said anything about this. So what can you go ahead and assume? A year and 9 months later. Completely made up for trial. All right, so simply put, ladies and gentlemen, if you determine that this was not a citizen's arrest, this was not legitimate, he had no probable cause, you can't do this based on the law, then guess what? They're not justified in killing him. They're not justified in any of the felonies they committed against him. Not a citizen's arrest. Therefore, you're not justified. You're the initial aggressor. You're committing felonies. Self-defense. And that gets us to the charges in the indictment. So that's what we're looking at here. Based on that, at that point, you may find them guilty of all the charges in the indictment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the snapshot view of what I think you're probably going to hear from the defense and what the state's position is on that. So now we're going to do some deep diving. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about the juror's duty. We're going to talk about some legal concepts that you need to be aware of. The judge is going to charge you. We're going to go over the charges in the indictment. We're going to talk about party to the crime. And then we're going to kind of really get into what self-defense and citizen's arrest is. And I know it's going to take a minute. Bear with me, but this burden's on the state. So we have to go through all of these things. All right? So here we go. Juror's duty. First off, this is your search for the truth. Okay? This isn't about the state. This is your search for the truth. You are Glenn County. You decide whether they're guilty or not guilty. Not the defense attorneys, not the state, you. Your search for the truth. You determine what really happened based on the evidence presented. Okay? And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, what's the evidence presented? Well, you can go ahead and look at State's Exhibit 190, which was the actual video. 191 is the half-speed video. You can take a look at State's Exhibit 194, the night owl video. You can go ahead and take a look at 129. That's that close-up compressed, sort of enhanced for coloration video that was produced that shows the close-up of Travis pulling that shotgun up. You can go ahead and take a look at State's Exhibit 117, Officer Rash's video. You can also take a look at 124, the video from December 17th, 2019. And of course, you can always ask to see State's Exhibit 315, the frame by frame, if you want to see it. So how that works is you send a note to Judge Walmsley and you go, we'd like to go ahead and review that evidence, and you come into the courtroom. When you come to the courtroom, we don't get to say anything, okay? Nobody gets to talk. And actually, at that point in time, you're in control of what you get to watch here in the courtroom. So I wanted you to be aware of that in case you want to review any of this evidence. All right, you are the finder of fact, not the state, not the defense. You are the finder of fact. You determine witness credibility. All right? You're the one who decides whether you believe these witnesses or don't believe these witnesses, or how much weight you give a witness's testimony. You're going to apply the law that the judge gives you to those facts as you find them to be, and that's what you're going to do. So, you have a duty to follow the law. You're bound by the instructions and the law that the judge gave you. In other words, this isn't about becoming an advocate for one side or the other. This is about what are the facts, and here's the law, and we apply the law to the facts. You have a duty to deliberate. Okay, the reason I put this slide up is because one time we had a woman who went and hid in the bathroom for like an hour and a half. Like hid in the bathroom, and the jurors didn't know what to do. They were just sitting back there for an hour and a half and had no idea what to do. Anything like that happens, just send the judge a note, okay? Anything weird happens, anything you're unsure of happens, send the judge a note. But you have this duty to deliberate, to talk about the case. Now, sometimes it's helpful to think about what's inside the circle and what's outside the circle, okay? Because there's some things outside the circle that you're not, or shouldn't really talk about. And what are those? Well, that mostly concerns penalty and punishment. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be given a verdict form, and on that form you're going to write not guilty or guilty. That's all you're going to do, okay? So it's not about passion or prejudice or you disagree with the law, you don't like the law, conjecture. It's about the evidence. And so what do you consider? Well, you consider the elements of the crimes. Judge Walmsley is going to give you that. The law, the expert testimony, okay? Fingerprints, fibers, a medical examiner, the photos and documents. Look at the crime scene photos. Take a look at those photos. They're hard, but take a look at them. The testimony of the witnesses, the credibility of the witnesses, the defendant's actions, their driveway decisions, and how it led to someone lying dead from 2 gunshot wounds in the middle of the street. The elements of the offenses, the reasonableness, and above all, use your common sense. This is the time when you put on that critical thinking cap, okay? Meaning you question everything. It's sometimes really easy to see somebody and want just to go, well, I want to believe what they had to say. You know, I don't want to believe automatically that they're a liar or anything like that. I want to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, that you put on that critical thinking cap, where you go ahead and scrutinize everything the people on the stand said to you. So, reasonable doubt. That's the doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. It's not about seeking out doubt. It's about seeking the truth. And it's not beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. No. It's just beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the burden that the state has. All right, so the evidence. The first thing you're going to want to do is determine what really happened based on the evidence, but a lot of the evidence isn't in dispute, right? I mean, we know what days Larry English called the police. We know when we have videos. We know this was on February 23rd. The homicide's on video for the most part. Okay, a lot of these things are not necessarily in dispute. What's in dispute is, were they making a citizen's arrest so that they were justified in committing these felonies against Ahmaud Arbery and then murdering him? I mean, that's really what they're arguing about here. So remember, it's not a whodunit. Glenn County Police arrived very quickly afterwards. Minshew heard the shots. The defendants all made statements at the scene. Immediately after, they're making statements. They're saying stuff to the police. Then, a couple hours later, the defendants are all down at the Glenn County Police Department, also making statements. But here's the thing, you gotta ask yourself, were these self-serving statements? I mean, think about it. The very first thing that we showed you was Duggan's body cam video. It was hard, right? But you gotta realize, Travis McMichael is standing right behind Duggan when he rolled Mr. Arbery over. That's what he saw. That's what Greg McMichael and Mr. Bryan saw. So then you gotta think to yourself, okay, what's going on in their heads? There's a dead man in the street. Travis McMichael has just shot him. Okay? The police are on the scene. There's now a video of it. So are their statements a couple hours later self-serving? You decide. The GBI did their investigation starting on May 5th, 2020, followed by the arrests. So first off, the credibility of witnesses. That's for you to determine who you believe and who you don't believe. Okay, so what does that mean is you're the one who decides whether Travis McMichael was telling you the truth or lying to you. Right? So let's talk about some of the defense witnesses. Annabelle Beasley, what did she do when she got off the stand? She walked over here and waved at them as she walked off the stand. I mean, I know you all saw that, right? Okay, so Annabelle Beasley, Team McMichael. Subi Lawrence, who is she? Boy, Team McMichael. Even after this, I mean, after the shooting, she and Brooke Perez and Diego Perez, they're going out in the boat with Greg and Lee McMichael. They're still hanging out with them. Okay, Team McMichael. Brooke Perez, Team McMichael. Up until February 11th. And then what did she tell you? Her husband, Diego Perez, had it with this. Had it with Larry English, not calling the police. Had it with helping out Larry English. He wasn't going to do it anymore because this was not cool. Why was it not cool? Because Diego Perez went inside that house with his flashlight, and Greg McMichael came up and went in the house. What was Brooke doing? My husband's in there, my husband's in there. All right, well, Greg McMichael had his gun. Travis McMichael told you that. He had his gun, Diego had his gun, Brooke had her gun. You know, everybody had a gun. Everybody in this case had a gun except Maude Arbery. And so what almost happened? I mean, come on, let's get real. It's a miracle Diego Perez and Greg McMichael didn't kill each other inside that house, right? Pulling guns out. And that was it. What did Brooke tell you? No more, not doing this anymore. You determine the credibility of those witnesses. Now, when you consider Travis McMichael and his testimony, here's some things you want to look at. The judge is going to tell you, these are things you consider. The manner of testifying. Evidence of bias for or against a party. Does he have bias for or against Greg McMichael? It's his dad. Okay? Motive in testifying. Yeah. He wants you to come back with a not guilty verdict. It's in his best interest. Think about the probability or improbability of their testimony. I wondered why he was attacking that truck. Right. On Holmes? Like, what are you talking about? I have no idea. I mean, do you guys understand what he was getting at? I mean, I guess we're back to Ahmaud Arbery's a carjacker. Their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, meaning do they have something to gain or lose by coming in here and making up a story for you? Their personal credibility as you observe it. That's for you to decide. Not for the state to decide, not for the defense to decide, for you to decide. All right, so did Travis McMichael have a motive to lie to you? Do you have a motive to make up additional things that he had never said before? All right, did he have a motive to embellish his testimony? Did he have a motive to claim he now was confused on February 23rd, 2020? Isn't that convenient? Wow, it was the most traumatic, yeah, and I don't dispute that it was probably the most traumatic experience of his life. How did Mr. Arbery's day go for him? All right? Most traumatic experience for Travis McMichael. So he's all confused, but did manage to write out a 3-page, statement and immediately put down, on January 1st, my gun was stolen. Had all sorts of contextual details in that statement. Did he have a motive to use talking points? Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, did he come up here? How many times did he say totality of the circumstances to you? Did he have his talking points down a year and 9 months later? That's for you to decide. The defendant's story. The law allows you to disregard his testimony from the witness stand if you don't find it credible. The law allows you to consider as the actual, real evidence his actions at the time of the murder, if you don't find him credible. Intent to commit a crime. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you got to find that they intended to commit these crimes, and how do you look at that? Well, you look at the natural and necessary consequences of the act, right? Natural and necessary consequences of an act. Deadly force is the last resort. Never point a gun at someone you do not intend to shoot. So when you start pointing a shotgun directly at somebody, what's your intention? The natural and necessary consequence of the act. You're going to kill this person. You're pointing it at him. The defendant's not going to be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find intention or the absence of intention upon consideration of their words, their conduct. What did they do out there? Their demeanor, their motive, and other circumstances. So when you look at each defendant separately, because that's what you're going to do, you're going to get 3 separate verdict forms. When you look at Mr. Bryan, what were his words? What was his conduct? What's his motive? What were the circumstances there for Mr. Bryan? What were they for Greg McMichael? What were they for Travis McMichael? All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about the charges in the indictment. All right? I'm going to make a suggestion to you. This may help you. Start at the bottom of the indictment. All right? In your deliberations, start with criminal attempt and false imprisonment. It's just easier. You just work through that one, work your way on up, then to felony murder, then to malice murder. It's a suggestion. So what have we got? Criminal attempt to commit a felony, which is false imprisonment. What's an attempt? That's when you perform an act which constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of said crime. Mr. Bryan pulled out of his driveway and ran him into a ditch. Mr. Arbery was able to keep running. Right there, criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment. Criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment. This is actually what it says in the indictment. What do you have? In violation of the personal liberty of Mr. Arbery. Okay? Guess what? We're citizens of the United States, right? We live here. We have personal liberty because this is a free country. Other people can't go up and stop us and hold us and detain us. Okay? They have to actually have seen us commit that crime in order to effectuate a citizen's arrest. So you go around and you start stopping people, you're doing that in violation of their personal liberty. And what did they do? They unlawfully chased Ahmaud Arbery through the public streets of Satilla Shores in pickup trucks and did attempt to detain and confine him without legal authority on Burford using an F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. We all know that's what they did. False imprisonment. Now this is over on Holmes. In violation of the personal liberty of Ahmaud Arbery, did unlawfully confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery without legal authority. Once again, did not see him commit any crime, not a citizen's arrest. They are not law enforcement officers. They are not in a marked patrol car. They are not with badges on their arms. They're not in any uniform. Without legal authority. Said accused did chase Ahmaud Arbery with an F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood and did confine and detain him on Holmes. Travis McMichael said he was pinned between the two trucks. Greg McMichael said he was trapped like a rat between the two trucks. The ultimate false imprisonment, he never left Holmes, did he? Never left Holmes. Aggravated assault, did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a Ford 150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. I got a legal note here for you. Okay, you notice how it says and. Okay, but what do we know? Mr. Bryan's driving the Silverado, Travis is driving the Ford F-150, Greg McMichael is in the passenger seat at first, then he's in the back of the truck. So of course, it doesn't mean and, it's or. Okay, I know that sounds crazy. Don't you love lawyers? Don't you just love lawyers? Okay, and means or, So the way you should read this is with a Ford F-150 pickup truck or a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. Okay? So, what are pickup trucks? They are objects when used offensively against someone can result in serious bodily injury or death. You hit somebody with the F-150 pickup truck intentionally? You hit them with a Silverado intentionally? Are you going to hurt them? Break a leg? Paralyze them? You could even kill them. We all know that. Hit and runs, right? Vehicular homicides. We all know this. And the medical examiner told you so. Actual injury to a mod need not be shown for aggravated assault with pickup trucks. The judge is going to instruct you. You don't have to actually hit the person. You don't actually have to injure them for it to be aggravated assault. What you have to do is place that person in reasonable fear of receiving a violent injury. This is really important, ladies and gentlemen. Did the defendants commit acts with their pickup trucks that placed Ahmaud Arbery in reasonable fear of receiving serious bodily injury? Yeah. Yes, they did. We know Mr. Bryan did. He ran him into a ditch, then tried to go at him again, then went at him another time, then backed up toward him. Now, what did Travis McMichael get on the stand and say? Oh, I just pulled up next to him. No, I didn't startle him. No, he wasn't afraid of me. Do you believe any of that stuff? Just look at the Night Owl video. Look at how Mr. Arbery tries to get away from them, and then look at them speed off after him. So all you have to do is look at that Night Owl video, and you'll know that they put him in reasonable fear of receiving bodily harm, violent injury, aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. Aggravated assault in count 6. Did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a firearm, a deadly weapon, that 12-gauge pump shotgun with 7 already in it. 2 steps, pull the trigger. That's all you gotta do. The evidence is that the defendants attempted to cause a violent injury to the alleged victim by shooting him. Now, that's aggravated assault with a shotgun. Now, I want to be really clear, okay? Travis McMichael does this with the shotgun. We see it on the video. This is the beginning of the aggravated assault. Beginning of the aggravated assault. The aggravated assault continues as he steps away from his car door and blocks the road. Now, what did he say to you? Oh, it's putting distance between me and Mr. Arbery. Was he putting distance, or was he blocking the road? You decide. Then what does he do? He doesn't stay right there, does he? We can't see this, but what do we know? He makes it around that car door, right? He makes it over here, right? He's in front of his truck, and he's moving forward, closing the distance on Mr. Arbery, intercepting Mr. Arbery, and is right here with that shotgun. It wasn't at port arms like this. It was right like this. And how fast does Mr. Arbery come around the corner? And boom, shoots him. That is one continuous aggravated assault ending in the shotgun blast to his torso, right here. Came out right here. Right? So how was he when the shotgun hit him? Like this. Right? Got it across the wrist, got it right in the torso, came out right here. So he's turned like this, according to the medical examiner. Felony murder. Felony murder is when you commit a felony and someone dies because of the felony. Classic felony murder scenario. Guy goes into a convenience store to rob the convenience store. He's not there to murder anybody. He's not there to kill the clerk. He doesn't know the clerk. But he's got a gun, right? So what does he do? Pulls out the gun and is pointing it at the clerk. And the clerk's like, and what does the clerk do? The clerk goes and tries to hit the gun away and starts punching at the armed robber, right? And then what does the armed robber do? Boom! Kills the clerk. Was committing a felony. You cannot claim self-defense. You've now murdered the clerk because during the felony that you were doing, you pointed you were doing armed robbery. You're pointing a gun at somebody. You expect when you're committing felonies, people are going to fight back, right? The convenience store clerk's entitled to fight back, right? Imagine if armed robbers could come in and go, well, I had to defend myself against the victim of my crime. Could you imagine if that was the law? Right? I mean, but isn't that what they're saying? How dare Mr. Arbery defend himself against their 4 felonies? Isn't that what they're saying to you? So felony murder, let's take a look at it. What is felony murder? For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another, check, by committing a felony. Check, we got 4 of them. Do not need to show malice, okay, meaning intent to commit the death of somebody. You know, it's like the guy showed up at the convenience store, he's not there to murder the clerk. Do not need to show he intended the death with the felony. What we have to show is this, that the felony directly caused the death. You pull the trigger on the shotgun, aggravated assault with a shotgun, yeah, immediately caused the death, right? That's a no-brainer. But what about the other 3? You're sitting there thinking, okay, Linda, what about the other 3? What are we really talking about here? Did the other 3 felonies, aggravated assault with the pickup trucks, false imprisonment, criminal attempted false imprisonment, did they play a substantial and necessary part in causing the death? The state's position is, yes, they did. In other words, but for this felony being committed, the death would not have occurred. It's real easy. But for the felony being committed, this death would not have occurred. All right, so when does this really apply? The defendants are in the process of committing a series of felonies. They're doing it together at the same time. The defendants shoot Mr. Arbery during the commission of the felonies. Did that felony committed against Mr. Arbery ultimately contribute and lead to his death? So how do we look at this? Aggravated assault with a shotgun? Yes. Pointing that shotgun at him, having him run away around the side of the car, Travis McMichael intercepting him with the shotgun and then shooting him? Definitely aggravated assault, felony murder. Aggravated assault with pickup trucks. Well, once again, what do we have? Would he be dead if he hadn't been pinned between these 2 pickup trucks? Think about this. If he'd made it up Holmes and over on Zellwood, he'd have run out, right? If he hadn't been pinned between the 2 pickup trucks on Holmes, with Mr. Bryan running him towards the white pickup truck, would he still be alive? Yeah. Their use of the pickup trucks to go ahead and commit aggravated assaults on him, put him in fear of them and their pickup trucks, meant he was running away from them. He saw it, running away. Did their actions, were they such that they put him in reasonable fear of receiving bodily injury? And did that contribute to him ending up where he ended up and his death? Yes, it did. Felony murder. False imprisonment on Holmes, that's what we're talking about. Did they falsely imprison him on Holmes? We've already gone over it. Had him pinned on Holmes, trapped like a rat between the 2 pickup trucks, according to Greg McMichael. He's still, after 5 minutes, running away from them. If they hadn't done this on Holmes, would he be alive? Ask yourselves that. If the answer is yes, felony murder, check it off. Criminal attempted false imprisonment. So you're thinking, well, Linda, I mean, seriously, okay, that was over on Burford. I mean, yeah, they pulled up to him. Hey, stop, we want to talk to you. He runs away. They pull forward. They go down to the end of Burford. He then runs away from them again. They're trying to falsely imprison him over there. Did that contribute to it? Yes. Because that's when they began their attack. They're using the pickup trucks over on Burford to put him in reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily harm. They're putting him in fear with their actions. What does Mr. Bryan do? Actually runs him into a ditch. Runs him into the ditch. Aggravated assault. So what's Mr. Arbery doing? We know he runs away from them, and runs away from them, and runs away from them. Because they have tried to falsely imprison him on Burford, and they've used these pickup trucks to do it in a manner that's likely to cause him fear. We don't know what was going through his head. Nobody knows. That would be speculation. But you're allowed to look at it and go, were their actions such that it would put a reasonable person in fear of getting hurt? That's what you want to ask yourself. Those are the felonies in the indictment. So malice murder. What's malice murder? Well, cause the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. Now, malice aforethought is not ill will or hatred. It's not like what we think of. No premeditation is required, okay? Rather, it's the unlawful intention to kill without justification. Okay? Well, what's justification? Justification is self-defense. Deliberate intention to kill is one way you see malice murder. I'm deliberately taking your life. I'm killing you. How do we usually think about that? Well, you're out to get somebody. You want the husband murdered for the insurance money. You're going to go ahead and execute somebody. You're mad at somebody. You're enraged at somebody. You intend to kill them. That's deliberate intention, right? But there's another kind of malice, and that's implied malice. You are allowed to consider this when looking at malice. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation, and the circumstance of the killing shows an abandoned and malignant heart. Don't you love lawyers? What the heck is an abandoned and malignant heart, right? Well, think about that. You just don't care. You just don't care. What you're doing, you want to do what you want to do, and boy, whoever you're doing it to had better be okay with it. I'm going to order you to stop and talk to me, and if you don't, I'm going to pull out a shotgun on you. And hey, you're still going to run away from me? Oh yeah, I'm going to come at you. I'm going to intercept you over here at the corner. How dare you turn on me? Bam! Malice, right there. Remember, Mr. Arbery had to have engaged in significant provocation. What did he do? What did Mr. Arbery do? He ran away for 5 minutes. He ran away from them. Ran away from them for 5 minutes. That's what he did. With his hands out at his sides, and those baggy shorts he had on. No weapon, no threats, no way to call for help, didn't even have a cell phone on him. Ran away from him for 5 minutes. The state doesn't have to prove premeditation. The state does not have to prove motive. Okay? Not required to explain to you why they did what they did. You know what they did. Some of you may know why they did it. But the state does not have to prove exactly why they did what they did. The indictment. So here's the thing, party to a crime. How in the world could Defendant Brian be held responsible if he was in the Silverado filming all this, right? How can Greg McMichael be held responsible if he's in the back of the truck, finally on the phone with 911 when the shots ring out? Well, it's called party to a crime. That's what it's called. So what's party to a crime? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you this. Do you think that everyone involved, from the person who actually commits the crime, to someone who encourages or enlists someone to commit the crime, to someone who helps commit the crime, should be held responsible under the law in Georgia? Do you think that sounds reasonable? Well, guess what? The law does. The law says everybody involved is guilty. Okay? Person is a party to a crime only if that person directly commits the offense. Driving the trucks, pulling out that shotgun, attempting to falsely imprison, helping to trap somebody by pinning them between two pickup trucks, running someone towards a man with a shotgun, all directly committing or helping in the commission of the crime, or advises and encourages. Well, what's advising and encouraging? Hey, Travis, get your shotgun. That guy is outside. Not, hey, Travis, I need to call 911. That guy is outside. Let's get our guns and let's jump in the truck. Encouraging. Advising. Cut him off, cut him off, cut him off. That's what Greg McMichael said. So that's what we've got. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you really want to think about this? Everybody gets a Super Bowl ring, right? The quarterback gets a Super Bowl ring. The guys in the field get the Super Bowl ring. The dude on the bench gets a Super Bowl ring, right? Everybody is involved. Everybody's responsible. That's what the law says. Cooperation after the fact. Now this applies to the defendants, but mostly, kind of Mr. Bryan, because this has been brought up when he was talking to Agent Seacrest and everything. So, first off, cooperation after the fact doesn't erase the crime you committed. Bryan did film the murder on his phone. He gave the phone over in the video right away to the police. He made statements to the police at the scene, at Glenn County. He then goes and makes additional statements to the GBI in May of 2020. He consented to have his home night owl video downloaded. Guess what? Doesn't matter. Cooperation after the fact does not erase what you have done. Okay? That would be like two teenagers shoplifting at Walmart, and one's filming the other, he. Both of them are stuffing bikinis into their bag, right? The fact that one of them hands over her video of her girlfriend doing it, does that somehow make her not guilty of stuffing a bikini in her own bag? No. You still did the crime. So what if you were cooperative afterwards? Still responsible for your actions. This is about responsibility. All right, we're going to transition right now. I'm going to take a breath. And we're going to transition into self-defense and citizen's arrest. How's my time? Person is justified in threatening or using force against another person when and to the extent that he reasonably believes that such threat or force is necessary to defend himself or a third person against the other's imminent use of unlawful force. Wow, that's a mouthful, right? Yikes. Okay, let's break it down. Travis McMichael had to reasonably believe that it was absolutely necessary to defend himself, and of course he threw in his dad, okay, which he never mentioned before at any point in time, but he threw him in on the stand, against the other's imminent use of unlawful force. That means Mr. Arbery had to be right there, imminently using unlawful force against Travis McMichael. Okay? It's the doctrine of reasonable beliefs, and the judge is going to go ahead and charge you on this. In other words, the belief that you have got to defend yourself, that it's life or death right here, right now, has to be reasonable. Okay? Guess who this standard applies to? Just take one guess who this standard applies to. Everybody. It applies to you. It applies to law enforcement. It applies to military people. Okay? It applies to Jason Bourne, Secret Service, CIA, FBI. It applies to everybody. There is no special exception for I was in the Coast Guard. There is no special exception for I used to be a law enforcement officer. The reasonableness applies to retired law enforcement officers just like it applies to anybody. A manager of a store, okay, applies the same way. In other words, the reasonableness standard is set by society. You all decide whether this was reasonable or not. Travis McMichael's belief that he had to defend himself with lethal force has to be reasonable. So we got pointing a shotgun at Mr. Arbery when he's yards and yards away, had to be reasonable and necessary. But where's the imminent use of unlawful force by Mr. Arbery? What was he doing? He's running away from Mr. Bryan's truck. Mr. Bryan has already tried to hit him with the truck numerous times. He's trapped between two cars with no weapon. No way for anyone to help him because there's nobody out there to help him. He's not threatening anybody. He's just running away from the man with the shotgun. Look at this. I mean, take a look at this. He's not even up to those mailboxes on the side. And that's Travis McMichael pulling that shotgun up. Well, what are they going to tell you? They're going to tell you what Travis said. Oh, he was running toward me. And I could tell he was going to attack me. Is that reasonable? Who brought the shotgun to the party? Who took the shotgun out of the car? Who pointed the shotgun? The guy's running away from them for 5 minutes. Here's the thing, you cannot create the danger to yourself. That means you cannot be the initial unjustified aggressor. You can't create the situation and then go, I was defending myself. You just can't do it. He moved to intercept. He attacked him. I'm not talking about Mr. Arbery attacking Travis. All right, here's the concept of excessive force. And this is a big one, because here's the thing. If you use excessive force during your self-defense, guess what? You're not justified, you're guilty. Not justified, you're guilty if you use excessive force. Because it's force that exceeded what was reasonably necessary. You guys ever heard the term that's saying you can't bring a gun to a knife fight? It's unfair, right? Can't bring a gun to a fist fight. It's unfair, right? You can't use excessive force. You can't call someone out and go, hey buddy, let's take it outside. You're starting it. And then when that person starts to beat you up and is better at the fight than you don't get to pull out a gun and shoot him. You started it, you called them out, they're better at this than you, and all of a sudden, you're like, I'm scared, I have to defend myself. That's not the way this works. Excessive force. So first off, Ahmaud had to be using unlawful force against them. Remember the guy running down the street, right here? He's using excessive force, he's using unlawful force against them right here, right? Then, Travis McMichael had to reasonably believe that he had to defend himself against Mr. Arbery. And they're going to get up here, and the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, they're good. These defense attorneys are good. They're going to get up here, and they're going to make it perfectly, they're going to make this seem like, oh yeah, this is scary. And Travis had to pull a shotgun out on him. They're going to make it seem so reasonable. Put on your critical thinking caps. Use your common sense when they're up here giving their closing arguments. The amount of force has to be reasonable. Unarmed man running with hands at the sides, never pulled out a weapon, never threatened anybody. This is completely excessive force. Even if you think, ladies and gentlemen, even if you go, hey, it was citizen's arrest, hey, he was really defending himself, you then still have to go, this wasn't excessive force, in order to find them not guilty. All right? What you didn't hear from the defense in their opening statement are the 3 instances when a person can't claim self-defense under the law in Georgia. Can't be the initial unjustified aggressor. This is important. You can't start it with your driveway decision, unjustified, because you didn't see a crime committed that day, and then claim, oh, I acted in self-defense. What's their justification? What are you going to hear? We wanted Ahmaud Arbery to stop and talk to us, and he wouldn't. So we tried to force him to stop, and then we killed him. I mean, that's really what they're going to get up here and tell you. They'll probably make it seem much more palatable and okay, but that's really what they're going to tell you. You can't commit felonies against someone and then claim self-defense. You can't be the armed robber in the convenience store pointing the gun, and when the clerk goes to defend himself by grabbing that gun or hitting the armed robber, you can't shoot him. The law goes, not self-defense when you're committing felonies against someone. And you can't provoke someone into defending themselves against you so that you can intentionally harm them and then claim self-defense. Okay, what's that about, ladies and gentlemen? Think of your schoolyard bullies. Think of the 3 boys walking behind the one who's the target, kid who's getting abused, right? Okay, so you got 3 on 1, they're going down the hallway, they're menacing him, maybe threatening him, and they get him up against a locker, and he has nowhere to go. He's trapped, right? So what does the kid who's being bullied do? He takes it and he takes it and takes it until he can't anymore, and he finally shoves the one bully, and what does that bully do? Bam! Punches the target child, right? What's the bully always say? He started it. Isn't that what the bully always says? He pushed me. I was defending myself. Yeah, 3 on 1 with one kid up against a locker. You're bullying him. And he actually pushes you, and you get to then claim you were acting in self-defense when you punch him? Guess what? The law knows people do this. I mean, you get this. This is the law. The law knows people will goad other people into defending themselves so that they can claim, I was acting in self-defense. You can't do that either. 3 on 1, 2 pickup trucks, 2 guns, unarmed. Mr. Arbery was unarmed. So what are you going to hear? I don't know what they're going to say. They're good. They're good defense attorneys. They're going to get up here, and the state is so worried that they're going to make it seem so reasonable, that everything that Travis did and Greg did is just so reasonable. I'm just going to ask you, use your common sense and put your thinking caps on. But this is what I anticipate, what we anticipate they're going to say. The victim started it, or you're going to hear that he was the aggressor, okay, because he was running towards Travis McMichael, but he was running away from Mr. Bryan, who'd already tried to hit him with the pickup truck. And Greg McMichael said it. He was trapped like a rat. He knew there was nowhere else to go. You know? Or they're going to tell you that, ladies and gentlemen, this is really about the front of the pickup truck. Forget everything else. It was all about the front of the pickup truck. And they're going to try and make it seem like, well, he attacked Travis McMichael. He very well might have. We can't see. What we know is his hand was like this, right? Doesn't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? Because they weren't committing a citizen's arrest. They weren't in fear, real fear, of imminent danger from Mr. Arbery. They were committing the 4 felonies. That's what they were doing. You're going to hear, we weren't committing felonies, we were doing a citizen's arrest, we weren't trying to provoke him into defending himself. You're probably going to hear this. Yes, we pointed a shotgun at him to get him to comply with our orders. Not sure why anyone should comply with their orders. To stop and talk to us, but there was no reason for him to defend himself against us, because this was a citizen's arrest. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bottom line. As I said in opening, I'm going to say it to you again. This was an attack on Ahmaud Arbery. They committed the crimes. They committed the 4 felonies. They attacked him. They shot and killed him. They can't claim self-defense under the law because they were the initial unjustified aggressors and they started this. And they were committing the felonies against Ahmaud Arbery. They have to somehow justify their actions by claiming citizen's arrest. I'm going to remind you once again, evidence from the witness stand, they never, ever said on February 23rd, 2020, that they were doing a citizen's arrest or trying to arrest him. It was all, we wanted to stop, we wanted to question him about what he was doing because he must have committed a crime that day, and we were going to hold him so the police could go back and figure out what crime it was that he must have committed because he was running down the street. Citizen's arrest. If the offense is committed in his presence or within his immediate knowledge. If the offense is a felony and the offender is escaping, a private person may arrest him. So what are they going to do? They're going to do this. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you this. A private person may not act on the unsupported statements of others alone for their probable cause. What does that mean? No gossip, no hearsay, nothing along those lines. In other words, my mom told me about this, where she has no personal knowledge of it, doesn't count. That's unsupported, unreliable statements of somebody else. You have to have more than stale information from an unreliable source. A private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the offense, or in the case of felonies, during the escape. If the observer fails to make the arrest immediately after the commission of the offense or during escape in the case, his power to do so is extinguished. Right, what does that really mean? A citizen's arrest is for emergency situations when the crime really happens right in front of you and you can take action right then and there to arrest somebody because you know about it. You've seen it. You're taking action right then and there. If it's a felony, you can run after the person and chase him down. That's all this means. So it's not a citizen's arrest. They never said it. None of the defendants saw Mr. Arbery commit any crime that day. They were detaining him for the police so that they could investigate and find the crime that he must have committed that day because what is he? He's running down the street. That's not the law, ladies and gentlemen. not the law at all. Travis McMichael, remember all his assumptions? He got up here and I wrote them all down. He may have run by. Matt Albenzi may have seen him. He may have broken in. Maybe the owner's down there. He may have been caught. He may be trying to avoid the police. That's testimony from the witness stand. He didn't know anything. Absolutely nothing. So where are we going to end up? This is where we're going to end up. Travis McMichael had probable cause to believe that Ahmad stole the stuff off the English boat in 2019 because his mother gave him some gossip about stuff being stolen, and he was escaping. Use your common sense. How do you escape from a crime on an unknown date in 2019 on February 23rd, 2020? I'm sure they'll explain it to you. But use your common sense. And remember, what do you think? You think all this was completely made up for trial? Especially given no one ever said it on February 23rd, 2020? Ladies and gentlemen, use your common sense. Put your critical thinking caps on. It's all the state can ask you to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the defense.
All right. What we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is take a short recess. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll come back for the continuation of closing arguments. Again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves until all of the closing arguments have been made and you have received the final charge of the court. All right? So again, 15 minutes, and we'll see you back. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. I understand, Mr. Sheffield, you go set up your board, and we'll be all set. Thank you.
Oh, wait. All right, I knew that was going to happen, that there was going to be a delay in what was happening, or they were going to go on recess while I was... long story short, my stomach is not feeling that good today. It's likely because my son is extremely sick. I don't know, but I'm just not, or it could be last night, or the fact that I've been sleeping on the couch for 2 days because I've been ill, or because my son has been ill. Not quite sure. I gotta pay it. My only critique of this so far. I don't know anything about this case. I'm not really going to speak on the Ahmed Arbery case that much. I don't know anything about it. I can just tell you with 100% certainty that DA's voice is quite annoying. It's quite annoying. I don't know what the. I don't know any facts at all regarding this case, so I'm not really going to speak on it too. Laura, you just asked me a question. You said I purchased the December box and wondering if I could get t-shirts instead of hoodies. No. I mean, there's only going to be one hoodie in each box, but I'm sure it gets cold there in the desert. But no, this isn't McDonald's. We don't have it your way. Right? And I'm not trying to be a jerk, but no, because all the shirts are already ordered. All the November boxes, the rest of them should be going out on Wednesday. They're all the boxes of the shirts are scheduled to be delivered today. I only have to print another 70 shirts, and then we'll be good to go. And those will go out. Again, for the November boxes, they do have a challenge coin. There's going to be 30 or so boxes that do not have a challenge coin in it. I'm going to go and buy a printer, and I'll print a little card that says, like, I owe you a challenge coin, because we still haven't got the replenishments for that. So let's talk real quick. There was a terror attack in Waukesha, Wisconsin yesterday. For anyone that doesn't know, that's what we're calling it here at Citizen Stringer, is a terror attack because, well, we believe it was a terror attack. A 39-year-old man named Daryl Brooks drove his Ford Escape into a crowd of people, injuring over 40 people and killing at least 5. That's the latest update from the Waukesha town via their Twitter page. So we're going to have to wait and see how many more, what the actual update is. Now, the left media, specifically NBC News, has been trying to say that the man that Brooks was involved in some sort of knife fight or knife altercation before this all transpired, and that's why he was speeding through. My humble belief is, and it's super humble, my humble belief is that if you're speeding through a crowd of people that are simply out, sorry, I'm just adjusting this so it fits better. If you're screaming, or if you're driving through a crowd of protesters and you don't stop, regardless of what you've done, you're a terrorist. There is some speculation that he may have something to do with Black Lives Matter because, well, Black Lives Matter made some weird comments. Milwaukee Black Lives Matter, a guy named Vaughn made some weird comments on social media regarding a revolution and speaking about a revolution in regards to basically, he said the revolution has started with this, which is disgusting. And he says that's what people are saying. He posted that on social media. It's worth mentioning, too, that Daryl Brooks, the alleged offender in this incident, or not alleged, the offender in this incident, they have his ID in the car. He was released from jail less than 2 weeks ago after facing 2 felony charges and 3 misdemeanors for resisting arrest with a police officer, bail jumping, and domestic violence. He also is he's a non-compliant Tier 2 sexual offender out of Nevada, where apparently, based on his own admission, there was a video that surfaced. The internet sleuths found it, where he was talking about pimping out a 16-year-old girl, and he also says it's his kid's mom or something like that. I want to put it into perspective. This guy is hopefully going to have a really, really rough time in jail. He's 5'8", 130 pounds of nothing, scrawny ass, scumbaggery. So we'll have to see what's happening. You'll see a message on the bottom of your screen down there somewhere where it says all earnings made for this week will be donated to the victims of the terror attack. We're either going to donate. There's a Waukesha Foundation that they already have it set up, and they've set up a fund. They're not sure where they're going to allocate the funds for it, but I may either make the contribution to them, or we may create our own scholarship and present a scholarship out to some of the victims. Last night we raised over $7,000. Today people have, and like I said, pretty much all the profit. I've done really well in the past week or two in terms of revenue, so I'm not really concerned. We'll donate all the profit off of anything that's sold on Pure Truth Clothing or puretruthcoffee.com. All of the profit for every shirt, every coffee, because And that's an executive decision. I didn't check with the co-owners or anything like that. I made that decision because, well, I think it's the right thing to do. This is Thanksgiving. This is supposed to. It's horrible. It's horrible. Kids were injured. As of right now, the numbers aren't adding up, but as of right now, they're saying 12 adults have been injured, and the initial reporting was that 15 children were injured. But I know one children's hospital, took 15 children in themselves. So I'm not quite sure the total number. Apparently, there's going to be a press conference around 1 o'clock today, and then we'll have some updates with that, hopefully, and we'll have to go from there. There's a lot of speculation on whether this has anything to do with BLM. I'll be honest. I don't think there's anything else that you can connect, especially because this guy has made some comments about. He's made some comments about BLM in some of his rap songs. He's a SoundCloud rapper as well. Made some BLM comments in his and he's got some racially biased comments on his social media. Now I believe his YouTube and his Facebook have already been deleted by Facebook and YouTube, respectively. Not respectively. F them, those guys. Commies. This was a week I wasn't going to do anything. I wasn't going to live stream. I was just going to work on the back end. But I am telling you what, with everything that's gone on, I'm actually being incredibly productive today. So I'm very happy about that. I'm getting all these orders squared away. I don't know what is going on with the store, but there are 200 plus orders that were in limbo, and so I'm working my way through it, and I've fixed a bunch of those. All the postage for the November mystery box, those are printed and taken out. So the mystery box will be going out soon. We're not going to put another Patriot box on sale probably till till December 1st, and that'll be the January box, the New Year's box. And then I'll have all new designs and everything. It's not even up for pre-sale yet. A lot of the t-shirts and stuff that you'll find on our website, if you go to puretruthclothing.com or Pure Truth Coffee, even they go to the same website, you'll see a bunch of t-shirts. If you want to wait, like I said, everything this week, we're going to be donating the profits for everything to the victims of this terror attack in Wisconsin. So if you want to wait until maybe Wednesday or Thursday, we're going to have all new shirts on there. A lot of the shirts that are on that store, we're actually going to be replacing because I just want better quality, and I don't want all these backlogs of stuff anymore. Also, people talk about all this crazy stuff that's going on. We heard it in the initial motions before the prosecutor did her closing, which I'm surprised that her closing is done already. If it is done, I didn't hear if they just went on break or what, but if it is done, I'm pretty surprised. The one thing that's kind of weird about it is they talked about all the motions of protesters outside, of all the black preachers outside of this courtroom in Georgia. There's video on social media that shows black militia guys kind of dressed like the NFAC, but they're not. There's some other Islam army group that are wearing tactical clothing. They're currently outside of the courthouse there. And there's protesters outside of the courthouse, similar to what we saw in the Rittenhouse trial, except there were a lot of pro Second Amendment guys, pro Rittenhouse people that were out there. It doesn't appear that there's as many of those outside of the Georgia place. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to transpire with this case, because it's going to be something else. I mean, it is something else already. But I just don't know enough. Did my Facebook video end? Yep. Did my social media videos all just end? Or am I even live right now? Or am I just talking to myself? So I think Facebook ended, didn't it? Did they take down my video? I didn't say anything bad. NXT said, Steve, are you by chance looking for a graphic designer, creative person for CSTV? I do all kind of graphics and professionally as well if you're interested. Yeah, we would. I'm live on the main Facebook, the Wake Up America or Citizen Stringer News page, because it doesn't show that I'm live anymore. It shows that that feed is over, which I don't know why, because it is live. Why is it showing that it's over? Very odd. But in terms of graphic designer, yeah, we're looking for people to design shirts, people to do some video editing. We're looking for a bunch of stuff, a bunch of things. Yeah, I'm live on Facebook. I see it now. I didn't refresh my page. We're just waiting for this trial to come back. We'll cover the White House press conference when they do one, say one. And then we'll go from there. It's low today, man. Look at the views. I guess it is a work day, but the views are low. 200 people on Facebook right now, which is fine. That's good. Yeah, so we're just waiting. Someone said, I find it odd when I search Wake Up America, nothing populates. Yeah, we're shadow banned pretty hardcore. So, unfortunately, that's going to happen. Yesterday we had a lot of people on YouTube. So we were actually. I was talking to Adam this morning. We were wondering if the shadow ban was finally over on YouTube, but probably not. Someone said, "What trial?" We're watching the I can't say his name. The Ahmaud Arbery trial right now. It's closing arguments. We have. I don't know if the prosecution just ended. And now the defense is going to go, but we're going to wait and see. I don't know anything about it either, and I'm just kind of watching it. And it's kind of interesting to hear the perspectives. I really like listening to closing arguments of court cases because it's just interesting, the perspective the perspective that the prosecution will have versus the defense. It's really quite interesting. At least to me. Fox News finally did come out and say his name, Darrell Brooks. Yeah. I mean, they didn't. I went live last night and said his name as soon as we verified that that's who it was. Because I didn't want the left to run away with the narrative, and they're still doing it. They don't care. So they're still running away with whatever narrative, trying to say it's not connected, trying to say it had to do with a stabbing and stuff like that. This didn't. This didn't have anything to do with a stabbing. This had to do with the fact that this guy was trying to kill people, and he did. And he killed 5 people and injured 40 plus more, according to the latest update from the town. So we'll have to see. Tucker Carlson is going to be live tonight. I am also going to be live tonight. I probably don't know what time. Maybe I'll do a show at 9 o'clock so I can watch Tucker Carlson show. He's doing an interview with Kyle Rittenhouse, and I want to watch that. So I'm not going to go until later. I just got a message from someone that said, you're in Kenosha, you're about to go take your phone out yourself and get some video. I swear too many lies are being spread around. They are indeed. All right, well, the court case is back, so we will be back after that.
The other thing, timing standpoint. I mean, if we 12:30 about it? Okay. I was gonna say if there's a good time to break, but 12:30. All right.
Yes, Your Honor. I have an objection. Right now, I came into the courtroom and saw Mr. Sheffield flipping through a number of his slides that featured photos I've never seen before. They featured photos that I had not been tendered into evidence, or not part of the evidence, and then I think there was a diagram that no one testified to. So having only seen 4 or 5 of them, and I get somebody writing some stuff down, maybe on use of force continuum, and then here's the different levels, because Travis testified to that. There appears to be some sort of use of force diagram that no one testified to or authenticated. There seems to be a picture of the entrance to Satilla Shores, and then there's a photograph of like U.S. Marine or the U.S. Coast Guard symbol, which is what I quickly saw. So right now, Your Honor, I don't know what Mr. Sheffield's putting up, but I have grave concerns that he's about to show the jury a whole bunch of stuff that they have never seen and no one's authenticated or testified to in this trial at all.
These are demonstrative things, Judge. This is closing argument. We've had a lot of testimony about the Law Enforcement Training Center. That's all that is. We've had testimony about his training, and we've had testimony about use of force. These are just demonstrative. These are just demonstrative things, not in evidence. I mean, they're in evidence to the extent that they testified about.
The only thing that caught my eye there is the argument that this is what he received
What he
as part of
testified
it, is what he testified to.
Right. Yeah, these are just demonstrative.
And there's
visuals.
nothing on those that show the Coast Guard manual or anything like that that would be, for example, I know that the state presented a few of the pages from the actual manuals themselves.
Nothing from the manual. The only thing that I have is what I've created that shows he testified about officer presence, verbal commands, control techniques, aggressive response techniques, intermediate weapons, and weapons retention.
Okay. And this, what is that? Is that something you put together, or is that actually coming
Yeah,
from his
I've
records?
clipped it and cut it from things that I found.
Well, what's behind it is an orange thing that has physical fitness standards and search incident to arrest behind it. So, and it says objectives completed. Travis McMichael never testified to any of those things.
Testified to his training and that he did these things.
And what's the thing at the top, Your Honor? We have Maritime Law Enforcement Academy Student Profile Report. That wasn't tendered in, and then we've got that next to it.
Well,
for official use only?
Yeah, I just intend to talk about the course that he took, the courses that he took that he testified to.
No, there's more to it. I mean, that says it's a student profile report. That was not testified to. That was not tendered in. Lost it. Yeah, I don't have any problem with an argument about what he testified to, but once we start getting into what the curriculum was or an individual report.
All right, how's that?
That works a lot.
Okay. And I just have this.
Can you go back to
Oh, sure.
I'm just digesting.
State objects to the heading on that, since it attempts to have a photo of something that was never testified to.
What's the heading?
It has an image of some Coast Guard thing.
It's where he went to school. He testified to it. What is so objectionable about that? Mr. Rubin showed in his opening statement. Sounds a little silly.
Okay. He testified to where he went to school. He testified to what he did in the training, and he testified to his rank, which I think is actually the other thing that's shown on there.
Right.
We can get back to it. Yeah, actually, that removes even that part. Okay, I don't. That the objection is, I guess, granted in part. As that slide has been amended, I don't have any issue with that.
Okay.
Go ahead with that.
Real quick, while they're going through this stuff, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook have all deleted the accounts of Darrell Brooks Jr., the man who ran his Ford Escape into nearly 50 people, including children, during a Christmas parade. One of the screenshots captured from his page before it was deleted was a quote by him last year, June 9th, learned ND taught behavior. So when we start back knocking white people the F out, I want to hear it. The old white people to knock them out, period. There is race involved with this. I don't care what mainstream media says. There is 100% race involved in this terror attack that attacked children, that attacked women, that attacked elderly, that attacked strollers, that attacked our country. They're not going to do it. Everyone is trying to. I see the narratives that are coming out in the mainstream media just now on social media. Everyone, you need to report the truth. And when I'm saying report the truth, I mean you guys, the people that are out here on social media, the ones watching this video. Everybody better report the truth. When you see the fake headlines, retweet them with the real news. That's what everyone needs to do. We need to take back our media in this country. We really do. Anyway, here's the trial.
That doesn't make any sense.
I understand now what that was. I did not, and I agree, Mr. Sheffield did write those things down on the big piece of paper. If he chooses now to show it this way, the state's okay with that.
Okay.
The problem becomes the next photo of Satilla Shores. No one testified to that photo.
You're really objecting that Satilla Shores is a neighborhood with a neighborhood sign out front? What's so objectionable about that? It's just a chapter heading of what I'm going to be presenting.
Judge, my fear here is just that I'm going to have to object to every single slide when it comes up where no one's testified to it or it contains information no one testified to.
Well, and I think we've just seen a number of things. The state has a continuing objection then to the Satilla Shores sign. I understand that's not in evidence, but it's the sign itself. And if it's simply being used as indicated as sort of a chapter marker, then I'll permit the defense to use that. What the changes that have been made now to the slide that showed the training, what I understand now is limited to what was actually testified to. Right. And it will be referred to that way as opposed to here's the manual or here's what the Coast Guard instructed him. I won't limit you on exactly how you can present that, but as long as it's not a presentation as if it was evidence separate from testimony that was provided by Mr. McMichael from the witness stand.
Also, real quick, just an update. Children's Hospital is going to be, they've seen 18 patients according to the latest update. They will be holding a presser at 11 o'clock. I will interrupt this court case. We have not been following this court case. I will interrupt it and bring you any press conference that has to do with the terror attack in Washington or in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Things like, for instance,
that's very hard for me to say. I don't know why it's so hard for me to say Waukesha, but it is for some reason.
Came in. No one testified to all the 911 calls in the neighborhood, but there may be a graphic that shows all of that. If such a graphic exists, I'm not saying it does. I don't know what kind of graphic Mr. Sheffield's going to be. I'm going to object. And if this happens more than twice within this PowerPoint, I'm going to ask that we stop, unfortunately, and go through every single slide, because at that point, I'm going to be up here objecting constantly to his closing, because it contains things that were never testified to and no evidence was presented at trial because of it. That is my concern.
I have a slide of the neighborhood that I've created, that I've put little circles on, and I've put things on it that are representative of the testimony of Officer Rash and the GBI and going door to door and neighbors who have been complaining about things. I'm not going to say the neighbor at this address called 911 on this date or that date. It's argument. It's demonstrative of my argument. I don't see any basis for the state to object, and I don't have anything else in here that's a photograph.
I understand the issue, and we'll see where it goes.
Thank you, Judge.
No, it's good. Yeah, it's good. Okay.
Ready to go?
State wants to object and do it, that's fine. We'll just deal with it as it comes, I guess.
All right, well, let's go.
I don't think it's objectionable.
A flash drive of TikTok videos. Juror 219.
Let's take care of that.
You can do that later. Just want you to let, it's available.
Okay, let's go get the panel.
It's a little warm in here.
Is it on?
It's like the courtrooms in Chatham County. We will all be frozen by the time we get to about 3 o'clock this afternoon, but I guess we'll wait and see.
Any meat from here?
Yes.
I'll take that over the sauna.
See if you get what you wish for. All right. I just felt a breeze. Yeah, should be. It's coming. I can feel it up here already. Okay. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get the panel.
Judge, I would invite the jury to sit if they want to. So invite the jury to sit here rather than there if they want to. We have 14 seats plus 1 chair. We can do.
I've spoken with the jury a number of times about where they're comfortable seating. Yeah, in fact, one of them's moved intentionally, so let's not keep moving everybody around. Now, I will ask them if they can all see the screen, but it looks like it's high enough where it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, it's just hard to look across the stage.
All rise for jury.
I will ask just to make sure that.
Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sheffield brought up something just before you came in. We're going to be using this large screen for the defense's closing arguments. I just want to make sure, because we've had a little bit of movement around in the jury box, that everybody can see and that everybody's comfortable where they are. If you need to move, there's at least one seat in the jury box. We can move folks over if they want. But if you're comfortable where you are, that's fine too. With that, Mr. Sheffield.
Duty and responsibility and following the law will always be intertwined with heartache and tragedy. This case is about 3 things. It's about watching, it's about waiting, it's about believing. Travis McMichael spent almost a decade of his life learning about duty and responsibility. He received extensive training on how to make decisions that would ultimately impact his beliefs as a petty officer in the Coast Guard, as a boarding officer in the Coast Guard, into some of the most treacherous waters extending some 200 miles off the coast of the United States. He trained relentlessly about his duty and his responsibility. Even after active service and then coming into smaller communities and working in the Coast Guard, he trained weekly, sometimes daily, on what the law provided that he do, what his responsibilities were, how he would make decisions in critical moments of policing and in critical moments of rescue. These teachings were burned within his brain to the point of muscle memory. so that he could perform his duty and his responsibility to his country and his community. He talked to you about officer presence and how he trained for officer presence. He talked with you about verbal commands and how he would use verbal commands to try to police or to try to calm or to try to de-escalate situations. He talked with you about control techniques and the things that he would have to use to get control from those persons who he was investigating. Aggressive response techniques, something that he never had to use on his job, but something that he trained weekly, every Friday with the red man suit. And he talked with you also about intermediate weapons, weapons retention, and the use of deadly force. Travis spent a long time going through these things in his testimony. If you recall, I was writing feverishly as he was testifying so that I could capture what it was that he had to share with us about these things. And it includes what gave him the right to search, examine, arrest, seize, inspect, inquire. He talked with you about the level of suspicion by a reasonable and prudent person given the overall circumstances to believe that crime has been committed, probable cause. He spoke with you about the use of force continuum. He talked with you about de-escalation and how de-escalation was always the goal. He talked with you about leaps, listen, empathize, ask questions, paraphrase, summarize. Why? So that you could gain understanding, so that you could continue to investigate, de-escalate, learn what's going on, and figure it out. And he talked also about weapon retention and using a weapon, if it had to come to that, to de-escalate a situation. When Travis moved back home to Satilla Shores, he did so with his 3-year-old son, Everett. He moved in with his mother and his father, and then eventually his sister joined them in the home. You've heard about Satilla Shores from several witnesses who came to talk to you about what they were experiencing in this once idyllic neighborhood. A neighborhood that was once a place where elderly would walk at night, kids would play after dark. But over time, how that began to lessen. And Travis began to notice it, among others, about how things in the neighborhood started to change. From learning that the GBI went around, to learning that Officer Rash went around, to what was being posted on Facebook, to hearing from witnesses on the stand, to hearing Rash talk about driving through the neighborhood, witnesses talking about police cars going through the neighborhood at night, shining flashlights. This neighborhood was being covered in suspicious persons, in extra watches, in neighborhood patrols, in concerned citizens. It was everywhere. It was on Facebook. An account created so neighbors could help each other. And the types of things that these neighbors would talk about to each other was about the crime that was being committed to them, to their neighbors, crime that they had seen happening across the street from them, crime that some was reported but not all. You heard a lot of people talk about, I didn't call the police because what's the point? Crime is over and the people are gone. But they told you that what was happening in their neighborhood scared them. It caused them concern. It was unsettling to imagine people lurking and sneaking around your property at night so that your cameras are going off, your doorbell camera's going off. That's frightening. One of our witnesses testified about how emotional she got because she had to tell her children, you can't go out at night anymore. And the steps that they took to protect each other, using Facebook, hey, be on the lookout. You heard Cindy Clark testify about how she offered to go get license plates on 2 separate occasions for cars coming in the neighborhood. Or how she called the police on a bunch of people that were walking into the neighborhood after their car had supposedly broken down, but it was really stolen. These are real experiences of real people who were very scared. And so they took it upon themselves to do something about it. Got cameras, call the police, notify each other, citizens watch, neighborhood watch. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Even Travis himself had taken it upon himself to try to investigate one particular person that had been identified as possibly being homeless and living under the bridge. Travis explained to you that he had learned about a neighbor having her purse stolen. Of course, there were other complaints of crime in the neighborhood as well, and he thought, after boating home one afternoon and seeing what he thought was a homeless encampment under the bridge, that this could be the guy. So he finished going home. He got his dad, who is a lifetime law enforcement officer and investigator, and they went over and they drove and they walked down under the bridge. And instantly, when Travis did this, you saw evidence of his muscle memory. He talked about walking down, not holding a weapon out, not armed with the gun out. He had his gun with him just in case he needed it for protection. But he walked down to do what? Use leaps, to listen, to have a conversation. And as he walked down under the bridge, he saw a bunch of trash and a bunch of items and a machete and a man fishing. So he followed his training. He politely stepped in between the machete and the man. He said, hey, bud, you living down here? Everything okay? As he's doing that, he's looking around, looking to see if that purse is there. He's looking to see if any of those other stolen items may be there. The man responded, no, just fishing. When they left, they called the police. You have evidence of that. You heard Greg McMichael on the call with the police, non-emergency line, just saying, hey, we want y'all to go check out this guy under the bridge that we've called you about. State asked Travis, well, why don't you describe this fella for us? White, black, Asian, Hispanic. The white guy. Called the police. He was gone by the time the police got there, and that was the end of it. But the man under the bridge, or the idea that there could be a man living under the bridge, did not go away. That theme and that person comes back during 2019. The real problem, as the neighbors and neighborhood of Satilla Shores were trying to figure out what was going on and who may be responsible for it, was that 220 Satilla Drive residents. A residence that had a unique type of crime going on in it. One much different from what they had been experiencing. So dark you can't even see the photograph of it. But it was the photograph of 220 Satilla Shores at night, along with the dock down by the water at night. And what all of these neighbors are going to soon become aware of is that there is a repeat offender who is coming at a time when he has absolutely no lawful reason for being there. Just to start with, on October 25th, Larry English calls the police. And we learn from Larry English that there is a man plundering around. Larry English at this time only has 2 cameras, one on the dock and one behind the house looking out in the backyard of the house. Larry English says he looks drunk or on drugs. That's concerning. Larry English identifies to the police, I have a lot of valuables in my house. Tools, equipment, things of that nature. Never seen this gentleman before and it doesn't look good. Police come, but there is no person that is found. What you need to understand about burglary is burglary includes any house, building, or structure which is designed or intended for occupancy for residential use. This unoccupied, unsecure construction site, which could be anything, is not the same thing as Larry English's residence that's being built. That's a term that the state continues to use, the unoccupied, unsecured construction site, which doesn't even begin to tell the story of what this is. On 11/17/2019, two people are seen on the video. It's a white couple that goes in and comes out. What's significant about Larry English's report, though, on 11/17 is not that the two people that I saw on the video tonight have stolen something. He says we had stuff stolen about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. He's now telling the police he had stuff stolen from his home. The next night, Mr. Arbery returns. At night, pitch black dark, no lights on in the house whatsoever. And this time, Larry English has put cameras inside the residence. Now, he sees and reports that Mr. Arbery is looking inside a boat. The same boat? No. No, that boat, he got there on the morning of the 18th, and he took it back to Douglas, Georgia with him. That's what he says right there at the bottom. Brought the boat back to keep from stealing electronics off of it. He is communicating this to 911. This is official. He is reporting again. We had a situation with the same guy a week and a half ago. It says it right there. He was on about 3 people's cameras. And just to emphasize, on 12/1/19, English calls the police again. He talks about somebody might be living under the bridge. That idea is still floating out there, still considering it. But again, he says, I had a bunch of stuff stolen out of the boat, which again confirms what we're talking about. And on 2 of these occasions, we have video of Mr. Arbery inside the residence. The first on the dock, and the second inside the house looking into the boat. The video ends right there. Travis McMichael has his own horrifying experience with a man that he is about to learn has just been involved in all this stuff with Larry English. He's been told some things by his mother and his father and other neighbors before this moment, but he's going to learn some things for himself on 2/11/20. On this night, Travis is driving out of the neighborhood to go get some gas. He wants to fill up so he doesn't get 4 a.m. and do it. And on his way out, as he's driving down the road out of the neighborhood, he sees a man run across the street and then duck into the shadows. From this house, ducking through the shadows, through the trees, all the way across until he gets in front of this house. Travis backs his car up and splashes his headlights up on the house The gentleman steps behind a porta potty. Travis then starts to get out because he wants to say, hey, what are you doing here? The guy comes out from behind a porta potty, lifts his shirt up, and acts like he's reaching in his pocket, and that totally freaks out Travis. Despite his training, despite his experience, it freaks him out. Travis tries to talk to him. Now, the guy never says, hey, I'm sorry, I am so sorry. I was walking my dog, or I'm so sorry, I did not mean to startle you, like any one of you would if you were out in a yard late at night. Didn't say anything, just did this. Travis got in his car, reversed out, stalled the car, but backed up and zipped home to tell his dad. As soon as his dad hears what's going on, his dad decides to go check it out. At the same time, Diego Perez has apparently been called, and he's going to check it out. They take firearms with them. Travis tells you, he said, Dad, whoa, wait a second. This guy could be armed. Wait a second. But his dad is already walking down the street. Travis gets in his truck. He backs up. He's calling 911, and he returns to the house where he puts the headlights on the house, watching, waiting, believing that this man could be dangerous, believing that his dad could now be in danger, believing that something awful could happen. So he posts up right here, lights on, and waits for the police that he himself called. And when the police arrive, he stands there and he talks to the police. And he tells them, hey, my dad's in there. Travis, why didn't you go in there? Why didn't you go in the house? He's like, I'm not going in there. I'm not going in there. When this guy did this, that was enough for me. I'm staying out here. It's a reasonable thing to do. Ultimately, Travis calls police, and we hear what he tells police instantly on the phone. We've had a string of burglaries, a lot of burglaries and break-ins. That's what he tells them. That's what's in his mind almost from the very beginning. He startled me. He reached into his pocket. I didn't know if he was armed or not. It looked like he was acting. He was. He's sneaking behind a bush. He also tells the officer he had a pistol stolen about a month ago. This is what he's saying, and you hear him breathing. And the operator says, you all right, hon? Yeah, he just startled me. That's real. That's a real experience with the guy going into a house after being seen at night with headlights and reaching and then turning around and going into a house that's not his. Where is the logic in that? And Travis then stays, talks with the officer, and then sees the video and sees this gentleman just walking around the house like he didn't just get stopped, caught, and seen and have this interaction with Travis like it never happened. He's just walking around the house very calmly. And Travis feels that that is so bold and brazen to do that. It frightens him about this guy. It worries him about this guy. That's real. It's what happened. What happens next is the two officers show up, and being told what they've been told, that the guy acted like he had a gun and that he went into the house, they pull out their firearms and start going through the house, looking and shouting and calling with their guns out because they might need to protect themselves. Are they committing an aggravated assault when they do this? Are they committing a false imprisonment when they do this? No, they're searching, looking, and trying to apprehend whoever's in the house who may be armed. And then everybody meets outside and they talk. And this is where Travis gets the rest of the information. Aside from his own personal experience, he and his father talking to Officer Rash, Diego Perez, Matt Albenzi, Ronnie Olson, and Brandon Gregory, the officer who also works with Glenn County Police, they talk that night. And they talk about what's been going on. And Travis gets to see the rest of the video and he's like, yep, this guy is that guy. It's all the same guy. Been break-ins, been a lot of burglaries going on. He knows that stuff's been stolen already. And they have a conversation, and you heard part of that conversation from the transcript. Rash says, well, we haven't actually seen him take it. It's because there was no camera on it. But I guarantee you, if one of you left your bag in this room, and we all went out into the hallway, and then I walked in here, and you saw me walk in here, and you never saw me leave. And when you come back in, you walk in, you go, where's my bag? Well, nobody else came in here, but Jason did, and the bag is gone. And oh, look, there's a back door. Is it reasonable to believe that I may have taken your bag? Of course it is. This is a burglary. He says, haven't seen him actually take anything? Yeah, criminal trespassing, officer arrested. Yeah, at the very least. Travis is thinking about Ahmaud Arbery. He's thinking about what must be in his mind in order for himself to try to figure some things out. Travis knows that he caught Ahmaud going into the house. He knows that. And so Ahmaud should know that Travis knows that. He knows that Ahmaud has been down on the dock, and that Ahmaud should know he's been down on the dock, that he's been on someone else's property. He's got to know that by now, Travis is thinking. He knows it's not his home or his house under construction. He knows that he's been caught sneaking around in the bushes. Travis is the one that caught him. He knows that there's been a confrontation about that. He knows, he believes Mr. Arbery's got to be, this guy, this man has to understand that these things have taken place, that he had headlights on him, that somebody was trying to talk to him about why he was out after dark in front of this house and he didn't respond. If I say to one of you, hey, how are you doing? And you just look at me and you walk away, you know you've looked at me and walked away. You know that that's part of what's happened. And he still went in the house after being confronted in the dark. And then he looked around. He knows that he's in the house looking around. And eventually, that he'll be seen on the 23rd going in the house, and that people were trying to talk to him and that he's not answering anybody any questions. And ultimately, he knows that the police are on the way. Travis knows these things must be in Mr. Arbery's mind because they were part of the very real experience that he had with him. And because of that, Travis is starting to believe and expect certain things in return. Obvious, ordinary, natural things that should happen in return. To constitute the offense of burglary, it's not necessary that a break-in happen, that something gets broken. If you recall, all the questions by the state of the witnesses, well, was anything broken? Was a window broken? Was a door broken? That's not what's required for the law. Those questions are meaningless and they are red herrings. Nothing has to be broken. You just have to break the plane of the structure to constitute a burglary. Then, you don't have to show that an actual theft had been committed. Nothing actually has to be stolen. You just have to enter with the intent to steal something. Where do we derive a person's intent to steal something from a house? Well, they certainly go into a house that isn't theirs, that contains valuables, and they do it at a time when they shouldn't be doing it, and under circumstances that are very problematic, including running from other people who see you. Lastly, Larry English's deposition. Mr. English couldn't be here, he's very sick. Watching a lot of deposition is a hard thing to do. The basics of this deposition. You made your neighbors aware
the ones that we've mentioned, Al Benzie, Greg, Ronnie Olson, you made these guys aware that you had stuff stolen out of your boat. Yes, and in fact, you wanted your neighbors to help you catch the guy. Yes, Diego. I wanted Diego to catch this guy. You never told them at any point, hey guys, I'm sorry, it wasn't stolen when it was at my house. It was stolen when it was off property. You never told them that, did you, Mr. English? Never told them that. You never announced it on Facebook. You never announced it on Next Door Neighbor. You never corrected what you now say is it was stolen off-site somewhere. You never told your neighbors that, and he says no. So then, therefore, Mr. English, to your knowledge, they were left with the impression that stuff had been stolen from your boat at 220 Satilla? I guess so. What was Ahmaud Arbery doing in Satilla Shores from October 2019 to February 2020? There is no evidence that Ahmaud Arbery ever jogged or exercised in Satilla Shores. Not one friend, not one family member, not one eyewitness, even Rash going door to door. There is no evidence whatsoever that Satilla Shores was a place of exercise and jogging for Ahmaud Arbery. Officer Rash testified that by December 19, he knew Larry had a cooler stolen, electronic equipment stolen from the offshore boat while it was parked in the RV garage, and Bob said, that's a burglary. A burglary had been committed in this residence, and he said, that's right. But it was never reported. Like, we didn't have a report about it, so I didn't really investigate it. But that is a burglary, and he has admitted that to you as well. February 23rd. Mr. Olson's surveillance camera shows that Mr. Arbery walked into the neighborhood. Didn't run. He then stood in the yard and put his hands on his hips, looked around like this, and then went into the residence. Matt Albenzi was doing work in his yard, and he saw this gentleman who resembled the gentleman who had committed what they thought was a burglary in that residence. He shut down the work that he was doing, put a gun in his pocket, grabbed his cell phone, and he walked all the way up to the street to the corner where Jones meets Satilla, where he keeps his mailbox. And he stood there right next to this tree, and he called 911. At some point in the video, when you see Mr. Arbery run out, you'll see he passes right through the window. And Mr. Albenzi is standing right there on the phone calling the police. His behavior then changes. Instantly, Mr. Arbery is at a full sprint, running into the neighborhood. Running into the neighborhood, which the state is going to infer means he's going on his regular job. But no, because running out of the neighborhood is a problem. It's a problem now because there's a guy standing there on the phone looking at you back in the same residence that you've been caught in now 3 times. Caught meaning on camera, and police coming and searching with lights, and Travis McMichael, and to return to that house in the middle of the day like that after being run off. Imagine going to visit a house under normal circumstances. Oh, this house looks like one we might want to buy. I'm going to go in there. Then somebody comes up to you with headlights and tries to stop you from going into the house and confronts you about it. Are you literally ever going to go back to that house again? It is unreasonable to think that he's going back there for some lawful purpose after being run out of there 3 times before. So he doesn't run out of either of the entrances to go back across the street where he lives. He runs deep into the neighborhood. Someone has called the police. Now, Travis has told you Nothing has erased from his mind about this individual in the 2 weeks between February 11th and February 23rd. It's all still there. And while he's sitting in his home, his dad comes running in the house and says, the guy who's been breaking in down the street is back. He's running past. Get your gun. Travis and his dad carry their firearms for protection wherever they go. That's what they do. The law allows them to do it. They have permits to do it. Travis testified he had a concealed permit at one point. The law allows this behavior. Travis comes out to the street. He looks down the street, right across. Here he is at 2:30. He comes out here. Mr. Arbery has already run past. He comes out here. He looks down the street from where the house is and sees Mr. Matt Albenzi, who is walking towards him, and eventually, after a couple houses, goes like this and points down the street. It is reasonable to conclude that based on what his dad said, who just came running in the house, the guy's back who's broken in, to come outside and look and see Mr. Albenzi, who he knows, who he's talked with, who he's shared thoughts and feelings about the person breaking in the house, is now saying, go that way. The guy is back. To get in his car and go. You cannot act on the unsupported statements of others. The state has characterized that, which is an accurate statement of the law, as Travis's mom. Are you kidding? After all that we have seen, after all that he has experienced, after all the conversation that he's had, after all the videos that he's seen, after what he experienced himself, that he's just going off of what his mommy told him? This is what the state wants you to do something about. This is what they're trying to inject into this case, knowing, despite that Travis has called the police on the white man under the bridge, knowing that Travis called the police on a carjacker or told his police friends when he was in the Coast Guard and a report was made about the white guy that tried to rob his truck, knowing that Travis called the police about his gun being stolen and readily admits, I don't know who stole it, knowing that Travis called the police on the 11th of February. They want to try to reduce this case down to this statement, which is not true. Travis had all of this. His reading Facebook, everything going on at Larry English's house, knowing about what was happening in Satilla Shores, speaking with everybody on the 11th, his own experience, Albenzi signaling, Officer Rash and Matt Albenzi. This is what he carried with him when he left his driveway that day. Reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. Reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. Facts and circumstances to warrant a prudent person, one taking care to understand the truth, in believing that the suspect has committed the offense of burglary. Travis believes he's committed the offense of burglary. The facts necessary to establish probable cause for arrest are less than those required to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It's more than suspicion or possibility. It's got to be a probability, probably. And he said, I had a probability. There was a probability that this was the guy who did it, and here's why I think he did it. And I wrote down every one of the things that we talked about as he testified. I wrote them all down, and they are all encapsulated in that slide I just told you. This is where the duty and responsibility in following the law becomes intertwined with heartache and tragedy. Because you do have the right to perform a citizen's arrest. You do have the right to have a firearm when you make an arrest. You do have the right to stop a person and to hold them and detain them for the police. And there is risk with that. And there are tragic consequences that can come from that. And we can all sit here right now and say what the state has said from the very beginning and what Travis himself recognizes. If he had only stayed home that day, if he had just sat on the couch and fallen asleep with his kid that day, Travis told you it's not a day that doesn't go by that he doesn't think that exact same thing. But the law allows the citizens to make a citizen's arrest. And if doing so properly, it is the reason for the actions that follow. Here, you talk about an offense being committed in his presence or when his immediate knowledge. What could be more immediate than February 11th? What could be more immediate than seeing the videos of him in the house and talking with police officers and other people, including hearing from Larry English through others, that he actually had stuff stolen from his property? An offense has been committed, and he knows about it. He's seen everything other than the hand on the equipment that was stolen. If it's a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, then you can arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion, probable cause. Travis said many, many times it was the totality of the circumstances. That's his Coast Guard brain. That's his Coast Guard brain saying everything that I knew gave me the belief that a crime had been committed. Escape. Private citizen's warrant arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense, or, in the case of felonies, during escape. Not every person is arrested at the moment they commit a crime. Not every person is arrested by police, because sometimes the police don't get there in time. But if they learn about the person and they have information about the person, escape can happen anytime. Escape can happen later. It doesn't have to happen right at the same time the crime is committed. There's no law that says that. There's no time limit imposed. The police would never be able to arrest anybody. And a citizen is in the same shoes as an officer when it comes to citizen's arrest. So, Travis, leaving his house, decides he's going to follow. That's what he does. He pulls out after his dad crammed into the front seat with the kid seat there, and he follows. And he watches. And he pulls up next to this gentleman. No gun is raised. No violence is ensued. He doesn't get out of the car. He doesn't tackle him. He doesn't do anything. He does what a reasonably prudent person would do. He does what his training has taught him to do, to use leaps. And he says, hey man, what's going on? Can you stop for a second? Please, I just want to talk to you for a second. There is no violence. If Travis wanted violence against this man, if Travis wanted to hurt him or commit an aggravated assault or commit a false imprisonment, he could have done it right then and there. He doesn't. He talks to him. Mr. Aubrey looks him in the eyes, doesn't say a word, doesn't have to, but that's information for Travis. Is it so offensive to pull up next to somebody and say, hey man, can you stop for a second? I want to talk to you. Just for a minute, hold on a second. Is that so offensive? So, he stops. He starts to go back one way. Travis backs up alongside of him, 3 feet away, not pulling in front of him, not pulling behind him, just tries to talk to him. And Mr. Aubrey takes off running down the street. And Travis watches him. There he goes. Doesn't take a gun out and shoot him in the back. Doesn't take a gun out and commit an aggravated assault. Doesn't take a gun and try to kill him. Doesn't try to hit him with his truck. He watches him. Watching. So, he pulls up next to him. And he stops again. He says, hey, hold on a second. We just want to talk to you for a minute. Something's going on back there. We want to know what's going on. He's not saying to the guy, I don't know what's been going on in this neighborhood. To do that would do what? It would escalate the situation. So he just says, we want to know what's going on back there. Why is that guy pointing at you? Why is he doing that? Mr. Arbery stops, he looks him dead in the eyes, doesn't say a word, and Travis just says, we want you to stay right here, we're calling the cops. Call the cops. Call the cops. And Mr. Arbery bolts. Now, on the subject of police, Travis told you. Got in the car with my dad. I said, Dad, are the cops coming? Yeah, go this way, go this way. It's very clear. He says he asked his father about the cops being called. They call the cops all the time. This is not like it's a new thing for the McMichaels to call the police. Here, when they say call the cops, now he bolts. And it's on that bolting that Travis thinks this guy knows he's caught. He knows he's caught because he's bolting. He's looked at me. He won't talk to me. That's odd. I'm not talking to him in a too aggressive of a way, and he bolts. And Travis stays right where he is. And he watches. He watches what happens between this truck. He has no clue who this black truck is. In terms of evidence, there is no evidence of any communication between these people, any cooperation between these two people, no help, no assistant, no encouraging, nothing. So he sees this truck and he tells you it's one of a couple things. It's either the guy from up at 220, or it's his buddy, maybe trying to give him a lift, or now that I'm watching him, he's being very aggressive against this truck. He's watching it from 200 feet away, but he's thinking this guy's being really aggressive. There's something off with this guy. His dad says, Travis, go. Dad gets out of the car, climbs in the back of the truck with his rebuilt hip and his medical issues. Travis watches him get in, looks down the street, sees this, takes his gun off the floorboard, puts it up on the bench seat. His dad says, go, get down the street. Travis says, no, I'm not going back that way. Something's off with this guy. I'm not going into that. Well, if he wanted to go commit an aggravated assault, if he wanted to go do a false imprisonment, if he wanted to end the life of somebody, whether it's murder or felony murder, there's another chance. But he doesn't. He just watches. And then he says, I'm going to drive around. The judge is going to charge you on hijacking a motor vehicle. A person commits the crime of hijacking a motor vehicle in the second degree when such person obtains a motor vehicle from an individual without his or her consent. Travis is watching this gentleman try to get in the car in an aggressive way, and he thinks that does not look good. Whether he thinks to himself that's a hijacking or not, it doesn't look good. It looks dangerous. Travis also told you that when he came face to face with Mr. Arbery, even though he didn't speak, he looked very angry, he looked very upset, clenching his teeth, but not saying a word. These are the notes I took about it, right in front of you guys. Just wrote it down as he was talking. Stop, please stop. Mad, clenched teeth. It was very unexpected. What's going on? I want to talk to you. What's going on? Police are on the way. And then his dad says, go back. He says, I am not going back there. I'll go from Beaufort around to Holmes. And that's what he does. He drives around. Now, his dad's in the back of the truck. His dad is old and infirm. He's sitting on this bench in the back of the truck. Travis says he's going with his foot on the brake pretty much 3 or 4 miles an hour. Drives all the way around thinking, I'm not going to go back into this mess down here. I'll drive around. And when he drives around, you've now learned about this dog leg. That black line essentially is the dog leg. You can't see past it. Travis tells you the first thing he sees is Mr. Arbery doing a U-turn right there at the crest of that turn. What does he do? He watches. Does he drive at him? No. Does he try to tackle him? No. Does he put a shotgun at him? No. Does he yell at him? No. He's trying to continue to assess the situation in a reasonable, prudent fashion. Then he drives across the dog leg, comes all the way to the end of the street, and he sees Mr. Arbery again with this truck. Again, with this truck, tangled up with this truck. And what looks like, again, aggression at the truck. So Travis stops. He stops. He's thinking to himself, why is this guy not running through this open yard? This is Satilla right here. This is Holmes. This is where he sees the truck. What is with it that this guy's not going this way? And who is that truck? What is happening? Instead, they both run around Travis, back up around the dog leg. So Travis says, okay, I'm watching, I'm looking, I'm going to pull forward, stop in my car at the end of the street, and I'm just going to take up a spot right here. I'm going to take up a spot here. I know that he's currently not over here. I know he's not behind me. I can see my house right there. I can see up Satilla Drive, and I'm looking up homes. I'm just going to take up residence right here, and I'm going to watch to see what happens next. Because maybe this guy will come back, and we can stop him, or maybe he'll just keep running that way. Maybe he'll keep running that way, and I can tell the police, I'm pretty sure he's not this way, pretty sure he's not over here, he's not there, he's headed that way. What he doesn't know is that Mr. Arbery is turning around up on the other side of the dog leg, and this is where our video picks up with Roddy Bryant.
All right, for anyone that's just joining, this is Waukesha. It's a live press conference coming out of what's going on over there from the hospital.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We're going to give everyone a minute to get situated and in the room here.
This is going to be an update on the victims of the Christmas parade terror attack. They're calling it a crash on local news, but we call it what it is, and it's a terror attack. I don't care who you are.
Okay, we're going to get started. Thanks to everybody for joining us. We have 3 doctors and leaders here to talk about Children's Wisconsin's response to the incident in Waukesha yesterday. They are Dr. Michael Gutzeit, Chief Medical Officer at Children's Wisconsin, Dr. Amy Drendel, Medical Director of the Children's Wisconsin Emergency Department and Trauma Center, and a Professor of Pediatric Emergency Medicine at the Medical College of Wisconsin, and Dr. Michael Meyer, Medical Director of the Children's Wisconsin Pediatric Intensive Care Unit and Chief of Pediatric Critical Care at the Medical College of Wisconsin. They will be giving us some information and then answering questions in the comments via the comments section on Zoom here. Please.
You guys probably had duplicate audio. I apologize. Oh wait, you're not hearing anything. Hold on, what is going on? Hold on, let me fix it.
I'm Mike Gutzeit. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Children's Wisconsin in Milwaukee. Last night, our community was impacted by the tragic and intense incident at a holiday parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Our prayers and thoughts are with the victims and loved ones during this very tragic time. Wisconsin. Our prayers and thoughts are with the victims and loved ones during this very tragic time. The children's team responded with their head and their hearts to provide the care and support to children who were injured, their families, and our teams. While we always hope this will never happen in our community, as the region's pediatric trauma center and the largest provider of critical care services in the state of Wisconsin, these are events that we prepare for. Some basic patient information is that 18 children were brought to the Children's Wisconsin Emergency Department last night. My colleague on this call, Amy Drendel, who's the medical director for the Children's Wisconsin Emergency Department and Trauma Center, will share more about our initial response. And then Mike Meyer, the medical director of the Children's Wisconsin Pediatric Intensive Care Unit, will provide a summary of the patients currently in our care. We will not be answering questions regarding any specific conditions of the patients. I'd like to express a sincere note of gratitude. Before, I want to emphasize and express thanks to the community for the effort in their response. That begins with the gratitude to our law enforcement who responded to the incident and was able to secure the incident. I want to commend the efforts of the emergency medical services responders and other local hospitals who successfully stabilized patients before transporting or transferring kids to be cared for by our pediatric specialists. And we offer our support and gratitude to the teachers, the staff, and all the school districts who will be supporting kids and families who are involved and impacted at this event. The injuries from Sunday night will go well beyond the physical and will take time to heal. We all must continue to lean on each other and to encourage those impacted to reach out and use the resources that are available to them. Each of these injuries impacts a family, friends, and a larger circle beyond those immediately injured. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Amy Drendel, the medical director of our Emergency Department and Trauma Center.
Thank you. As an emergency doctor, we're trained for these types of incidents, but you never want to experience them. I want to start by sharing my sympathy to all those who've been directly involved. Children's Wisconsin is a large pediatric emergency room, and we are uniquely equipped to support an event like this. Sadly, like many communities, our region has experienced mass casualty events in the past, but none in the recent history involving such a large number of children. Law enforcement promptly informed us about the incident soon after it happened, and we received our first patient at 5:30 p.m. yesterday. Beginning at that time, we activated our trauma surge plan, calling in nurses, doctors, surgeons, and other team members to help support the care of these children. 18 kids were brought to our children's emergency department, ranging from ages 3 to 16 years of age, which include 3 sets of siblings. Injuries ranged from facial abrasions to broken bones to serious head injuries. 6 of these patients were sent to the operating room last night, and 2 additional patients are undergoing surgeries today. Roughly around 9:30 last night, the patients we saw were triaged and being sent to patient care units, and the Children's Emergency Department started to transition to normal operating conditions. I'd like to echo Dr. Gutzite's appreciation for all the first responders who were fantastic. We all have a role to play in the situation, and I'm proud to be a part of this community and how it responded so well to the needs of these kids. With that, I will turn over to Dr. Meyer, the medical director of the critical care unit here at Children's Wisconsin.
Dr. Meyer, you are on mute.
Good morning. You would think after this many months of Zoom, I could figure this out, but thank you. Dr. Drendel, as said, we're immensely appreciative and thankful for the response of our community. The medical response started on scene with bystanders, EMS, and then our community partners and other healthcare organizations before the children arrived here at Children's. As we've stated, is Children's Wisconsin has the largest pediatric intensive care unit within the state of Wisconsin. We have 72 ICU beds. And like our emergency department, we immediately began preparations to receive patients once we were notified about the incident. From a patient standpoint, there were 18 patients who came to Children's, and 10 of them were admitted to the pediatric intensive care unit. I'll briefly go through their conditions, but will not share any specific details about individual patients. Currently, we have 6 patients who we list in critical condition, 3 that are in serious, and 1 that is in fair. We also have 8 other patients that are listed in fair condition that are not in the intensive care unit and are in other units within the hospital. As Dr. Drendel noted, I think it is very important, and it really responds to the family of this situation, is that there's 3 sets of siblings that are currently hospitalized within Children's. And this is unique and truly demonstrates the devastating effects of this on our community. Mental health support has been activated for our families, our children that are involved in this, and also our staff. Social work, mental health teams, and our chaplain teams are all actively rounding in the intensive care unit, as well as other units in the hospital. And it is amazing to watch them and our medical care teams work as a single team to help our families and our children. I'm immensely proud of the teams that we have here at Children's, and I'm amazingly proud of the community that we serve in and that we live in.
Okay, and we are going to take questions now in the chat. Before we do that, I just want to note that Children's Wisconsin has established a mental and behavioral health support line for families who need emotional support. That line will be active at noon today. That number to call for emotional and mental support is 414-266-6500, and that will also be pasted into the chat so that you can grab it. Okay, let's start with some questions. So Dr. Drendel, we have some questions about the initial response to the incident yesterday. Can you talk about what that meant for our teams and what it looked like?
Thanks for that question. We have a surge response, a disaster type response that we practice and is part of the care that we provide in our emergency department. The initial notification gave us the time to bring together the nurses and doctors and providers that would be needed to be able to take care of the large number of patients in a short period of time. And our team was ready to receive those patients. I will like to point out the patients were extremely well cared for in the field at the initial hospitals. The stabilization was exceptional, and these kids got fantastic care from start to end. Our team responded well, and we were able to position them to the specialty care that we provide here at Children's in a way that should provide the best possible outcomes for these children.
Okay, and we heard last night that potential blood donations were needed. Can anybody speak to whether or not we need blood donations currently at Children's Wisconsin?
Thank you for the question. This is Mike Gutzeit. Yes, blood is always needed. It's a precious commodity, and during actually even the normal operations on a day-to-day basis, blood is valued and appreciated because of the blood products that are necessary to do the complex care for patients that are at Children's. I would say in situations like this, there can be exceptional needs for blood. So if anybody's interested in donating blood, contact the local blood donation centers, and please take advantage of that.
Okay, and to reiterate, if someone wants to donate blood, they should go to their typical donation site.
Correct.
Okay. Have all of the patients been discharged? Have any of the patients been discharged, or are all 18 still in the hospital? I think Dr. Meyer addressed this. Dr. Meyer, do you want to jump in on that?
Yes, thank you for the question. As of right now, 2 children have been discharged. We are currently making determinations about the ongoing care of the children that are in the intensive care unit as well as the other care areas in the hospital, and would anticipate that discharges will go through a orderly process as we continue to assess injuries as well as the mental health and well-being of all of the patients involved in this.
Okay. For the patients that we saw, have we made contact with the family members of those patients at this point?
Yes, the Children's Wisconsin staff have made contact with each of the families, or families for each of the patients, and have provided support for those families during this very challenging and tragic time for them. And that will be an ongoing connection point to guide families through what resources they need during this time.
Okay. Dr. Meyer, this might be a tough one. I'm not sure if you're able to answer it, but do we have any information about which groups of people were admitted to our hospital here at Children's Wisconsin? So I know that, there were different marching bands and dance teams. Do we have any information about who those people were that were admitted to Children's?
Unfortunately, much of those individual pieces are still being sorted out. There was a wide variety of different participants in the parade from some of the groups that have been identified in the news that were present and were potentially involved. I would say that this has impacted a great number of members of our community and the groups that participated in the parade.
Okay. And then Dr. Drendel, did you receive patients who were conscious and understanding of what happened last night? Someone from media is asking if we have patients who really understand what happened.
We received patients with different levels of injuries. Some were conscious, some were not conscious. Their experience and recollection of the events isn't clear to us based on our emergency department evaluation, but will clearly be a part of our ongoing care here at the hospital.
Okay.
I'd like to emphasize this is one of the unique aspects of a pediatric organization that has all the resources to provide support beyond the exceptional care that Dr. Drendel, Dr. Meyer, and the rest of the teams do. It's providing those social workers and others, child life specialists, other specialists who can wrap themselves around the family, provide the support for the patients, and understand the needs of the child depending on the chronological age and development of the child.
Okay. Do we know if this will be for Dr. Drendel, do we know if the children were transported by ambulance or driven by civilians or a mix of both?
I would say the vast majority of the patients that we saw arrived by ambulance. I think most of them came from the nearby facilities, Menominee Falls and Waukesha. Both initially evaluated these patients and identified them as patients who needed a higher level of care and transferred to our facility for ongoing resuscitation and management.
Okay. And as a reminder, as we're taking questions, we won't be able to speak to specific patients or patient information. We can just give those general updates. So someone asked about our facility offering mental health services. Dr. Gutzai, I think you just touched on that. Do you want to touch on that again?
Yes. And again, we really appreciate the emphasis on the need to support patients and families beyond the injuries that have occurred. So we have behavioral mental health specialists that are available and able to provide emotional and mental health services to those who may need them. Ashley had mentioned the number, and that contact is available, and we would strongly encourage people to utilize those resources. The needs may vary depending on the timeline. Some people may need resources immediately, some at a later point in time, but having access to those resources is absolutely critical, as we've learned through these mass casualty and other significant events that occur.
Okay, and just to reiterate again, the Children's Wisconsin team has established a mental and behavioral health support line for families who need emotional support. That line will be active at noon today. That number is 414-266-6500. Okay, so I think this one would be for Dr. Drendel. You mentioned that a patient was admitted around 5:30 last night. Do we know when the last patient was admitted?
We continued our disaster response between 5:30 and 9:30 last night, where the vast majority of patients arrived. However, we continue to receive patients throughout the evening as transfers from other facilities until late into the night. So I believe our last patient arrived around midnight. So the patients continued to arrive as their injuries were identified and the ongoing care needs were identified that here at Children's we were able to provide.
Okay, and to reiterate, those patients, the reason it took them so long to get to us was because they were admitted to a different hospital, checked on, and then transferred to Children's for care. Okay.
That's right.
Okay. Looking through some questions here. Let's see if we have any that we haven't answered yet. Can you talk to, let's have Dr. Gutzai address this one. Can you talk to the importance of having quick response teams there, teams like EMS and people trying to take care of the patients before they got to Children's Wisconsin? I think we touched on it earlier.
Yeah, and I would like to reiterate that Dr. Drendel spoke very well about the appreciation and gratitude we have to those first responders and other hospitals that provided tremendous support and exceptional stabilization of patients. That is so critical, especially in the first few minutes after an event like this. Providing that stabilization allows the child the best opportunity to have the best outcome. And so the teams that provided that support, whether it was in the field or at other hospitals outside of Children's Wisconsin, did an exceptional job. And the patients that were transferred to Children's allowed the team there to pick up that and that care and continue on the trajectory of care that was necessary, as Dr. Drendel mentioned.
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate, the EMS providers responded at the highest level in the care of these children. It was phenomenal. Very proud to be a part of this community.
Okay. I'm going to give Dr. Gutzeit a chance to do a quick closing after this. Just wanted to reiterate that we have that mental and emotional support line for families at 414-266-6500. For updates from Children's, stay tuned to our social media accounts as well as our website, childrenswi.org. And Dr. Gutzeit, I'm going to toss it over to you for a closing.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for attending this conference today and for the questions that were asked to provide as much perspective as we could at Children's Wisconsin here in Milwaukee. It's important to understand, as we've mentioned several times, and keep in mind the impact these events have on the community. And I want to emphasize that the resources that are being made available to the school districts, by the state of Wisconsin, by the school districts, and by Children's Wisconsin are available to those who need them. I'd like to encourage people again to use those resources. And I'd also like to thank the community for their tremendous outpouring of support to the staff and providers and all the children who are caring for the kids during this very, very difficult time. The words of encouragement on social media, the offers to donate blood, the offers to offer food to our staff who are working diligently and tirelessly to provide exceptional care to patients is genuinely appreciated. This is a community tragedy, and we will respond as a community. So we'd like to thank all of you for that support.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. We will be sending out a Dropbox link that has a recording of this for your use. All right. Thanks, everyone.
All right. So we heard the update from the Children's Hospital. There's going to be another presser, I believe, at 1 o'clock local time, so 2 o'clock Eastern time. That one is going to be with the police and the mayor's office and probably some public speakers and things like that. I want to draw attention to someone named Mary Lemansky. All right. You probably don't know who she is. She was the social media director for the DuPage Democrat. She's a Democrat operative from DuPage County. She posted something yesterday on her social media page, which is that she was the social media director. She resigned this morning after these comments, which doesn't matter. She should be locked up for the rest of her life. Matter of fact, just deport him to the ocean with concrete blocks. At 7:48 yesterday, she tweeted that it was probably just self-defense in reply to a Heavy.com article about the SUV, about this terror attack. She didn't stop there. She went on to say, "You reap what you sow, Wisconsin." She then went on to say, "Someone who believes in reaping what you sow, Wisconsin, put that bad energy out there. It came back real fast." And then she goes on to say, "The blood of Kyle Rittenhouse's victims is on the hands of Wisconsin citizens, even the children." Man, these people are evil. The Democrat Party of DuPage lists Lemansky as the current staffer. She was an employee. According to a biography found on the site, the 46-year-old manages the party's Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram accounts and is unfortunately the mother of 2 small kids. Oh my gosh, dude. On her personal page, Lemansky posted November 15th that White Wing group was trying to prevent her from speaking at a school board meeting. She accused the group of being fascist who shut down all opposing viewpoints. She has since posted, she's lost her job. She resigned. But she's since posted a slew of tweets writing, "Nobody cared about me my whole life. My mom used to leave me for hours at a time alone in my playpen. I've put music I've put out music for 20 years. Nobody gave a shit. Why do people all of a sudden care about a stupid remark? I can't believe my 15 minutes of fame is for this shit. My gosh. People are awful human beings. Awful human beings. She wrote, the blood of Kyle Rittenhouse victims is on the hands of Wisconsin citizens. It's horrible, horrible people. Man, horrible people. I'm going to go back to the the trial that we were watching, the closing arguments. The defense is still presenting their closing arguments.
They have a duty to you to prove under the law that Travis, at the time he raised that gun, was not in fear. That at the time Travis shot Mr. Arbery, as he came across the front of that car and held the gun and punched him, that he was not in fear of receiving a serious injury or death. And they have a duty to prove to you that when Travis stopped to talk to Ahmaud, that he did so to commit a felony of aggravated assault. That means every time you're walking in your neighborhood and somebody pulls up a truck next to you and says hi or hey, they've committed an aggravated assault or a false imprisonment. Where's the evidence of that? The last duty that is here is yours, and this is a very, very tough one. You all understand, and I will not belabor, the lengths that we have gone to meet you, to understand who you are, to understand your background, to understand the thoughts that you have about certain things, and the way that we communicated with each other for several hours to arrive at the point where we felt in our hearts and our minds that you all would carry the banner of the duty and the responsibility that is yours as jurors. This courtroom is sacred. It is our last place for truth. It is where we pull it from the witnesses if we have to, and we present it to you. And we ask that you hold it dear and that you accept your duty to not erode the law as you sit here and think about what the law allows a citizen to do. It is going to take courage. It's going to take courage to set aside what you think and feel, what may be trying to penetrate you from other sources that you have tried to do your best to avoid, and to focus on the bare facts of this case that have been captured on photograph and on video that have been testified to in this courtroom. It will take courage. In every count in this case, you're going to be asked to make a decision about each person accused. Travis McMichael will have his form, Greg McMichael his, and Roddy Bryant his. And you will be given the option on every one of these charges for not guilty or guilty. The evidence that's been demonstrated to you, I think, is overwhelming, but it doesn't come without hardship on you, consequence for these families. But I think the evidence is clear in this case. Travis had spent 9 years in the Coast Guard, search and rescue, policing the water, sometimes 200 feet offshore, going into situations that were very difficult, working with law enforcement, reaching out and extending his hand as firefighter, law enforcement officer combination. For the first time in his life, Travis is now in those waters. He is now the one who needs help. Our goal here has been to do everything we can to dive into those waters, to search for the truth, to pull it from the icy depths and to raise it to the surface. And we have done that. We have done that with Travis McMichael. We have carried him to the surface to you. And now the choice is yours.
will you do as he has done in the past to others? Will you reach out your hand and extend it to Travis McMichael and pull him out of those waters? I think if you've heard anything that I've said, there's only one decision. He is not guilty on all charges. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. Yeah, we can just go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point we're going to break for lunch. We'll break for an hour. Or just a little bit under. We're going to reconvene at 1:30. Again, until all of the closing arguments have been made and you have received the final charge of the court, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves. So, with that instruction and all of the other instructions I've given you, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here at 1:30.
So rise to adjourn.
All right, we are in recess for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna put something up. That guy Von Mays is live right now on social media. Let's listen to this violent, dangerous rhetoric that he's saying right now on YouTube or on Facebook. Right now.
All night. You think they was just gonna win with Kyle and walk away? No. They're not done. They're not done. They don't want to be done. White America always needs a fucking enemy. They always need anywhere through history. There's never not been an enemy to America. And not just the government America, the people. They have to have a fucking enemy. And right now, you are the fucking enemy. At the end of the day, that dude did what he did for whatever reason he did, and that has nothing to do with the rest of us. Nothing at all. But you can't tell these millions of motherfuckers who's sharing this shit that they don't. They're taking me saying, I said after that verdict, that let's arm 17-year-olds in Milwaukee and give them assault rifles and send them to the suburbs to protect the suburbs. Them motherfuckers have lost their mind that I even said that. But it makes total sense to them, and it's their right to arm a 17-year-old from another state and send him into this fucking state to protect shit that ain't his. They can't even make the same correlation. They're proving my point just by being mad that I said that. That's the whole point. Because I'm talking about black kids, it means something different to them. They don't give a fuck about your right. If it's Kyle right as a 17-year-old to walk around with an assault rifle that he shouldn't have, then what business or point of it is it for them to be concerned about black kids doing it? That proves the point. That proves the whole point. No, we didn't win with OJ. We didn't win with Shefsky. We didn't win with none of this shit because they always looking for get back. They always want their lick back. And they're always on the offensive. We're always on the defensive. They're always on the offensive. But you have to know that there's a motherfucker who's after you to begin with. Y'all go out your house, hey. Y'all go out your house every day worried about something happening to you outside of Milwaukee. You're concerned about that crime that has nothing to do with you, but you are concerned that there's a possibility every time you leave out your house that somebody black will do something to you, right? Why the fuck aren't you worried about this shit? No, listen, I was being sarcastic when I said that, but that's what they were saying. Stop! When I said the thing about the Black Revolution, I was being sarcastic. Anybody who watches my feed knows that I make jokes, right? So it was said to me earlier
Super funny.
that people saw that it was a black dude and they were immediately concerned that it was some type of retaliation or get back for Kyle Rittenhouse. That's why I said that people are saying this is the Black Revolution. I clearly don't fucking mean that. I'm part of the black fucking movement. He's not. This random ass motherfucker is not. Whatever he did for his own reason. He don't know nobody. Black supremacy is alive and well. You an idiot. Y'all are fucking idiot. And this shit, it continues to expose the idiocy and stupidity of white America. Y'all are fucking dumb. Y'all are dumb as fuck. I do not see how I'm concerned. This is more the reason I'm concerned. Because you motherfuckers ain't smart. Y'all are really stupid to believe some of the shit y'all believe. It's really dumb. And I'm concerned when you arm dumb motherfuckers with improper information. Black supremacy. Get the hell out of here, stupid motherfucker. Exactly. He can't even tell you what it is. People are fucking stupid. And this is why I'm telling you, they on here showing you how dumb they are. They really believe this shit. They believe that if you care about black, to go out to the fucking streets and say, police, nigga, there's a jail police. Let me go to jail. Don't kill me. They think that you're a black supremacist by going outside saying that shit. Saying, don't kill me, don't beat my ass. You're a supremacist. How fucking dumb. Y'all are fucking stupid. This is why I'm concerned about white supremacy. More so than anything. Because these motherfuckers are stupid. They're dumb. Y'all are economically at a greater place than we are. As far as being armed, you motherfuckers are way better off than we are. What the fuck make you... Why are y'all still so scared of black people? Y'all run everything. Why are y'all still so scared and concerned about black people? Why? Why do you have to come onto my post and show how scared you are, how scared and dumb you are? What are you scared about? What are you scared about? Let them talk. Let them talk. Listen, I try not to block these motherfuckers because I want y'all to see the stupid, racist, dumb shit they say. I want y'all to see this shit. So you should know there's a...
So, in case you're curious, that guy's name is Vaughn Mays. He's live on Facebook right now. And matter of fact, just because I'm curious. Just so everyone can understand what's going on in this country, because that is what's going on in this country. That is the racial divide that MSNBC, CNN, that Democrat operatives are instilling in people. I put his link. He's on Facebook live right now. He said he doesn't want to block anybody. So why don't you guys go over to Facebook and explain to him what racism is. And while you're at it, just report his page. I could not get up and say the things he just said, replacing black with white. I could not do it. I would be banned instantly for doing that because it would be racist. But for some reason, you can have a radical idiot that gets up on social media and is allowed to say whatever he wants. Whatever he wants. And here's the funny thing. If you look into this guy's history, he was given a 37th, well, I don't know if he actually got it. They were an organization that he created to radicalize kids and teach them how to, make Molotov cocktails and stuff, according to federal complaints. He was given, or apparently the city was going to give him money. This dude is a nutbag. He's a nutbag. And this is some scary, scary stuff. Someone's calling me live right now. Hello. Oh, I'm live. This is your number? Can I call you back in like 10 minutes? All right, cool. All right, bye. I didn't recognize the number, so I just answered like I always do. I run a business. I have to answer the phone, even if I'm live. This guy is a nutbag. He's a nutbag. They're asking... They're nutbags. Here, you want to hear more? Let's just hear some more. Just audio.
Why didn't he know? Like they asked him, why did he not know? Instead of going back into these protesters, I can go around this way and get back to where I want to go and be out of harm's way. Why didn't he know that if he's from there? Like I said, you motherfuckers so comfortable. Y'all come down all through Milwaukee. Y'all walk around this bitch armed with not a care in the fucking world when we fucking can't. And you got the nerve to sit on here, y'all. Again, y'all are idiots. Y'all are fucking idiots and y'all are fucking sheep. Y'all are fucking idiots and y'all are fucking sheep.
Wow, dude. Some of these people are nuts. Some of these people are nuts. Some of these people are nuts. So Von Mays, for anyone that doesn't know, he calls himself, I think, what's he call himself? The Milwaukee's Malcolm X? Yeah. He's the guy that we had his clip yesterday. I tweeted it out as well, where he was saying that he's going to arm 17-year-olds. He's the one that made the video talking about how it's a revolution. Now, he tried to walk that back and say he was joking, that he was joking. So you're still joking at the expense of children, 18 children that are in the hospital, 16 of which are still in the hospital, 6 are in critical condition, and of those 6, 3 are in serious critical condition. 2 undergoing surgery today. What they say? 3 underwent, or 6 underwent surgery yesterday. And he cracks, and then he wants to say he's talking about a joke. No, the FBI should be kicking down his door right now. That's what should be happening right now. The FBI should be kicking down his door. That's what should happen. Because this dude, that is a racist. There's no reverse racism or anything like that. Von Mays is a dangerous person that should not be on the streets. Listen to what he says. He himself said he was going to arm 17-year-olds in Milwaukee. There's video of it on social media, and now he's pissed off because he made a couple of comments. They went viral because he was talking, saying that it was a revolution, that was the start of the revolution in Waukesha yesterday. Literally the definition of racism. It's not reverse racism. It's just straight up racism.
Levels of education. We wanted to integrate with this shit. What's going on here? Whatever they being taught, I'm good at MPS. MPS did justice to me, motherfucker. Because these motherfuckers is dumb. They motherfuckers dumb.
He's a racist. Listen, this is the audio from him
I'm telling y'all,
in Kenosha 2 days ago, or on Friday.
Y'all think
Listen.
y'all had a win today, but it ain't gonna be how y'all think it is. And we ain't gotta burn shit up, we ain't gotta tear shit down, but I'm telling y'all, think that y'all can come rule over black people, that y'all can come police black people, and you don't have a fucking badge on, you're gonna fuck around and find out. We ain't taking that shit from no fucking body. We ain't taking that shit from no motherfucking body.
You can think that you want to be a mini police officer if you want to. Right. That's all I'm saying to you.
Otherwise, we'll arm all the 17-year-old black kids from Milwaukee and send them to your community and see what the fuck they can police. We'll see what the fuck they can police then, and if they'll support them in court. We'll see if how that goes.
This dude is a dangerous, dangerous person that should not be on the street. I mean that. He should not be on the street. And he's live right now. And you guys all went in his chat and did the yeet thing, which I don't understand why. Because what I wanted you to do is go to his chat, listen to it, flag it, and report him. You don't need to do the yeet stuff all the time to announce that you're there. This isn't a campaign. This is dangerous for America. It's not a fucking game. People like this are not funny to me. This dude is a terrorist, and I'll say that with 100% certainty. Von Mays is a terrorist. He raises money on Facebook, or on well, I don't know if he's monetized on Facebook. He's got his PayPal there. PayPal literally takes people off for being conservative. This guy's raising money with the rhetoric he's spitting now. right now. That's why I put the link in the chat. Not so people could jump in there and be like, yeet, yeet, yeet. No, I want you to report him. I want people to say, like, tweet out the video and say, this is racism. That's what I want people to do. And, because, I mean, I just saw a comment. It's like, oh, they're just yeeters. What? We're not. We're Americans. Maybe I should stop the yeet thing if that's where people are doing. People need to watch this to pay attention to what's going on. It's disgusting to me. It's disgusting that people like that can do it. That dude is a danger to everyone. He's a danger to the kids. He's a danger to every single person out there. And that's the cold hard truth about it, whether you want to admit it or not. For anybody that doesn't know, the reason why I have the caption up on the screen, Von Mays is live on Facebook being a racist idiot, is because Von Mays is on Facebook live right now being a racist idiot. Now, for anyone that doesn't know, he's a BLM guy. He's a loudmouth punk that was out in Kenosha, spouting out how he's going to bring kids on. He's the one last night that was saying that this was a result of the People's Revolution. Apparently, he's part of this group, the People's Revolution, according to what someone just said. What's really interesting, right, is the People's Revolution also is the lawyer for the People's Revolution is also the lawyer for Gage Groysowitz, the fake paramedic. Very interesting, huh, there. Very interesting, even though he went under oath and said that he has no connection to them. That he knows them, but he has no connection. Very interesting, right? Very interesting. You know what's really annoying to me, too, is the people that go in the chat and then act racist themselves. I saw someone make a comment about chicken. Like, people are fucking dumb. I mean that. Like, people that watch this channel and go in there and then make racist comments to this guy, you're literally doing what he's saying. Man, our country is so flawed. And it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse because I see the rhetoric that's coming out on social media. Social media right now, here's what mainstream media is going to do. Here's what mainstream is going to do. I'm just going to change the title to Rant because I suppose I just have to rant for a little bit. Here's what mainstream media is going to do. They're going to latch on to this. They're going to say that this guy, Daryl Brooks, even though he was a convicted rapist, or he was convicted. He's a tier 2 sexual offender that's non-compliant with Nevada's sexual registration right now. Right now, you can go on the website right now, look up sex offender in Nevada and type in his name through the state website and you're going to see his picture from years ago. You can look up, granted, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook have all deleted the pages belonging to this guy, but you could find videos, they're on Twitter right now, where he basically backs up being a pimp and pimping out a 16-year-old girl who that's why he's charged with rape, because of that girl. And I believe he calls her my kid's mom. 16 years old. Fucking scumbags, dude. Mainstream media is going to say, oh, race doesn't play a part in it. This guy, Daryl Brooks, on his social media before it was scrubbed, had a tremendous amount of racist commentary on his social media page. I'm not talking about the anti-Trump thing because you could find that anywhere. I'm talking about the direct racist, the attacks on white people that were in his posts. Dozens of them. Not one, not two, dozens of them going back years. So it's not a mentality that's just suddenly awoke because of MSNBC and CNN. It's years of the mainstream narrative, years of people like Von Mays, years of people like that radicalize these people to go and do this. Mainstream media can tell me and spit up and down all they want and say that this doesn't do it. I watched the video. I saw him deliberately turning in and out of to hit people. Children! And then you got people coming up here and talking about white people are a threat. I'll tell you what, people are a threat. Radicalized people are a threat. It's not about black. It's not about white. It's not about any. We've watched Antifa tear apart communities. Just this week, they attacked Portland again on Saturday night. They did it on Portland. Antifa is not black. They don't care about black lives. They're white, but the majority of the time, but they don't like white people either. They're anti-government. You can't blame that on race either. What you can blame it is we have awful, awful human beings in this country that are being radicalized by whatever propaganda that's put on. There are white people that are radicalized. There are black people that are radicalized. There are Spanish people, Mexican people, Indian people. It doesn't even matter. There's people that are radicalized across the place. This guy is one of the people that radicalizes. Go read the what is it, 102 entries in his Pacer account for the federal case that he has, where the government knows that this guy is radicalizing youth. There's allegations that he was teaching children how to make Molotov cocktails. And yet he's on social media right now. He crowdfunds money through PayPal. PayPal doesn't take him down. This video alone would be enough. If I guarantee, if I made a video and took his entire speech and replaced black with white, I would be banned. I would be on Fox News. I'd be on CNN, MSNBC. Everyone would be talking about this radical white guy. But it's perfectly acceptable for someone to say the stuff that he's saying. This is insane. It's insane. It's insane to me that this is going on. And again, this guy is live on Facebook right now, spewing his hate speech. He says he was joking last night when he said the attack in Waukesha was the start of a revolution. Oh, I was just joking. You guys know that. I was just joking. The motherfucker, you said it after you knew children were injured as a result of that. Because your video last night, you posted that stupid ass video. The video you shot right before that, the title of that video was children were injured. You knew that children were injured, and you talk about it being a revolution. It backfired, didn't it? Because now your face is all over the place, and it's going to continue doing it. And I said I was looking into it, and I am looking into it. And you know what? So are a lot of journalists that have a lot more than just 13,000 followers or 60, 70, however many people follow me on YouTube. These people are nuts. They're nuts. This guy is nuts, and he's a terrorist, in my opinion. A terrorist. A terrorist. There's no other way you can describe it. What happened yesterday in Waukesha, Wisconsin, was a terrorist attack. If you watch the videos, you know that he wasn't trying to just get away from whatever instance. He deliberately ran down people, ran through, didn't turn down a side street after hitting one or two of them. No, he drove and swerved into people throughout the whole parade route. People can't argue that that was a terror attack. They're trying to. That was a terror attack. The purpose of it was to cause terror. And then when you go to his social media, for some reason, all the social media tech giants always delete everything so you can't see it. Social media is full of it doesn't even matter about the anti-Trump stuff. It's full of anti-white stuff. Full of it. He's got songs about F Trump. I don't care about any of that. People don't like Trump, and I understand that aspect, I guess. It's not even about politics at this point. It's about the fact that right now the left is trying to figure out a way to say that this wasn't a terror attack. That's not journalism. That is not being honest. This was a terror attack yesterday. The victims of this crime should be afforded whatever benefits victims are from the United States government when there's terror. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This guy, look at his social media. You can't even argue. You can't even argue it. And then you have people like this guy, Von Mays, on social media, just a radicalized scumbag that's sitting here talking about how this is a radicalized scumbag, dude. This stuff isn't going to go away either. You know, President Biden is supposedly going to take the stage, and yes, we are going to cut into whatever we're showing at that point when he does, because I want to hear if President Biden will even address this horrible situation. That's supposed to be at 1:50, I believe. 1:50, he's going to be talking. So that means he'll probably show up around 3 o'clock when he finally wakes up from his stupid nap or whatever he does every day. You know, I get kicked off of TikTok just for talking about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. This guy is literally being a racist on social media, and it's perfectly acceptable. There's no, it doesn't, oh my gosh, dude. So annoying to me. So annoying to me. People say that hate speech, oh my gosh. Whatever. I have to go home and eat before all the rest of the press conferences. There's supposed to be a press conference in an hour with less than an hour with the president, an hour with the city of Waukesha, who's going to probably give an update, and we may find some information about the people who have passed, specifically ages. Or maybe we'll just find out some information, because the two press conferences they held yesterday, they didn't provide any information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the Aubrey trial back on. There's nothing playing. It's just a screensaver, basically. But I'm going to put that on. I'm going to run home and eat real quick, and I'll be back about in a half an hour. And I'll likely do a rant if they're not back again about something, because this just doesn't make any damn sense. What's going on in this country doesn't make any sense. I put the link in the chat earlier if you want to go watch this racist scumbag. But I implore you, don't do the yeet yeet crap in there. Go report his page or listen to how radicalized some people are. That's why I shared this video. If I want you to go yeet yeet or do the yeet bombs or whatever, I'll tell you. I'll say it. Don't go in chats like this and just do that, because then people don't take what you have to say seriously. If you want to counter the narrative, then actually speak on it. Or just do whatever you want. Someone said Waukesha. Yeah, am I not saying it? If I say Waukesha, am I not saying it correctly? And even if I'm not, who cares at this point? We got bigger things to go on into than to deal with that. The link is right there. The link is there. So ATF burned the dude for planning to attack a police station. Yes, that's true. That's true. Sean said, Steve, it was confirmed he was let out 2 days prior. No, they're all going off of the same thing. They're all going off. His bond was posted on the 11th. Everybody's just basing it on the same thing, the same information. And especially post-millennial. They're just doing the same thing. I mean, the problem is I do a show. I can't write the article as I'm talking about it. So normally when I'm doing something and we find out the live information, post-millennial can do whatever. We're about reporting the news. I don't care about clicks or anything else. You know, everyone else wants to write all these big articles and do all that. I don't care about any of that. What I care about is just getting the news out. That's a big thing. Someone said, what's the guy's YouTube? I have no idea. Someone said, don't report it, share it, and show it. Yeah, apparently he's got the settings, so it's not going to, from what I just was told, it's not going to save it to his profile. So clip his racist comments and put them on social media. Stand up. Anyway, I'm going to put the the trial back on. They're at lunch recess. They'll be back. And then I'm not sure, because I wasn't listening, because we cut over to this maniac, or we cut over to the press conference, I believe. But I believe it probably will work the same way. If the defense did just rest, then the prosecution will get a rebuttal, and then the jury will be out. I have no opinion on this case. I think it's tragic. A life was lost. I don't know I don't know anything about this case, literally anything. I haven't written any articles on it myself. I haven't really researched it. We've been too busy covering all the other trials and all the other stuff. But I'll be back in a little bit.
seat, please.
All right, good afternoon. We're back on. Defendant's present, represented by counsel, with Greg McMichael.
Yes.
Miss Hogue, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right, let's get the panel.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their lunch. I understand we are ready to proceed with closing arguments. Ms. Hogue, on behalf of Gregory McMichael.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On the next break, we have something we need to put on the record that transpired over lunch. My apologies.
Okay.
My father worked for almost 50 years as a life insurance salesman, not because he liked it, because he didn't. He did it because he had 3 kids that he wanted to see grow up in a neighborhood that was safe and secure. A safe home surrounded by a community of neighbors who cared for each other. Band-Aids for skinned knees, July 4th parties, block parties that went on for hours, crocheted baby blankets when a new child was born, casseroles when we'd lost a loved one. He worked hard day and night to provide those things for the people that he loved. Larry English was a contractor in Douglas, Georgia, who worked hard every day to provide for his wife and 2 children, and to save for his dream to live on the water in a neighborhood just like that, safe, secure, filled with people who would care for each other. And when he became ill, he and his wife, Amy, had to fast forward their dreams. They fast forwarded that retirement dream, bought that land, and began working on their dream home, the project of building that home in Satilla Shores. It's the sort of life we all have the right to seek. The safety and security and comfort of people that we care about and who care about us. We work hard for our stuff. It's ours, and no one has the right to take it. And we should never, ever have to fear intruders. The police can be counted on to help, to respond, but they can't be everywhere and they can't be everything. A good neighborhood is always policing itself. Mr. Moore, you really need to put a fence around that swimming pool. I'm worried a child will fall in. Mrs. Pennock, Bobby is flying down Crossbrook Drive again in that new car. You have to talk with him and get him to slow down so no one is hurt. The police can't be everywhere, and in a safe, secure neighborhood, police are helped by those neighbors. Officer Rash testified. Neighbors help.
Working Americans at the center of my work at the Federal Reserve. This means getting inflation down at a time when people are focused on their jobs and how far their paychecks will go. It means supporting a growing economy that includes everyone. It means ensuring that financial markets are thriving and resilient, and the economy is sustainable for future generations. It means serving all Americans in every community across the country and ensuring the Federal Reserve reflects the diversity of the communities we serve. I was privileged to work.
Did Greg McMichael have reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion to believe that Ahmaud Arbery had committed a burglary at 220 Satilla Drive? And did he have reasonable and probable grounds to believe that Ahmaud Arbery was escaping or attempting to escape yet again on February 23rd? It is a 9-count indictment. 9 counts. So why only 2 questions? Well, I want to suggest to you what the state suggested, but in reverse. I'd like to suggest a methodical, efficient way to think about all this law and all these charges. I suggest that you begin at the beginning. Count 1, malice murder. And then take all the rest of it.
Long hours, as you already know, long efforts, and I thank the families. Thank you all.
Questions, but with malice murder, I suggest to you, you don't even have to get to those questions. Greg McMichael pulled no trigger. How could the state seek a conviction for malice murder as Greg stood in the bed of the pickup truck on the phone with 911 as the fatal shots were fired? As a party to the crime, Ms. Dunikoski told you about the law that the judge will give you. If someone intentionally helps or aids or procures or hires or assists in the commission of a crime, they can be as guilty as the principal, as the person who fired the shots. But what is so very different about count 1 is that it's malice murder. It requires the desire and the intent to kill, the deliberate intention to take the life of another human being, where all of the circumstances of the killing show that an individual acted with an abandoned and malignant heart. The state will have to be asking you to find that Greg McMichael advised or encouraged Travis McMichael, his son, to take the life of Ahmaud Arbery because that's what he wanted to do. For no reason other than to see that young man die. And to see him die at the hands of his own son. And to do it right there in front of his eyes, because the guy keeps breaking into that house down the street. That's the level of criminal intent, the level of depravity, heartlessness, sickness that you would need to find beyond a reasonable doubt to find Greg McMichael guilty of malice murder. That's why I suggest that you begin with count 1 and quickly dispatch of it with a not guilty verdict. And then move down to the remaining counts 2 through 9, because it comes down to this. If Greg McMichael was authorized by law to attempt to execute a citizen's arrest, to try to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police to come and do their job, to try to keep peace and safety within that neighborhood, then they were within the law to hold him there for the police. How else does one hold an individual who does not want to be arrested for the police? You have to contain him, not false imprison him, contain him. You have to possibly hold him at gunpoint without firing a shot, not an aggravated assault, but the use of a reasonable and measured amount of force to make him stay where he did not want to stay. So if they were acting within the law in trying to execute a citizen's arrest, to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police, then Travis had every single right to defend himself. When Ahmaud Arbery inexplicably took that sharp left turn at the right front of the truck, seeking to disarm Travis McMichael. So, who's got to prove what? We begin, as we always begin in a courtroom, with innocence. And we stay there unless and until the state proves to you that this was not a citizen's arrest and that Travis was not justified in defending himself against Ahmaud Arbery's attack. And they have to convince you of that. Remove your belief in that citizen's arrest or justification to such a degree that you've got left nothing in your minds to doubt it. And that sounds like an enormous burden. Why? Because they have to make you sure of it. You have to have no hesitation, no ambivalence, absolute certainty, because the stakes are as high as they come. It's the highest level of proof we ever ask for in a courtroom. The court will tell you when they say murder and the facts raise justification, and the judge will tell you justification is self-defense, justification is citizen's arrest. That when the facts are raised to support those defenses, that the state has to disprove them, that you were justified. But why? Why is the standard so incredibly high? And the answer is something you witnessed in this very courtroom. Even in science, errors can happen. And without diligent investigation and inquiry, people can be convicted on the slightest errors, stripped of their freedom for another's inattention or mistakes. Imagine if Dr. Donahue, with all that experience, who made the decision, the conclusion, that the muzzle to target range, the end of Travis's shotgun to the chest of Ahmaud Arbery, was 4 feet away, based on a photograph he compared in a book, without having watched the video, and more egregiously, without even having looked at the clothes that covered Ahmaud Arbery's body. Imagine if that initial conclusion had been all you knew in this case. Wouldn't that have misled you? Wouldn't that have led you to wonder how what you saw in that video could match the opinion of a scientist? Imagine if Brian Leopard hadn't tested Ahmaud Arbery's shirt and scientifically concluded, based on that stippling, that these were contact or near contact wounds. Imagine further if I hadn't emailed Dr. Donahue to take another look at his conclusions based upon the clothing and Brian Leopard's expert report, and further imagine if Dr. Donahue was not an honorable scientist, if he wasn't willing to admit he'd made a mistake and take another look at the science. So that instead of 3 to 4 feet, we now know it's contact or 3 inches. 3 inches as opposed to 4 feet. That is a demonstration to you why the system has to work this way, why the state has such a high burden, with evidence that leaves absolutely no reason to doubt, before any one of you can consider declaring that a man seeking to protect himself and his community is a murderer. You determine the facts, and the judge will tell you the law. So, of course, you need to be given the facts accurately and completely. The painful beauty of this case is that almost all of it is recorded. Security videos from outside people's homes in Satilla Shores. Difficult to listen to 911 tapes. And then, of course, the really hard thing to look at, the cell phone video that captured the last moments. Based on those undisputed recorded facts, still in the face of all that you heard and saw, the state's case demonstrated in opening what Mr. Hope told you in opening statement. He told you Greg McMichael was absolutely certain, and he was absolutely right. You were so attentive, and I thank you for that. We all do. You took a lot of notes, and there was a lot of things to take notes about. So you know that the very first words out of Greg McMichael's mouth is that there was no doubt in his mind as to who this guy was. He told Officer Brandeberry that, and it was captured on the body cam that you saw. And later, interviewed at the Glynn County Police Department by Parker Marcy, that investigator told you, here's his statement, here's what he told me. I watched him, and when he came by me, I got a good, really good look at him. So I mean, it's the same guy. And it was Ahmaud Arbery on the video. He was an intruder. Larry English had reported, because he believed that an intruder had taken thousands of dollars of boat equipment off the offshore boat that had been parked in his RV parking garage. It was Ahmaud Arbery, returning night after night without authority to a place where valuables were stored, with no legitimate reason for being there. And it was Ahmaud Arbery, as Greg McMichael told immediately after being questioned, who had hauled ass from that house on February 23rd, after he'd looked through the window at Matt Albenze on the phone, that he ran from that home. Add all that knowledge, that certainty, to what he learned when Travis jumped into the truck and shared with him what he saw on the driver's side of that truck.
Fact's not an evidence, and I object to this was never an evidence, and the state objects to arguing fact's not an evidence.
Your Honor, I believe that is an evidence, and I believe that Travis McMichael testified, and these statements that I'm talking about did come into evidence. I believe it would be up to the jury to remember the evidence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is up to the jury to recall the evidence that has been presented in this trial. And what lawyers say is not evidence. So it is up to you to recall what the evidence is in the case and to go ahead and address this matter on that basis. I don't have a complete listing of all statements made, but it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to recall that. Just because a lawyer says something, again, does not mean it is evidence, and this is argument. Go ahead.
You will be the decider of the facts. You took the notes, and I trust what you will remember from this trial. That Travis jumped into the driver's seat of that truck after having seen Matt Albenze standing in front of 220 Satilla Drive and pointing down that street, signaling down that street. That the man that Travis McMichael had seen only 11 days earlier with his own eyes, and then slowly pulled up alongside so that he could confirm for himself, Dad's right, this is the guy. And the judge will tell you. You will gather the facts from the totality of the circumstances. Did they have a reasonable and probable cause to believe that this was the guy? And you can know, and the judge will tell you, that you gather that from every sense that you have. Your hearing, your sight, your sense of what's going on around you. Certainty, though, is a way higher standard than what you even need to find in this case. Certainty was way more knowledge than they needed to detain Ahmaud Arbery to execute a citizen's arrest. And that was Greg McMichael's intent. He said it from the very beginning. He was asked by the investigator, Parker Marcy testified to you, what was your intent had he stopped? And he said, as clear as a bell, hold him for the police so that he could be arrested. The judge will charge you that a private citizen can effectuate an arrest, detaining someone for the police to arrive if a crime happens within his knowledge, there's the other one, or his immediate presence. Thanks, Jason. I appreciate it. So here's what you have to know that you haven't yet heard from the state. There are no magic words that are required. The court will tell you there's nothing special you have to say to be effectuating a citizen's arrest. There's nothing special you can't say while effectuating a citizen's arrest. If it happens within your knowledge or immediate presence, then you can effectuate a citizen's arrest and criminal trespass, the court will tell you, going on someone's property without the authority and for an unlawful purpose is a crime, the misdemeanor offense of citizen's arrest. And again, what you haven't heard from the state and got some misdirection about, there's no requirement, Judge Walmsley will tell you, for a posting of a no trespassing sign. There's no requirement that any officer execute this trespass warning. It's your place, and people should stay off it. We don't need to be telling people ahead of time and giving them warnings if you don't want to. And he'll also charge you that a private citizen can effectuate an arrest, detaining someone for the goal of holding them for the police, if he has reasonable grounds of suspicion to believe that a suspect is fleeing or attempting to flee from a felony. Burglary is a felony. Entering a dwelling place without authority with the intent to commit a theft in there. Not an actual theft, but the reason, the mindset for going into a place that's not yours. So how do you know that if there wasn't actually a theft? Judge Walmsley will tell you. The law will allow you to infer an intent to steal. If there's an unlawful entry, meaning crossing into a place that's not yours, a place where valuables are stored, and you heard testimony that plenty of valuables were stored at 220 Satilla Drive, with no other apparent motive for being there. That means every single time Ahmaud Arbery goes into that house, he is committing a burglary. But you hardly needed a jury instruction to tell you that. Coming into someone else's house at night, where it's pitch dark, repeatedly, even after you've been run off, into a place where an offshore boat is holding expensive equipment, the intruder comes in, and sometime after that intruder has left, your stuff is gone. Reasonable grounds of suspicion is nothing more than probable cause. And probable cause, as Mr. Sheffield and the court will tell you, are facts necessary to establish a probability, more likely than not. It's
One
less
officer did discharge his firearm and fired shots at the suspect to stop the threat, but due to the amount of people, had to stop and fire did not fire any other additional shots. The officer is on administrative leave as part of the department protocol. No one was injured as a result of the officer firing his discharging his firearm. The subject was taken into custody a short distance from the scene, and we are confident he acted alone. There is no evidence that this is a terrorist incident. Due to the wind yesterday, there was a power outage downtown Waukesha that further complicates our emergency response. I want to identify the victims that we know of at this time. And I say this with great sorrow. Virginia Sorensen, 79-year-old female. Leanna Owens, 71-year-old female. Tamara Durand, 52-year-old female. Jane Kulish, 52-year-old female. Wilhelm Hospital, 81-year-old male. The suspect involved in this tragic incident is identified as Daryl E. Brooks, a male 39 years of age, who is a resident of City, Milwaukee. At this time, the Waukesha Police Department is referring 5 counts of first-degree intentional homicide with additional charges based on the investigation, but those will come in time. There are many roads in the downtown area were closed as investigators worked through the crime scene. Those roads have since been opened. I'll say this, minutes after the incident occurred, I responded to the scene, and what I saw out of chaos and tragedy was heroes. First responders and the community coming together and working together on triaging victims, the fire department working in partnership with the fire department, getting these victims to the hospital. Fire department transported multiple victims. Chief Howard will talk about that. Officers picked up victims and put them in a squad and rushed them to the hospital. And citizens also picked up victims and rushed them to the hospital. There's also off-duty law enforcement, fire, and EMS personnel that were attending this event who immediately got involved and took part in saving lives. I want to thank our community partners. I want to dispel some rumors. There is no pursuit that led up to this incident. This is not a terrorist event. I want to thank our first responder partners. It is a long list, and I apologize, we apologize if I forgot anyone. Waukesha Fire Department. No words can express the partnership that we have with the Waukesha Fire Department and how we work together in this incident. MAVIS, Mutual Aid Box Alarm System, Chief Howard will talk about that. The Suburban Mutual Aid Response Team, which we call SMART, responded, which it includes dozens of local law enforcement agencies, FBI, ATF, the state Division of Criminal Investigations, School District of Waukesha, the Milwaukee Police Department Fusion Center, Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Wisconsin State Patrol. After this press conference, we'll provide a link on our website for any questions regarding witness information. If there's any additional video that a citizen might have, they can look at this link, or any family members or individuals or property. The Waukesha Police Department website is the only source for information. Do not release information from any other source as it has not been vetted and could lead to false information. Thank you.
Chief Howard. Thank you, Dan. Before I get started, on behalf of the men and women of the Waukesha Fire Department, I'd like to say our prayers go out to the families and the whole community that was affected by yesterday's tragedy. The City of Waukesha Fire Department responded to a mass casualty incident yesterday afternoon. 26 on-duty personnel responded to the incident from 5 stations. Our closest downtown station was within sight of the parade route. Our units started to spontaneously respond based on radio traffic and dispatch information. We immediately activated our mass casualty protocol and utilized the MAVIS, which is our mutual aid system, mutual box alarm system, to the second level to provide us with additional resources to treat the victims. We received resources from 12 area fire departments. We were also aided greatly by off-duty firefighters and EMS personnel, medical personnel, and just civilian bystanders. They greatly assisted us with their initial treatment and triage of patients. Patients were transported to 6 area hospitals with fire department EMS transporting 22 patients. Law enforcement personnel, bystanders, also transported additional personnel, additional victims to the time, we believe that 48 people were treated at local hospitals, although this number might increase based on information being gathered. Like Chief Thompson, I also had an opportunity, did respond to the incident. Got there just a little bit after the chief did, and based on my observations, very, very overwhelmed by the response of the community to this tragedy. People banded together to do the best they could to deal with this incident. Last night, going out and visiting the fire stations and the people that responded, overwhelmingly, our personnel expressed their sincere thanks for everyone who stepped up and assisted with the treatment of the citizens that were injured. Again, our hearts go out to the families and the victims of this senseless tragedy, and we appreciate all the assistance and support that's been offered to the City of Waukesha Fire Department.
Mayor Sean Riley.
Thank you. Last night we experienced a senseless tragedy. Many of us were participants in the parade and witnessed these horrific actions. We are all trying to process what we experienced. Our police, firefighters, partners, and so many others sprang into action immediately last night to help the people that were injured. For those of you who do not live in Waukesha, you need to know that Waukesha is a community that helps their neighbors. Waukesha is a community that takes pride in its identity and has a wonderful spirit. Waukesha looks after each other. Waukesha enjoys its celebrations, and the entire community joins in those celebrations. We are a close community. Waukesha is a community where many of its residents have lived for generations. Waukesha is also the type of community where new residents tell their friends to move here because it is so special. Waukesha has held what could be described as a Norman Rockwell type of Christmas parade for almost 6 decades. Last night, our wonderful Waukesha parade became the scene of a horrific tragedy. Last night, that parade became a nightmare. Last night, many were severely injured. Last night, lives were lost during the middle of what should have been a celebration. Last night, many were severely injured, lost their lives, and all who were there were traumatized. We experienced a horrific tragedy. We have so much healing that needs to occur. Waukesha, though, will not be defined by the horrific events of last night. We are a community that will come together. We will help those who experience the loss of a loved one or were injured. We will work together to bring healing. The healing needs to begin now. With that in mind, I share the following. Our prayer vigil will be held tonight at 5 p.m. at Cutler Park. The Waukesha Public Library, which is immediately adjacent to it, will be closing at 4 p.m. so the public can utilize that parking lot. The downtown South Street parking ramp, which is also immediately near it, will also be open for free parking. We know that members of the community want to help out and help the victims. The Waukesha County Community Foundation and United Way of Greater Milwaukee and Waukesha County have joined together to create the United for Waukesha Community Fund. This fund will support the needs of the families impacted, and there will be a website on our page that will tell you how to access that fund. Many people witnessed traumatic events last evening. If you need to talk to someone, you can call or text 800-985-5990 to be connected to a trained caring counselor, and they are available 24/7. That number will also be on our website. Please only call 911 for true emergencies. There will be a resource center set up at Carroll University for all victims from 2 to 6 p.m. Tuesday and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Wednesday. That information will be placed upon our website. The District Attorney Victim Assistance Program is available for assistance, and an email for that service will be shared on social media. Our community needs to heal from physical injury and emotional trauma and what was taken from us by this senseless act. What we do today and the days ahead is what will define us as a city, and I know we will come together and help Waukesha heal. Thank you.
Dr. Jim Siebert.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am deeply saddened by yesterday's events and the tremendous impact they are having on both our school community and the larger Waukesha community. I want to begin by thanking our partners at the city and the police and fire departments for their leadership and partnership. We are focused on our kids, our staff, and our families, and making resources available to them. We stand with our community and are one of the resources for support as we navigate this tragic event. The School District of Waukesha is providing internal assistance as well as resources outside of the district to support kids, staff, and families. Should families need guidance on how to address trauma with your children, please do not hesitate to reach out to the student services staff at your child's school. We are actively dispatching additional support to our schools for staff and students. Your school administration and student services team can connect you with our crisis counseling staff in a very timely manner. School psychologists, social workers, school counselors, and community mental health providers are available and trained to support children and families in crisis today and into the future. I also want to thank our surrounding school districts, Waukesha County, our local healthcare partners, the Department of Public Instruction, and the Governor's Office for their support of the School District of Waukesha during this time. We also provided meals today from noon to 1 p.m. across the district, and we will do the same tomorrow at the following sites via their main entrance: Butler, Corning, and Les Paul Middle Schools, as well as North, South, and West High Schools. I'm announcing at this time that the School District of Waukesha will again be closed for classes on Tuesday, November 23rd. Our counseling and lunch services will be available to students and staff again tomorrow. The district will resume classes after the Thanksgiving holiday per our school calendar on Monday, November 29th. We ask that you respect the privacy of our students, staff, and families, and that you do not try to introduce students, staff, or families at our school sites. Further information and any additional updates will continue to be available on our district website, and I am deeply sorry that we are here today, and we look forward to healing both as a school community and a larger Waukesha community.
Alan Johnson.
Good afternoon. I am Vice President of Critical Care and Specialty Services for Pro Health Care. In my role, I work closely with our emergency department, critical care units, and our mass casualty incident management process. I'd like to start by expressing my sympathies and those of everyone at Pro Health Care for the victims and their families. This was truly a tragedy for our entire community. I'd like to thank all of the first responders and the others who came together to do what was required last night. All involved did outstanding work. Among the 48 victims of the parade tragedy who were transported to area hospitals, 29 arrived at Waukesha Memorial Hospital. The hospital is just blocks away from the parade route, and victims started arriving very quickly after the incident. In fact, many of Pro Health Care's staff were attending the parade, witnessed this tragedy, and provided immediate first aid to victims. There were many children among the victims brought to Waukesha Memorial. After an initial assessment, stabilization, and treatment, we transferred 11 of those to Children's of Wisconsin. 4 victims were admitted to Waukesha Memorial. They are all currently stable, and many of them will likely discharge from the hospital today. Those patients admitted included both children and adults. 12 people were treated in our emergency department and released. 1 patient presented to us and left without being seen. Sadly, one of the victims who was brought to Waukesha Memorial was pronounced dead on arrival. In addition to those who were on duty at Waukesha Memorial last night, many others rushed to the hospital to help. They included nearly every one of our emergency department physicians, countless surgeons, anesthesiologists, hospitalists, and nurses. What I saw on display last night in response to this crisis was nothing less than the highest level of professionalism. Our coordination with local fire and local EMS worked flawlessly in the face of this incident. And on behalf of Pro Healthcare, I want to thank everybody for participating. Thank you.
At this time, we'll open it up for a few questions, but be mindful. Nick, I'll start with you from Channel 12. Be mindful that we're going to be limited in scope with the information that we can be released at this time due to maintaining the integrity of the investigation, moreover the judicial process. We want to be transparent, but we're also mindful that we're not going to compromise in any aspect of this investigation. We're dealing with 5 counts of intentional first-degree homicide here. Please be mindful of those when you ask your questions. Brett, I'm sorry, Nick.
What can you tell us about the arrest? Where was he located? Was there an incident there? Was he injured? Did he say anything about what led up to this and what happened and why he's got going?
There's about 5 questions in that one question, so I'm going to do my best to try to answer that. We can't tell you that the investigation that indicate that there's any type of domestic or national type of terrorism. We can tell you that there was some type of disturbance that we suspect was between the suspect and another individuals in a different location just prior to the incident. Shortly after this tragedy occurred, officers immediately identified the suspect vehicle. And shortly after that, they apprehended the suspect. The suspect had no injuries. And then after he's detained, he's taken into custody.
Did he say anything about why he didn't stop?
That's still ongoing. And this is a fluid investigation. What we do not want to do is jeopardize the integrity of this investigation at any point. Right now, our focus, the Waukesha Police Department's focus, the City of Waukesha's focus is the families, the victim, and due process, right? Because that's important.
Brett Lemoy?
Yeah, Chief, can you just elaborate?
Is this for the chief? Okay, go ahead.
Can you just elaborate on that domestic situation? Maybe a knife involved, and did Brooks know someone in the parade?
So, we have no information that Brooks knew anybody in the parade. But I will say this. We weren't able even to respond to that domestic call before it actually, so we couldn't even investigate it. So, was there initial complaint of a knife being involved? Yes. Do we know if there actually was one there? We don't know. Because we didn't even make it there. We ended up immediately responding to the crisis.
58? Please, who's this for 58? Chief, or?
There's been a lot of confusion about just how this person got through the parade. I guess questions about barricades and that kind of thing. Is there anything that's come up in your investigation that you could speak to about why that would be, how he actually got through and managed to get into this crowd?
I'll tell you this. We actually had a squad and barricades up, and he drove right through the barricades and the officers. When the officer tried to engage and stop the threat, he still continued through the crowd.
Chief, what was the distance? We're going with Channel 4 next. Mindful of the rules.
Chief, we'd really appreciate it if you go back and spell the names of those victims you mentioned earlier, if that's possible, Chief.
Give me a moment.
All right. While we're waiting at 4, I will come back to you, Nikki from the Freeman. Go ahead. Who is this for?
I'm Nikki from the Freeman. I'm wondering if you could share the parade route that the vehicle traveled down and where the vehicle was left.
The parade route where the vehicle was in the area of Hartwell and Main Street, and the end of the parade route where the vehicle took off from was like right around Veterans Park, Main and Maple area, Main and Wisconsin Avenue. Okay, back to 4. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to repeat the names. And again, I apologize for getting emotional about it.
Hey, Chief, we're going to put it on the release. I'll put the names out on the press release. We'll post that on the internet so we get all outlets. Yes, state where your agency's from and your name, who you'd like to speak to.
Nancy Chen from CBS News. I have a question for Chief Howard.
Chief Howard.
Chief, what did your first responders see at the parade? Many of them were there to be a part of the parade. What have they said to you?
It was just, I guess for lack of better, just carnage, likening it to a war zone. There were adults, children that were injured. Some of our first responders were there with their families. They left their families to treat people, helped with incident command, helped transport, along with many other medical personnel and people that were there. But I guess what stands out in my mind from our conversations is we have people with military backgrounds and likened it to a war zone.
I'll get two more questions. I'll go back right there. Gentleman with your hand up, your agency, and who would you like the question to?
ABC News, Chief Thompson, please.
Okay.
Chief, can you tell us anything about this suspect's previous record, allegations that he may have tried to run over his girlfriend in the past or some other person?
Okay.
Anything you know about him?
Our focus right now is this incident. This tragic incident is what we're focused on, and the families and the victims of this incident.
Chief Thompson, Adrian Broadus here from CNN.
Go ahead. Who would you like to speak to, Chief Thompson or Chief Howard? Okay.
Adrian Broadus from CNN.
Okay.
Talk to us about those families who are grieving that you know. What memories do you have with them?
I'll talk about the incident itself and being there and seeing. I'll give you one. As I'm watching officers and fire personnel triaging and taking victims, putting them in ambulances and putting them in squad cars, I have a nurse who walks up to me and says, "My mother was injured. Can we get her help?" Sure enough, we helped her get her mother into a vehicle and we escorted her, the vehicle out of the scene safely. This is for the family. I'm going to ask you to respect the family. This is a very tragic incident, and again, it's still fluid, so and ongoing.
Chief Thompson. We're gonna stop the questions right there. Like I said earlier, we will put a new press release out here shortly, probably within the next 60 minutes. It's going to identify the links. It's going to identify some of the phone numbers that people can reach out to. At this time, we do not have a follow-up press conference at this time. Everything will be done via press releases. If there is a press conference, we will give everybody, all of our affiliates, ample amount of time to come back to City Hall. Thank you very much.
Sir, just so we're accurate on air, ages 52 to 81? Ages of the victims 52 to 81?
Yes, and we'll put their names out here shortly. Yes,
Sir,
apologies.
One quick question. Do we have any idea of the distance between where the call was made and when they entered the parade grounds?
I told that to Nick.
In fact, it was Travis and Greg who waved him down. But there's photos of Greg comforting his son.
Hold on, I was trying to transfer me on. So that was a horrible press conference. A horrible press conference. They didn't provide a lot of information. We have some new information. All right. The DA's office, Milwaukee County District Attorney, has released a statement regarding the fact that he was given a $1,000 bail when he was arrested and faced new charges while under judicial restraint for another charge. This is disgusting. And all you bail reform scumbags out there that believe in all that stuff, this is why it doesn't work. The lives of all those, the 4 women and 1 man who died as a result of this, it's on you. It's on everybody who pushed for bail reform. This is a statement from the DA because they said it was an error that they released him with a $1,000 bail. This is their whole statement. I'm just going to read it because it pisses me off. On July 27, 2020, the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office issued 2 counts of second-degree recklessly endangering safety and a felon in possession of a firearm in the case. And then it says the case number. Cash bail was originally set at $10,000 and then reduced to $7,500. Unlike other states, Wisconsin requires full payment for the full amount of bail set in any criminal case. On February 9th of 2021, the state was prepared to proceed to a scheduled jury trial. Mr. Brooks was still in custody on this matter and was previously made a demand for a speedy trial. Because another jury was in progress before the same court, the defendant's demand for a speedy jury trial could not be met. The case was adjourned and bail reduced to $500, which he was able to post on the 21st of February and released. On November 5th, the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office issued against Mr. Brooks charges of second-degree recklessly endangering safety, felony bail jumping, battery obstructing an officer, disorderly conduct. And I don't know why they're not mentioning that there is domestic assault enhancements on those charges, but there were. We looked it up. The most recent case against Mr. Brooks was appropriately charged. They said the state made a cash bail request in this case of $1,000, which was set by the court. The defendant posted the bond and left. The state's bail recommendation in this case was inappropriately low in light of the nature of the recent charges and pending charges against Mr. Brooks. The bail recommendation in this case is not consistent with the approach of the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office toward matters involving violent crime, nor was it consistent with the risk assessment of the defendant prior to setting bail. And then they say the office is currently conducting an internal review of the decision to make recent bail recommendations in this matter in order to determine the appropriate next steps. So this is a city government, the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office saying that they've effed up. Saying which it doesn't even coincide. This is all, they release this guy and they want to say it's not a terror. You see the caption down below. We will always refer to this as a terror accident or a terror attack based on what the chief of police said. That the man, and there's a video on social media right now. If you look up Zero Sum, at Zero Sum, you could find the video on there on Twitter, where it shows a guy that's driving by the entrance where Brooks piled through police officers. As what the chief said, this man drove through police cruisers to run people over. And that was at an intersection. He could have made a left or a right at that point. And all the other streets that he drove by as he's running people over, he could have made a left or he could have made a right to get out of there. For them to say this isn't terror related when the guy has all sorts of anti-racist stuff or racist shit all over his website before social media nuked it is complete and utter bullshit. We know he wasn't being pursued because, well, the police chief just said that he wasn't being pursued. There was no one in chase. This was a terror attack. Why? If it was a white person that was driving the vehicle, it would be a terror attack. Hell, look what they did to Kyle Rittenhouse, saying it was, even now that he's been vindicated of that and acquitted of all his charges, they're still saying it was a terror attack. And now we have a real terror attack and they pretend it's not a terror attack. Same thing happened at the Capitol in March when the Nation of Islam supporter ran over the two Capitol police officers, killing one before he was and charging at the other with a knife. They say that wasn't a terror attack. But yet they call January 6th a terror attack. What the oh my gosh. It's so frustrating to me. There's another article here. This is a story a story that was posted meaww.com. Former FBI agent has pointed to unusual things in the Waukesha Christmas parade that sets it apart from other similar tragedies. The Sunday incident, which it happened last night, claimed the lives of 5 people and wounded more than 40, including 18 children. 18 children, 6 of which are in critical condition, 3 of which are in serious critical condition. Comment on the footage, former FBI agent Clint Watts said, "It was a very unusual video, and I've looked at other terrorist attacks which were vehicle-borne attacks. They're quite different. I'm confused what to make of it. The driver in some places seemed to deliberately mow people over and other places dodge them. So I think there's a lot to be learned." And then he says people shouldn't jump to conclusions. And he goes on. He goes on to say a lot of other vehicle-borne attacks do the reverse and seek out places in Barcelona like in Barcelona, where they no law enforcement presence. This guy, now we know he drove through police barricades. He, again, could have made a left, could have made a right. He smashed through police cars, and then they say the police officer tried to engage. So this guy was getting shot at after smashing through barricades, then runs over everybody, and they're trying to say it's not a terrorist incident? How? Like, how can you say it's not? How can none of the media actually press a real question? How could not one of those media say, listen, Chief, in all fairness, you're saying this man smashed through police barricades, police shot at him, he didn't stop, and then he proceeded to drive through and strike 40 people and killed 5 people. You're telling me that that's not a terrorist attack. How can you say it's not terrorism related? It was a terror attack, 100%. We don't know the motives. They could say, well, we don't know the full motive behind the attack, therefore that's why we're not calling it a terror attack. But in all reality, this is a terror attack. It meets the definition of it. The guy drove through police barricades, smashing through the police cars. The police engaged him, didn't stop him, and then he proceeds to drive through and selectively target people. We know that. You watch the video. He's going around some people, mowing down other people. We know that. And they say there's no terror attack, that it's not terror related. I don't understand this shit. I don't understand. I don't understand. Someone said the one guy cut off and interrupted when he tried to say the veterans were there, reminded of him of a war zone. Yeah. And here's the thing. Why aren't you providing information? Why isn't that department providing information? Why is a little PIO scumbag getting up there and shutting up the chief? America deserves to know. Because now is it no longer safe to go to any parades? If this guy, no, you know what we need is garbage trucks blocking all these parades. You can't use police cars anymore. This guy drove through them. According to the chief of police, we just heard it. This guy drove through the police barricades, through the cruiser. The police engaged him at that point, didn't stop him. And then he proceeded to target his victims, stopping and avoiding hitting some while deliberately hitting others, including children. I don't know. Greg said avoiding black to kill white. We don't know. Some said terrorism, a serial killer, more than 3 people murdered with intention. No, this is terrorism. There's no other. The sole purpose of this is to terrorize people. It was to kill as many people as he could. That's why he did this. And they're saying it's not a terror attack. That, to me, is the most mind-boggling thing ever. And then they say they're not going to come out and say anything? They're not going to hold another press conference? You've held 3 press conferences, of which you've provided very little information. You held a press conference at 1 o'clock where you said 5 people died. We found that out because it was leaked from your department hours ago. I woke up to that this morning. We don't know. I'll be honest. We don't know why he did what he did, but we know it was deliberate. A deliberate action like that is defined as terror. Now, they want to say, well, oh, you have some ideological... I mean, he did. Look at his social media. Oh, you can't. Big Tech took down all his social media. This was a terror attack on U.S. soil again, and they're going to pretend it's not. And here's the truth. If it was a white guy driving that car, guess what? It would still be a terror attack. There's no difference. I don't see it by, race. It would be no difference if a white guy was driving it, or a Spanish guy, or a little person, or a giant, or a leprechaun, or a fucking unicorn. It would still be a terrorist attack. for anybody to get up and say that that was not a terrorist attack, especially after watching the videos. And the chief said he was there. How he can get up there and say it's not terror related is bullshit. Terror doesn't mean it's ISIS or anything like that. Look at the guy's social media. Go to my Twitter right now, Steve Oatley at Steve Oatley, Oatley. We have a whole Twitter thread right now just full of the guy's social media posts. Yes, Twitter's deleting them all. Or not Twitter, Facebook. Twitter deleted their account. Facebook deleted his account. YouTube is deleting his account. They're all trying to take everything down, but we have the screenshots. This was a terror attack. And this guy was not a big fan of the old white people, or let alone white people. Matter of fact, in one of his tweets, doesn't he specifically say he will target old white people too? Hold on. Now I'm just going to do my own damn research here. I know one of you guys put it up. Find it. I mean, he's a sex offender. Yeah. Look, he says it in his fucking tweet from last year. We start back knocking white people TFL, which means the fuck out. I want to hear it. The old people too. He killed 5 elderly people. The youngest person 52, the oldest person 81. He said in June that he wanted to hit old people, and for them to say it's not terror. What is going on in our fucking country, dude? I can't believe how dumb our country has become. I don't even know. It just doesn't make any damn sense. It doesn't make any sense. The FBI, the FBI was there in an hour. Someone said, can you call it a race war yet? No, it's not a fucking race war. This is an ideological war. That's what it is. You know why? Because a race war would mean that whites are against blacks and blacks are against whites. That's not what it is. We have a small fraction of America that is literally doing this to cause that. This isn't a race war. This is nothing like that. This is a small percentage of ideologues that are trying to ruin our country. So I don't want to hear anybody talk about race war, none of that bullshit. You know why? Because I have black friends that think all this shit is fucking dumb. They think the whole BLM thing is dumb. They think marching around is dumb. I've been talking about that for a year and a half. It has nothing to do with the race war. This is, you know what this is? This is Facebook, or this is big tech. This is MSNBC, CNN, all these, liberal politicians and commentators in Hollywood. That's them doing this. Setting this up to happen. That's all it is. Has nothing. I would say MSN wants it. And everyone who bites into that, everyone who goes, oh, this is a race war, call it what it is. No, you are doing what they want. You are being their stooge. And you really are. You are being their stooge. You are being played like a fiddle. And all these white kids that are going out talking about how black people are marginalized, you're doing the same thing. You're being a stooge. You're being played like a fiddle. Wake the fuck up. Everybody wake the fuck up. No one is perfect. America is not perfect. We have our faults as a country, as a people, as a human race. People have to stop with this shit. They have to stop with this. Someone said it's not a race war, it's a takeover. And I would believe that. They're pushing ideology on everybody. Someone said, how sad he's already caved into the leftists. Are you not watching this show? Are you not watching the show? Like, it's people like that, whoever wrote that, Neospring, whatever your stupid ass name on YouTube. It's people like you that are destroying our country with your single-minded, not looking at the bigger picture. Yeah, everyone, let's go out and pretend there's a race war. And so it's white against black and all that stuff, which is exactly what CNN has been pumping to your ears. That's what they've been saying. Look at the articles after Kyle was acquitted. Look at the headlines. That's exactly what they want. This event is exactly what they wanted. They want you to go out and write stupid shit on my chat. All my mods, from now on, all my mods, ban anyone. The guy Cyrus 2009 that said in denial, fucking ban him. Because you guys are the scumbags that I don't want in my chat. And I really mean that with a whole heart. I don't give a fuck you've been watching for a year. If you're sitting out here talking about this is a race war, oh, we got to go out, pick up arms, all that. No, you have to pay attention to go on. You have to go out and protest these places. There should be protests right outside of that Milwaukee County DA's office. They did this. Find out who paid his bail, where he got his money from to go and do this. The guy was locked up for a long time. Where did he get his money from? There should be people knocking on doors and figuring out who is actually responsible for this. And then the families of these people should be suing CNN, MSNBC. Big tech, do your job and don't delete the evidence. Don't take down the social media posts, because then people that are honest and can report the truth, we could be like, okay, the guy's nuts. Okay, the guy has all this anti-white shit on his page. Everybody, you delete the evidence, so you can't prove that. So then it just looks like a conspiracy theory. Oh, someone had an anti-Trump tweet from 2020. Oh, no, this guy literally said he was going to target people, white people and old white people. Specifically wrote out old white people. I don't want hate in my chat. And maybe you think, because here's my opinion. Anyone who says this is a race war, your heart is full of hate, and I don't want you watching my show. I don't want you listening to it. I don't want you participating in it. I don't want anything, because you're blind and you're not paying attention to what's really going on. Do I think people are trying to take over our country and influence everything? Absolutely. Do I think they're trying to start a race war? Yeah. Anyone who says that this is a race war and all that stuff, you are a propagandist and you have no business being here. You really don't. You really don't. So fucking crazy, dude. It's so crazy. He said what he was going to do. He literally said it a year ago in June. He said that this was going to happen and that he was going to specifically target old people. He killed a 71-year-old female, a 79-year-old female, a 52-year-old female, and another 52-year-old female, and then also killed a 81-year-old male. Literally, he said he was going to target the old. How can you say that this isn't terror? Someone said it's not a race war, but racially motivated black supremacy. Fucking lies. That is a lie. You know what this is? This is white people that are doing this. Does anybody not been watching the protests for the past year? The people that are talking about how people are disenfranchised and stuff, they're not black. They are white. They are not black people. They are white people that are telling black people they're disadvantaged. They are white people that are impressing CRT in schools. They are white people that are doing it. It's not black people. It's not about black supremacy or anything. It's white people that are doing it and that are using it. It's so fucking nuts. How can people not see that? Anyone that's been watching the protests for a year? You can't see? Look at CNN. Look at CNN. It's got white commentators talking about how Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist. It's white people that are doing it. It's not. Oh. Yeah, everyone who believes that, and that's my frustration. I've said this several times. Anyone who believes that, anyone who allows themselves to be radicalized that way, on both sides, people that either believe that they're pushing for black supremacy or people that believe they're disenfranchised as black people in America in 2021. Anyone who actually believes that, you are being manipulated. Someone said, I see what you're saying, Steve, but I also see the black community responding differently than you're talking about. John, oh yeah, do you? Do you? When's the last time you went into a black community? Are you talking about when you're watching protests on TV? Or and here's the thing. Yes, there are people out there that are black that are also, crazy. And we just watched one earlier today. The Van, whatever his name is, that radical guy. We watched it. We saw it earlier. And yes, there are nutbags out there that do it. We saw a guy say he was going to give 17-year-olds guns and send them into your community. We've seen it. You know what I've also seen? White supremacists. I've met them in my life. I've met racists and shit. Does that mean that every white person is it? Or that's the white community just because you have one or two white, idiots? No, that's not what it means. It's not what it means. And anyone who bites into that narrative and pretends that's what it is, it's stupid. It's stupid. Someone said, I live in the hood, man. He's not wrong, man. Someone said, I live in a black community. I see it daily. I've seen it for years. You've seen what? What are you even talking about? Do you even know what you're talking about? Do you even know what I'm talking about? Or are you just running your mouth? Yeah, we know there's disadvantaged people in black communities. We know that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this idea that one race is more superior than the other, which is what the left is impressing on the minds of the right. Do you understand how many people are actually biting into that and thinking that all black people feel like they're disenfranchised? There's a lot. I've seen it. I've talked to them. I've talked to people that are white, that are on the right, that literally are like, all black people are trying to do this or trying to do that. I've seen it. They come in my chat and say that kind of shit. We've had it today. Doesn't make any sense.
You are right, Steppen.
I am. I know. Steve, black and whites are both doing this crap. You guys are only hearing certain things. I'm not saying all white people are doing it. What I'm saying is the main talking heads that are promoting this bullshit, they're white. They are the white elites that are pushing a different narrative. It's the whole same thing that happened all last year and that turned out the big election turnouts and all that shit. It's a cover for everything else. They use the Black Lives Matter movement. We know that. We've been talking about it. Hell, even a lot of the Black Lives Matter movement know that they got used. Maybe I didn't do a good job saying it. I thought I did say it pretty clear. Someone else said, yes, I do know what you're talking about, but don't get it twisted. Not all black, but they are buying into this. I don't know what you're talking about. Someone said, what do you think Kyle Rittenhouse telling Tucker Carlson he supports the Black Lives Matter movement? Have you not heard me several times? I'm someone that believes Black Lives Matter. Newsflash. But I think the Black Lives Matter terrorist organization, the organization itself, is that of a terrorist organization. That is my firm belief. I think Black Lives Matter organizers who plan these protests where they march down the street blocking highways, they're terrorists. That's my firm belief. I think Black Lives Matter protesters that go out and hold a peaceful First Amendment rally in front of a building, yeah, they may say things I disagree with. Guess what? That's a First Amendment right. They're still Americans. And I've always maintained that if one person feels like they're disenfranchised because of their race in this country, even if it's not true, even if they feel it, then we are not doing our jobs as Americans if we look the other way. I've said that since I started doing this show, and it's never going to change. My opinion on that isn't going to change. My personal belief is that I don't think it's harder to survive for a black man than it is for a white man. You know why? Because I've been through so much shit in my life and I've come out the other side. So much shit. And you know, my family that watches this show occasionally, they know. And the people that have known me since I was a kid that watch this show occasionally, they know. They know all the times I fucked up. They know what my life was like growing up. I've literally had the only benefit is I hate drugs. I never use drugs. Every single other thing, from being homeless to being in trouble to being everything. I've had all those things against me. I didn't, paid my way through school. I wasn't able to get scholarships. I wasn't, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about this shit anymore. It's so fucking dumb. And the people just don't get it. People don't understand. People are just complaining about little stuff. Someone said Facebook's messing with my feed. Probably. They always do. Man. I think it's very, I think I did a good job. I think I explained that the best I can. All right. Anyone who says that this is a race war, and I've seen those comments throughout the day. I've seen them. I saw them last night. I saw them today. You know who else is calling it a race war? The propaganda grifter extraordinaires, like the guy I showed before, the Milwaukee's Malcolm X. Those guys, they're calling it a race war too. Congratulations. You just got lumped next to them. Yeah. That's what they want. That's what they want people to think. Because then you stop thinking cognitively. You stop actually using your head. And you're like, oh, black people are the devil. That's what you think. Because that's the narrative that they're imposing. Or that's what... Haven't you ever heard of... what's the expression? Like if someone keeps saying, or the boy who cried wolf, right? You've heard that expression, right? This is essentially the opposite thing. It's they keep telling you something, keep telling you something, keep telling you something, keep telling you something, and eventually you just believe it. That's what's going on here. You understand that, right? The narrative, the constant pushing of this white supremacist narrative. The fact that the FBI puts out threat bulletins where they say white supremacy is the biggest threat in America, even though they list incidents of left-on-right violence as the white supremacy. No one catches that, or if they do catch it, they turn a blind eye to it and say, maybe they didn't mean to include those two examples as the examples. That's what's been going on. They keep pushing it, they keep pushing it, they keep pushing it. Eventually schools keep teaching it, and they keep pushing it, keep pushing it, keep pushing it. Even if they know it's wrong, they still, even if they know there's consequences to it, or even if they know in our country does that. In the world does that. They keep pushing it, keep pushing it. Haven't you ever heard when they started saying all the phone numbers 3 times when they do the commercials? Because the more you hear it, the more you're likely to remember it. That's the same thing that's going on now. If they can keep pushing in your head that you're a white supremacist, eventually you're going to, either one, you're going to apologize for being a white supremacist, even though you're not, or 2, you're going to start acting like one. That's the end game. That's the end game. Tell me that doesn't make sense to you. Tell me that when I put it that way, that anyone who's confused and still thinks it's a race war, why don't you type in, I still believe it's a race war in my chat, will you? Make it super easy for us to find you and ban you from our page. Why? What's the end game? To destroy our country. That's what I've said before. We're not going to live in a socialism utopia and all that shit. No, they're trying to destroy our country. Break it down, build it back up, I guess. I think that's what they're trying to do. Just destroy us. Divide and conquer, yeah. I mean, they've been trying it for a while. The game is compliance, someone said, hello, Steve, thank you for sharing the truth. You're welcome. Someone said, I need a drink for the love of God. I mean, there's someone, Dem Lady. She's a Democrat. I watch this show all the time. She disagrees with shit I say, but I guarantee I can almost guarantee she agrees with what I just said there. Guarantee it. Because, I mean, it's common sense. They're manipulating us. They're manipulating you. That's why they'll put this out. I believe it's completely planned. The reason why they're not saying it's a terror attack, even though we all know that there's terror inclinations based on the social media posts of this fella, we know that there's likely terrorist connections here. They're saying there's not. Why are they saying they're not? Oh, and then look, then you got these BLM grifter Milwaukee's Malcolm X guys that are going on top saying they want a terrorist attack or they want a race war. This is what they want. Everyone strap up. This is what they want. And then the media's like, no, it's not real. And everyone's like, wait, but they're saying we want it, but you're saying it's not real. What is going on? Do you understand? We're all being played. Everyone's being played, including the Democrats that are buying into this bullshit. Blessed April said, I'll be passing on your words to other. It makes sense. It does. People just need to work up. Vaughn is going crazy. What? Is he live again? I was watching him earlier. I'm not even going to bother watching him again. Not even going to watch him again. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. People have to pay attention to what's going on. You have to wake up and pay attention to what's going on. Stop being, it's the right expression for it. Stop being manipulated. That's the only expression I could give. Stop being manipulated. Everyone's being manipulated. I don't have the feed for Vaughn, so maybe he is going nuts. I don't care. He's an idiot that deserves the FBI to swarm his house and arrest him. He's the guy that said yesterday, it's a revolution, it's a revolution, it's a revolution. This is the start of the revolution. That's all the narrative they want you to hear. That's what they want. To push that narrative, to get you guys all fearful, to have someone go out and think that, to be so influenced with what people say that they go out and do something is stupid. That's what they want.
Everyone needs to think about these situations as if it was one of their family members. And realize it's not about race, it's about dividing us as a nation.
Right. Someone said, I'm not American, you guys should split the country on color, red and blue. No, it's American. You're either American or you're not. It's not. I'm married to a freaking Democrat. It's not about right or wrong. It's about being American and caring about this country. There's too many people in this country right now that do not like this country, do not like who we are, do not like what we do, and they want to tear it down. They march down the street saying, burn it down. Those are the people that should not be here. Those are the people that should leave. You want to give $450,000 to illegal immigrants who cross into the country illegally. Why don't we give $450,000 so these fucking people will leave and allow the borders, and this liberal, and I'm not being serious about this at all, but allow the borders to allow people to come in and work and pay taxes and do all that. Get rid of all the freeloaders. Say, okay, here's $500,000, get the fuck out of the country. You're so unhappy with it, bye. I will gladly have my tax paying dollars go to that, to send them out so they can destroy some other country so we can get back to the American values. To me, if you're a Democrat, you're not any less of American than I am. That you're not. You have different views, that's fine. But if you still stand for that, if you shit on the flag and all that stuff, no, you're an anti-American. And that's true. You're not an American. If you kneel for the national anthem, you're not an American. That's my belief, and it's never going to change. We don't need to divide the country by red or blue or black or white. No, what we need to do is divide it by the people that love this country and the people that consistently just shit on it. Get rid of the people that shit on it all the time. That's what we have to do. I thought the trial was done, but it's not done yet. I don't know what's happening. So I'm going to put this on just for a second. And then I got to go. I wasn't able to eat lunch. I was on the phone the whole time. I'm fucking irritated now. I'm going to be doing a live show tonight. And it will be more along these lines, okay? But I may even sit in that chair and just sit back, maybe drink a beer and do that. That'll be at 9 o'clock Eastern time tonight. So make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't already. Someone said I can't be in the same room with a liberal demon rat. Fucking drift fish Twitch mods. Just seriously, get rid of these fucking people like that. I don't want them in the chat. And I know. And here's the thing: you can still watch. I just don't want you in the chat. I don't want people that are closed-minded. And maybe we got the wrong impression here, where it's a First Amendment right. The fuck it is. It's my chat, and that kind of commentary is not good. It's not good. It's not helpful to anybody. It's not. I don't want that shit in my chat. It's such a closed-minded attitude. I'm married to a Democrat. My wife wanted to vote for Bernie Sanders. She actually switched. She's not a Democrat. She's an independent now because I'm winning that battle after 15 years. Chalk that one up as a win for me. But seriously, her whole family, or like her dad, is more of a dad than mine will ever be. And he's a Democrat. He hates Trump. He hates, conservatism. But yeah, seriously, we're going to clean up our chat because our chat's been an incredibly toxic place. And a lot of people send me emails, and I was talking to someone earlier. I don't pay attention to the chat that much, but I think it's time we clear up the chat. I don't care if we lose viewers for it. I don't want negativity like that in the chat. Anyone who spouts a race war bullshit, anyone who wants to shit on people, or, God forbid, a woman that comes on and does a press conference and may be attractive, and you say all sorts of god-awful shit in my chat. Grow the fuck up. You guys are adults, right? All the people that watch it? Most of you guys are. You know what I'm talking to, especially all the quiet ones that sit back and never type anything because of this. You know, you're like, thank God Steve is finally paying attention. My mods, you can do whatever you want from now on. I don't care if they're members or subscribers or you've recognized their name for a year. Anybody that's crossing that line, the line I just set, just get rid of them. You know, just get rid of them. Or just constantly mute them if you have to. Anyway, let's put this back on. I'm going to give it like 10 minutes and then depending on what's going on in this press conference, and then I'm going to bounce out for the day. I'll be back. Well, not for the day. I'll be back live 9 o'clock tonight. I'll be watching the Tucker Carlson, Kyle Rittenhouse thing at 8 o'clock. And I'll be live right after that, 9 o'clock Eastern time. But I'm going to keep this up until I don't want to anymore, and then I'm going to cut it off. All right? And I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to cut it off. So.
When did Roddy Bryan know the McMichaels brought guns? When did Roddy Bryan know Travis McMichael would shoot Mr. Arbery? And at that point, what could Roddy Bryan have done to stop it? The inconvenient truth is that Roddy Bryan did not know and could not know that these men were armed until moments before Mr. Arbery's tragic death. He did not know and could not know that Arbery would be shot. And by that time, sadly, there was nothing Roddy Bryan could do to prevent this tragedy. Roddy Bryan didn't shoot any.
Now, hold on. Now I'm going back on what I said. Now, because people are like, oh, we can't talk crap about MSN. No, you still can. I don't want the racist shit. I don't want people talking about race war. And I certainly don't want people commenting on women. I mean, we have 55% of my viewers are females. And whenever I show a video of a press conference of a girl that's even halfway attractive, some of the comments I see are disgusting. People have to grow up. People have to act. No hate speech. None of this race war bullshit. And yes, by all means, attack MSN because they're fake and we need to. All right. And I was wrong about the how this works. Okay, because I guess because there's 3 defendants that they're doing closing arguments. Maybe someone can answer that in the chat. They're doing closing arguments for each defendant. It seems like that's what they're doing. But anyway, now you won't see me again until 9 o'clock Eastern time tonight because I'm literally just going to leave and go home and eat. And then I'll control this from home because I'm high tech like that and shit.
Without Roddy Bryan, there is no case. You will have to decide what justice looks like between the McMichaels and Mr. Arbery, between the McMichaels and the Arbery family. But the reason that you can do so, the reason that we can have this trial, is because of Roddy Bryan. Roddy's decision to cooperate with law enforcement to help them discover the truth about the events of February 23rd, 2020, is not the product of slick lawyering. Roddy Bryan had no lawyer on the side of the road in the minutes after Ahmaud Arbery was shot. It was not some lawyer. It was Roddy Bryan, without any lawyer, without any help, without any assistance, making that decision on his own. Roddy Bryan made the choice. Roddy Bryan decided to invite Officer Minshew to sit with him in his truck, even before Roddy Bryan has a chance to look at the video himself. All this again without a lawyer. These actions, ladies and gentlemen, demonstrate good faith. His conduct negatives any inference of criminal intent. Who is Roddy Bryan? Roddy never served his country like Travis McMichael. Roddy never served his community like Greg McMichael. Roddy is a quiet man. Roddy repairs small engines at the local hardware store. Roddy knows most of the English language, or so he believes. Roddy Bryan keeps to himself. His neighbors don't really even know who he is, even though he's lived in the neighborhood for 3 years. Roddy is not boastful or a braggart. He is not loud or boisterous. He is not an attention seeker. Roddy tries to avoid bad language, not always successfully. Roddy is respectful. He's an ordinary guy, a regular guy. Roddy Bryan is no vigilante. There's no evidence of that. Roddy isn't running around Satilla Shores with guns, openly carried in broad daylight. He didn't even bother to report the theft of his own trailer. After all, it's just stuff. That's what insurance is for. The Amish have the saying, what you take into your hand, you take into your heart. Roddy Bryan grabbed his cell phone. That's not intended as a comment upon anyone else, but that's just who Roddy is. What else does the evidence tell us about Roddy Bryan? Is Roddy Bryan the smartest guy in the room? Is he like some kind of rocket scientist? In these interviews that Mr. Bryan gives to the police, is there some clever wordplay like Mr. Bryan is smarter than everybody else? Is that what the evidence suggests in this case? The evidence suggests that Roddy Bryan legitimately struggles to find the right words, that Roddy struggles at times to convey the meaning, the truth behind those words. There is no evidence that he is a wordsmith, no evidence that Roddy was playing word games with law enforcement officers. He simply can't find the right words. The evidence in this case shows that context is key. If you honestly seek the truth here, which is your duty as jurors, if you listen carefully, you will see that what Roddy Bryan means, as opposed to simply hearing his actual words, it is clear that he never wished to hit Ahmaud Arbery. Why the prosecution felt it necessary to phrase the things the way they did in their opening statement, Ms. Dunikoski will have to answer to you for. I was unable to play it earlier, but we are now going to try and play the excerpt from the interview with Mr. Lowry, specifically that most damaging part of his statement, where he supposedly wishes that he had hit Ahmaud Arbery.
You said that you had handprints on your truck from where the guy was trying to get into it.
I feel pretty sure that's what he was doing. I mean, I can't say for sure that he was up there. He wasn't on the door. I didn't give him a chance to get to the door. But after I angled him off the side of the road, you know, and I kind of went on past him because I didn't hit him, which I would have. You know, might have took him out and shot. But you know, I probably got past him a little bit, and he come up on me, and I could see him in my mirror, and he was coming for the door. And I seen his hands on right behind the door.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the video, as opposed to the officer's testimony, you can see Mr. Bryan's demeanor. You can see his gestures and his mannerisms. And you can see that when he says that he wished he hit Mr. Arbery, he said that just after he says that he didn't hit him, and he's expressing regret because Mr. Arbery has died. And maybe if he hadn't gotten down where he was, he wouldn't have been shot. That is much, much different in context than to suggest that Roddy Bryan wished that he had hit Mr. Arbery. That's a reflection of regret that Mr. Arbery was hurt by the McMichaels. That's certainly not a suggestion that he bore any ill will. And how many other instances of that do we have in this case? How many other times has the district attorney's office fired cheap shots at Roddy Bryan? How many times have the GBI taken cheap shots at Mr. Bryan? And in the end, you may wish to ask yourself why. Now, in the defense case, and we didn't do it, we promised we wouldn't, but it's clear that Mr. Bryan did not wish to strike Mr. Arbery, that he never had any intention of hurting Mr. Arbery. He never said anything to the contrary. The evidence will show that he had no knowledge, no reason to believe that anyone else out there meant to hurt or shoot Mr. Arbery. If they had a secret intention or desire to do that, it could not be known to him. Now, there is another excerpt that I want to play from the Minshew video. Only one, okay? Because again, I think it shows you Mr. Bryan's demeanor. It has been suggested by the state that much of what Mr. Bryan says later is somehow an after-the-fact rationalization of what happened that day. But when you listen to this, I think you'll see that the truth of what Mr. Bryan is trying to convey hasn't really changed. Obviously, there's a reason we all don't play more of these. Go ahead, young lady.
What did it look like he was trying to do? He was trying to get on this side of the car, right? What did it look like he was trying to do? What?
Yeah, I mean, I'd cut him off pretty good now,
Okay.
but
Did he actually pull on your handle?
I wouldn't be surprised if that's his words right there.
Okay.
He was trying to get to the handle.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did nobody got this on video? You just witnessed it, right?
I got it.
You got it on video?
I ain't looked at it.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. You want
At what point did you start videoing?
Well, I thought he was gonna get away.
Okay.
So that was the
You was trying to capture who he looked like?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I probably got 2 videos, 3 videos. I mean, it probably started over here. I don't know what I got because half the time I was trying to drive.
It was suggested that Roddy Bryan made up the idea that he was trying to preserve Mr. Arbery's identity, that he was trying to preserve it because he thought he was going to get away. It's been suggested that that's not what was going on. But yet, here, on the side of the road with Officer Minshew, Roddy Bryan says within minutes of the shooting that that's exactly what he was trying to do. We have one video in this case. Well, we have 2, a shorter version of the one you've seen. But when Mr. Bryan is talking with Officer Minshew, he hasn't had a chance to look at his phone. He hasn't had a chance to see what he has. He thinks he has 2 or 3 videos. He thinks he's caught much more than he had. Now, either you believe that Roddy Bryan is the smartest person in this room, that he's playing games and manipulating the police from the moment this has happened, or you know that Roddy Bryan had good faith from the start, that he tried as best he could to help the police. Maybe it would have been better if he had been able to record more, if he knew better how to operate his phone. But the idea that somehow Mr. Bryan is quote-unquote minimizing his involvement in this case, had he recovered as much video as he thought he had, he might have had the whole thing on video. And he's giving it to the police. He's inviting Officer Minshew to sit with him in the car, to look at it with him for the first time. Not with some slick Cobb County lawyer, by himself. That tells you that Roddy Bryan is not guilty. Because unless you think he's smarter than everybody else in this room, that he's smarter than all these police officers, that he's smarter than the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme of the GBI, then you know he's trying to tell you the truth. He just can't always find the words. And to hear again all this stuff about Mr. Bryan, about all these things that happened, we'll come back to that later, but when you look at the Lowry interview, when you look at Mr. Minshew, the Minshew discussion on the side of the road. You know what the truth is here. Now, if I'm out of order, I'm sorry. But again, as I said before, the events of this day from Mr. Bryan's perspective are chaos. Mr. Bryan doesn't know what happened up the street at the English residence. He doesn't know Mr. Albenzi is out there. He doesn't know Mr. Albenzi's called 911. He assumes somebody's called 911, and he was correct, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know that Mr. Albenzi is armed and just up the street. Mr. Bryan is not in communication with anyone prior to the shooting, not Mr. Albenzi, not Diego Perez, not Gregory or Travis McMichael. At times, as you've heard, Mr. Bryan feels like he's alone out there with Mr. Arbery, and it scares him. Roddy Bryan doesn't see any guns until moments before the shooting. We'll come back to that. I think, if I recall correctly, the testimony was, although you can see, and you will see in a moment, Greg McMichael standing in the back of the pickup truck in the moments before the shooting, Mr. Bryan, on that day, doesn't even recall Gregory McMichael being in the back of the truck. He doesn't realize Gregory McMichael's in the back of the truck until later, until afterwards. Roddy Bryan thinks that it takes the police several minutes to arrive on the scene when we know it was mere seconds. Roddy gets so many basic facts wrong, so many key facts. Is it any surprise that months later he would struggle to recall details of what happened that day when he couldn't recall big, obvious details right at the time it happened? Let me shift gears for a moment. Closing statement is sometimes referred to as closing argument. Let me assure you, I don't want to argue about you with the evidence. First of all, there's 12 of you. There's only one of me, and you get the last word. Second, lawyers, we tend to remember things, frankly, sometimes the way we wanted them to be or the way we expected them to be, whereas you hear it as it actually comes out. So if my recollection differs from yours, I would trust your collective memory. And I'm not supposed to say this, okay? We're all taught never to say this. But what we say as lawyers is not evidence. The evidence is what you heard. And if something I say doesn't ring true to you as what the evidence is, you don't have to wait for someone else to object. I don't want you to consider something if you don't remember it as the evidence. Now, before proceeding any further and before I forget, I do want to express my gratitude to Mr. Bryan, to the court, to my distinguished opposing counsel. As I walk through the front doors of our courthouse every day, I am reminded what an honor and an absolute privilege it has been to come before you. What I'd like to do now is go back in time. I want to take you back, if you can join me, to the morning of February 23rd, 2020. It seems, at least to me, both so very far away and yet like it was yesterday. It was a time to which many of us might wish to return, if only we could turn back time. Ahmaud Arbery is still very much alive, perhaps still asleep. Some of us, like Brooke Perez and her husband Diego, have gone off to church. Others read the Sunday paper. The politically minded may recall Bernie Sanders is the front runner for the Democrat nomination. The sports-minded may recall that the Daytona 500 had been held a week earlier down the road. Donald Trump was the Grand Marshal. And our local newspaper, the Brunswick News, covers school events celebrating Black History Month. You may recall COVID-19 is still a mystery. It's a China problem, an Italian problem. Some guy we've never heard of, Dr. Anthony Fauci, warns us that we should conserve the already dwindling supply of masks for first responders and for healthcare workers who most need them. But Roddy Bryan isn't reading the Sunday paper. Roddy Bryan is not in church. And he probably isn't paying much attention to the corona. Roddy Bryan is working on the front porch of his home. After running for several years, Roddy and his fiancee have just purchased their home on Burford. As a small engine repair guy working at the local hardware store, this is a big deal for Roddy, and he isn't going to waste any time before fixing it up. When you think back, it was a different world, but it's the world in which these events take place, and it's in that context that we have to look at the evidence in this case. Now, I think we have the first Night Owl video. I call it the first Night Owl video, the porch video. I think we played it for you once before. Here you can see Roddy Bryan standing on his front porch trying to repair a column. He is listening to music. The music is playing in the garage. The door is open. We've seen that from the previous picture. We'll see in a moment his truck is out front. If you look carefully, I believe you can see his hammer on the ground behind him. And I believe other tools as well. Now, we'll stop that. Now we have a still photo, which we're about to turn back on. The still photo? Sorry. Beggars can't be choosers. I'm going to wait on Miss Barton. This is the front of the Bryan residence. You have to add in Mr. Bryan on the porch. You have to add in pickup truck in the driveway with the lumber in the back. You have to imagine, if you will, the music playing, and it's probably playing loud because his hearing's not so good. Is there anything threatening or menacing about this picture? Is there anything threatening or menacing about this image? Or is this something we'd expect to see in a Norman Rockwell painting? We talk about driveway decisions. Mr. Arbery has driveway decisions that he's making this morning. I'm not going back into all that stuff with the Englishes and Diego Perez and Matt Albenzi and Robert Rash. That's already been covered. And although Mr. Bryan may well have read about it on the Exit 29 page, he doesn't recall it, at least on this day. But Mr. Arbery is now running down the street, running from the English residence. He's passing house after house after house on a nice Sunday afternoon. Is there any evidence that Mr. Arbery sought help, sought assistance from anyone in that neighborhood up to this point? Maybe you heard it, I didn't. But as he comes up to Mr. Bryan's residence, as he starts coming by his house, why isn't Mr. Arbery asking for help? Why isn't he calling out, hey, somebody call 911. There's crazy people after me. Maybe that's because Mr. Arbery doesn't want help. Now, Mr. Bryan spots Mr. Arbery out of the corner of his eye. Roddy Bryan knows the joggers in the neighborhood. On his end of the neighborhood, let's be clear, it's a big neighborhood. There's 4 or 5. Ahmaud Arbery isn't one of them. Roddy Bryan's never seen Ahmaud Arbery before. Roddy Bryan intuitively, and that's the word for it, intuitively, knows the difference between someone running to something and someone running from something. But that mystery is resolved pretty quickly when the white pickup truck that he does recognize from the neighborhood comes by. Now, Roddy Bryan doesn't know Travis McMichael. He would recognize Greg, but Greg McMichael is sitting on a car seat, probably with his head stuck up somewhere in the bed liner. Roddy Bryan doesn't realize Greg McMichael's in this truck till after the tragic shooting.
Objection. At this point, I'm going to object to facts, not evidence. None of this came in
at all before this jury, and we would object to anything about Roddy Bryan and knowing Greg McMichael or anything.
I'm pretty sure that he specifically said in one of the interviews that we went through that he didn't realize Greg McMichael was in the truck. But the jury knows what the evidence is, and their recollection controls.
Let's stick to the evidence as it was presented to the panel.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the time that Mr. Bryan looks out, he sees Mr. Arbery in the truck. He sees them side by side. He cannot, because of the music, he really can't hear the words. I believe the testimony is he's basically reading the lips of what turns out to be Travis McMichael. He can't see Mr. Arbery's lips. He can't see what, if anything, he's saying. Mr. Bryan has told us repeatedly that he's never heard Mr. Arbery say anything from the beginning to the end. So at this point, it's clear that Mr. Arbery does not want help from Mr. Bryan. It's clear that he goes ahead and runs off. And at that point, Mr. Bryan has to make a decision. Now, there's been some testimony. I think Mr. Bryan said that he called out to them, "You got him," which would be consistent with what he's seeing on the road. But nobody else hears that we know of. We know another witness said that they didn't hear it because they testified. And we're going to play a second Night Owl video that we didn't play previously, where you see Mr. Bryan coming off his porch. Now, I'm going to suggest to you, and you will have to decide what the truth is here, that when Mr. Bryan says he called out to them, did he? Do you see that on either of these videos? Do you see it on the third one to come? Again, is Mr. Bryan relating what actually happened or what he thinks has happened? Is Mr. Bryan's mind playing tricks on him? In any event, Mr. Arbery goes down the street. Now, Mr. Bryan, at this point, we're going to go to the next Night Owl video. Sorry, you went too quickly. There he is. Okay, watch carefully. Mr. Bryan has said on some occasions he walked to the kitchen. On another occasion, he said he ran to the kitchen. He said he walked back out to the truck. Another time he said he ran back out to the truck. Well, what we know from this video, it takes 13 seconds to get from the edge of the driveway into the kitchen to reach the keys and go back out to the truck. Mr. Bryan is, in fact, walking calmly to the kitchen and walking calmly to the truck. And his recollection of doing otherwise is faulty. Now, we also know, as Mr. Bryan pulls out, and by the way, we also know that he left his rifle in the house, left a hammer on the porch, and went out with his cell phone. Now here we see, when Mr. Bryan initially pulls out, Mr. Bryan is pointed to the right. Now he backs up. Now it's at the very end, he backs up and he straightens out a bit. Whether Mr. Bryan said he was going to the left or the center or slightly to the left, the actual evidence in the case is consistent with him pulling straight out. And again, we know from all the other things that we've seen that Mr. Bryan's recollection of events that day simply isn't that good. Now, Mr. Bryan makes what is for him a very faithful decision. He actually pulls out in the road. Now, at one point he says he overshot the road. Another point in the same interview with Detective Lowry, he says that he crept out onto the road. The state suggests that Mr. Bryan either hit Mr. Arbery or tried to hit him. and pushed him with his 5,000-pound motor vehicle. We'll come back to that in a second, but I just don't think I think the evidence is inconsistent with that. Now, I do want to talk about the indictment for a minute. Thank you. Let's take a minute to review the indictment. It is what we sometimes call a kitchen sink indictment. Everyone, all three defendants, are charged literally with everything in the indictment, every crime set forth therein. You may find this confusing and difficult to sort through at times, since the factual bases and underlying legal bases for the 5 murder counts are so closely intertwined with one another. However, this is perfectly acceptable. There's nothing improper about it. Murder is murder. Each of the remaining 4 counts of the indictment, aggravated assault with a shotgun, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle or motor vehicles, false imprisonment, and attempted false imprisonment, actually serve as predicate felonies for the felony murder counts. In other words, this indictment does not allege any offense against any defendant other than murder and the predicate offenses for murder. There are a couple of legal principles I feel obligated to go over in every case. One of those is reasonable doubt. Now, you've already heard several very capable lawyers go through that, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time there. Without belaboring the point, however, I would refer you to what I consider the core principles at the heart of the court's charge on reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. If you are a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth, and you've certainly given us every reason to believe that you are, if at the end of the evidence you have a doubt, that is a doubt upon which you may acquit the defendant. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given. If you can give a reason to doubt whether Mr. Bryan is guilty, then your mission is complete. And at that point, you should acquit Mr. Bryan. Now, I also often use this provision lifted from Robert Bolt, A Man for All Seasons, when I talk about reasonable doubt, because I find it helpful. And let's be clear, it is not a statement of the law, it is the principle behind it. Some of you may be familiar with the play and the movie, some of you may not. William Roper asked Sir Thomas More, "So now you give the devil the benefit of law." Sir Thomas More says, "Yes, what would you do? Cut a great road through the law to get after the devil." William Roper says, "Yes, I'd cut down every law in England to do that." Sir Thomas More replies, "Oh, and when the last law was down and the devil turned round on you, where would you hide, Roper? The laws all being flat. This country is planted thick with laws from coast to coast, man's laws, not God's. And if you cut them down, and you're just a man to do it, do you really think you could stand upright in the winds that would blow then? Yes, I'd give the devil benefit of law," Sir Thomas More says, "for my own safety's sake." And when you apply the reasonable doubt standard, remember that standard, that legal principle, isn't there for Roddy Bryan. It's not there for these other defendants. It's there for all of us. And it's a principle that we cannot forsake. The court's going to charge you, I believe, without trying to put words in his mouth, on parties to a crime. The provision that's relevant to Mr. Bryan in this case is the second one. To be a party to the crime, Mr. Bryan must intentionally help in the commission of an offense, of a crime. Mr. Bryan cannot be a party to a crime by accident. He can only be a party to the crime intentionally. And we'll come back to that principle again. Now, count 1 is murder. And I don't want to tread over the same ground that other counsel have tread, but the issues are somewhat different for Mr. Bryan. I hesitate even to respond to count one, because by doing so, I don't want any of you to think for a moment that there's anything here even worthy of a reply. But I am required to do so. Roddy Bryan didn't shoot Mr. Arbery. He was armed only with a cell phone, and he was a good distance away when the shots rang out. Roddy did not cause and could not cause Mr. Arbery's death within the meaning of this statute. Roddy was not the shooter, so he could not shoot Mr. Arbery unlawfully. Roddy did not shoot him at all. Roddy Bryan acted in good faith on the day in question. There is no evidence whatsoever of malice. And most importantly, and I think this echoes arguments made by others, nor can Roddy be a party to the crime of malice murder, because there is no evidence that Roddy Bryan intentionally helped Travis McMichael murder Mr. Arbery. Where is that evidence? And that takes us back to the three questions I asked a moment ago when I first stood up. Roddy Bryan certainly was not aware of any intention on the part of Travis McMichael to shoot Mr. Arbery. And I'm not saying he had that intention. You will have to decide what Travis McMichael did or did not do. But Roddy Bryan certainly was not aware of any such intention, and certainly could not be a party to the crime of malice murder, because he can't intentionally help commit a crime he doesn't know is underway, doesn't know is contemplated. At this point, we're going to try and go back and play the video again, the famous video. But I'm going to repeat the three questions that I started with. When did Roddy Bryan know that McMichaels brought guns with them? When did Roddy Bryan know Travis McMichael would shoot Mr. Arbery? And at what point, what could Roddy Bryan do to stop it? We ready? All right. Now, I'm going to try and keep up with this video. At 0.03 seconds into this video, Mr. Arbery turns around on Holmes. Now, stop. What I want you to do is not so much look at the video at this point. Listen, your ears, to the noises in the background, because they tell you what's really going on, even when what you see on the screen is unclear. At 0.04, you'll hear Roddy Bryan tap the brakes. He's still in drive, and you'll see he's going at approximately 2 miles per hour. I couldn't see. Can we stop it on the speedometer? Yeah, let's try that again. It's very, very difficult to get this video precise. Yes, we're looking for 4 seconds. We're looking for the speed on the speedometer. Okay. Well, what you can see is that Mr. Bryan you hear him tap the brakes. You hear Mr. Bryan tap his brakes, but he's still in drive, and he's going about 2 miles per hour, which is about the same speed that Mr. Arbery is moving. He's been described as chasing Mr. Arbery, as hunting Mr. Arbery, as attempting to run Mr. Arbery down. But what you see on the video, and there is you can see that Mr. Bryan is moving at approximately 2 miles an hour, and you can see that the seatbelt is not in place. Now, at this point, we're going to go ahead and play it to about the 17-second mark. Listen for the gear shifts. I'm sorry, it's not there yet. Go ahead. You can see Mr. Bryan's foot is not on the gas pedal. Now, you hear a motor vehicle go by. We can guess which vehicle that is. But we hear it pass. And then at 20 seconds, we're going to hear the seatbelt alarm go off. Now, at 26 seconds, you can hear the transmission shift as Mr. Bryan puts his truck in park. And then 2 seconds later, you'll hear Mr. Bryan buckle his seatbelt. Now, at about 30 seconds, and I'm going to go through this with you before we play it so you'll know what to listen for, Mr. Bryan utters the famous words, "I'm going to keep going." And you'll notice that his cell phone is down. This is where he says, "I'm going to keep going." And the state is suggesting to you, if I recall the opening statement and the opening portion today, that this is where Mr. Bryan is turning around to give chase to Mr. Arbery in the moments before his death. But if you listen carefully, I think you'll hear a somewhat different story and a different truth.
You know what? I'm going to keep going.
Mr. Bryan says, "I'm going to keep going." He's put the car in gear. But if you watch, you'll see Mr. Bryan isn't going back towards Mr. Arbery. He's not going back towards the McMichaels. He's going in the opposite direction. And he starts at a high rate of speed. Here, the wheels lose traction slightly. Now, you can't see yet, but he's not moving towards Mr. Arbery. He's moving away, and you'll see why in a moment. Now, here you can see the speedometer is, at this point, he's slowed back down. He's at 4 miles an hour at the 51-second mark. And shortly after this, you hear him put shift the transmission again. And I think you'll see it's clear from the context, which is a K-turn, that he is putting the truck into reverse. And then a few seconds later, he puts it back into drive. This is the K-turn near the top of Holmes that you see on the reenactment video. Top of Holmes near Zellwood. Go ahead. Okay. When I start the video up, when we start the video up, it's a team project here. When we start the video up, listen for Mr. Bryan's breathing. I think when you hear his breathing, you will hear something different than the state has suggested. Now, I can't tell you how to interpret it, but what I hear is someone who is labored breathing. Breathing as if he was in fear. Also, around the same time, watch Mr. Bryan's leg, which is momentarily visible on the gas pedal, and see whether you don't agree that Mr. Bryan's leg is literally shaking. Now, you know, he's not driving a Cadillac. I'm sure there's vibration in the vehicle, but if you watch his leg in relation to the rest of the car, to the rest of the truck, I think you'll agree that Mr. Bryan at this point is shaking. All right, let's try that again. Very good. Did we play the right portion there? Do we miss it? Okay. All right. At this point, Roddy Bryan is looking back down Holmes. Now, what does he do here? He's pulled up his cell phone. His cell phone's been down because he was driving away. When Mr. Bryan said that he was going home, when he said the guy didn't want to be caught, that's all consistent with this video. Now we can see that he's turned around. The question is, ladies and gentlemen, why is he turning around? Technically, this is the shorter path back to his house. It may be easier to get in the driveway. You can see the bushes in the video out front. Maybe. Maybe he's trying to document what's going on. He said that's what he was trying to do. Maybe, and that's just me going out on a limb, I'm going to suggest to you that perhaps, and I know I'll get grief for this, I would submit to you that you can call it karma, you can call it fate, I would call it divine providence. Somebody is guiding Mr. Bryan, whether it's a conscious thought process or not. Something is guiding Mr. Bryan down this street to document what's going on. Just like Mr. Bryan's on his porch. Why does he go out? He doesn't know. He gets in his car, he sits out there, he doesn't even know why. He's being guided, whether that's by a God, if you believe in a God, or by some other entity. But do you really believe it's just coincidence or chance? Do you really believe Mr. Bryan is trying to lie or deceive you at this point? But we're going to go ahead and we're going to continue playing the video. Watch when the truck comes into view. Right here. Okay. Mr. Bryan is traveling, as he testified, as an agent indicated in the reenactment video, he's traveling at 10 or 15 miles an hour. He's traveling faster than Mr. Arbery. But clearly, if he was trying to hunt him down, he would be going a lot faster. More to the point, at this point, as Mr. Bryan comes around the dogleg, what we're seeing here, I can't be sure whether this is the enhanced video or not, but what we're seeing here in this courtroom with the artificial interior lighting is certainly a better view than Mr. Bryan has actually looking through that phone with the glare and other stuff that's going to be in the car on a sunny day. Anyone who's tried to look at pictures on their phone while they're driving on a day like this understands that sometimes you can't see the phone at all. But assuming that Mr. Bryan has 20/20 vision, and assuming that he has every bit as good a view of his phone as he's driving as you see here, there's Travis McMichael. I can't see Travis McMichael in this picture. Really, honestly, I can't see Greg McMichael in this picture. And I certainly can't see any guns. Now, what's our post on this one? Where is this? This is at 1:15 into a 1:43 video. And Mr. Bryan at this point has no reason to know that the individuals in that truck have guns. All right, let's... Okay. All right, you can still, at this point I think you can see that there's a shadow, a silhouette of what's Travis McMichael. But from where Mr. Bryan is in his vehicle, again, even if he has a perfect view of his phone, you can't see a weapon. You can't see anybody's armed. All right, we're going to go forward again. At 1:15, now watch, you see that Mr. Bryan's phone is focused to the right of the truck. Why? Because Roddy Bryan doesn't know Matt Albenzi is down on Jones at 220 Satilla with his phone and his gun. The McMichaels know because Mr. Albenzi's given them the hand signal. Mr. Arbery knows because he's run out of the house away from Mr. Albenzi. But Roddy Bryan doesn't know that. Roddy Bryan is thinking, that Mr. Arbery, like he has for the last minute or so that he's been out there, that Mr. Arbery is just going to go around the truck like he's gone around the trucks the whole time and head out Satilla towards the exit to the neighborhood. All right, go ahead again. At 116, Travis's silhouette should come in view. That's Greg McMichael. Or we passed that. Okay. Now there's Greg McMichael in the back of the truck. Now we know that he has a gun. I think at this point he's on the cell phone. But from Mr. Roddy Bryan's vantage point, looking through this phone as he's trying to drive on a sunny day in his truck, how can Mr. Bryan know that Greg McMichael has a gun or that he's drawn it? He can't. Go ahead. Go to 121, play it to 121. All right, this is 121. You can see Mr. Arbery. You can see how far back Mr. Bryan is. And you can see Mr. Arbery going to the left momentarily. And way over here, and I promise not to touch the screen. This little fuzzy black thing here, this silhouette is Travis McMichael. Where on this video, putting aside the fact that Mr. Bryan's not going to have as good a view driving on a sunny day in his car, from this video alone, where is Mr. Travis McMichael's shotgun? Roddy Bryan can't see any weapon. He has no reason to know that these men are armed. And at this point, there's 20 seconds left in this video. And we're just going to go ahead and play it. And you help me, in your mind, because you can't tell me, figure out when Roddy Bryan can see Travis McMichael's shotgun. Because Roddy's looking the wrong way. He's looking to the right, expecting Mr. Arbery to run off. Wow. We're now at what? Where are we on the timestamp?
128.
We're now at 128. Roddy Bryan has never seen, and I don't care what is in any prior statement, we know looking at this video, Roddy Bryan's never seen the shotgun until after it's been discharged the first time. That's not an opinion. That's fact. You're looking at it. You just never looked at it from this perspective before. Let's go ahead and play the rest of it. That's it. All right. Now again, oh, I already had it there. Having looked at the video again slowly from Mr. Bryan's perspective, when did Roddy Bryan know the McMichaels brought guns? I would submit to you that Mr. Bryan doesn't know that there's a gun until it goes off. Not because it wasn't there, but you see what Mr. Bryan is seeing. When did Roddy Bryan know Travis would shoot Mr. Arbery? I would submit to you he can't know until Mr. Arbery is actually shot. And at that point, what could Roddy Bryan do to stop this tragic shooting? The state has thrown out all kinds of theories. He could have honked his horn. He could have gone to the left. He could have gone to the right. He should have backed up. Well, obviously, if Mr. Bryan saw a shotgun pointing down the street in his direction, he probably would have at least ducked. But he doesn't do that because Roddy Bryan can't see the gun. And when the state tells you that he was hunting Mr. Arbery down, what they're trying to tell you is that he's going down the road towards them when he's going up the road away from them. And when he says he turns around, he brings the video back up, he takes the best video that we have, the only video we have of this shooting. So when Mr. Bryant says on the side of the road on February 23rd to Officer Minshew, I was trying to record what happened. I don't know what I got. I think I got 2 or 3. He only got 1. But fortunately, he got the one that you need to figure out what justice is in this case. And again, it's not for Roddy Bryan, it's not for me to say what justice is here between the McMichaels and Mr. Arbery and his family. That's not our call, that's your call. But again, but for Mr. Bryan, whether you call it serendipity, luck, coincidence, or the hand of God here, not once, but twice, has someone who keeps to themselves, who never gets involved in anybody else's business, who is almost a stranger in his own neighborhood, has now gone out and gotten a video, which is the best evidence for you to look at in trying to figure out what happened here. Now, it's going to come up in different contexts, but the judge is going to instruct you on the principle of abandonment. And it has more than one application here, but basically, if somebody abandons a criminal enterprise, then they cannot be held criminally responsible for it. Maybe you believe that Mr. Bryan was attempting to falsely imprison Mr. Arbery. Of course, that would depend on whether or not the McMichaels were authorized to make a citizen's arrest. We'll talk more about those issues later. But this is a defense, and it is the burden of the state to disprove that defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Under the facts of this case, from this video, as we've just gone through it, how could anyone say beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Bryan, having turned away, that he didn't come back for the right reasons? How can one say that he's lied on February 23rd when he says he was trying to get a recording of Mr. Arbery, that he was trying to document what was going on because he thought Mr. Arbery was going to get away and he wanted the police to have that information? Those aren't my words. Those are his words, way back, moments after the shooting. Now, having seen that Mr. Bryan was going away and then turned around and put the video back up, how is that not a reasonable doubt in this case? Now, I don't know what Ms. Dunikowski is going to say, is going to say when she gets back up here. I do know that it seems like every technician in creation has been involved in this case. Drone this, footage that, filter this, enhance that. We got 20 million frames of every second of the footage in this case. But how, in the course of all that work, does someone who's practically computer illiterate figure out that they have this case all wrong? How is that possible? And how do you know that? Count the gear shifts, ladies and gentlemen. The state's theory is that there's 3 shifts, 3 changes in direction. That's 6 gear shifts. They're not audible. We know what happened. And I don't care what Travis McMichael says. I don't care what anybody else says. I'm looking at the video and I'm listening for the changes. You know that when this right here, when Mr. Arbery turns around and whatever Mr. Bryan thinks he's doing with the wheel, I don't see much actual movement. Okay? I see him at 2 miles an hour and then his foot's off the gas pedal. Whatever Mr. Bryan thinks he did, I don't think it was much. But you know that he's driving away from Mr. Arbery at this point because he can't go back and then go back and then go back again because there aren't enough gear shifts. All right, I think we're done with that one. I want to talk to you about felony murder. Now, there are more capable lawyers than I in this courtroom, and they certainly have come up with great ways to analyze all these things that make it simple. I'm just not quite as adept as they are. So if I take a little longer, I apologize. The predicate offenses for the felony murder counts, those are counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, or counts 6, 7, 8, and 9. And I will address each of the underlying or predicate felonies in a moment. But right now I want to talk about something called proximate cause. Because to support any of the felony murder counts in this case, there has to be a causal relationship to the death of Ahmaud Arbery. And there is no such relationship in this case. Without trying to put words in the court's mouth, I think the court's going to charge you, well, I'm not there yet. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that Mr. Bryan caused the death of Mr. Arbery, regardless of whether Mr. Bryan intended the death to occur. That's felony murder. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. The court, I believe, will instruct you that felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The burden on the state is much greater. The felony must have been directly caused, or must have directly caused the death, or played both a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. In this case, you may also consider whether any intervening act, those are my words, whether on the part of the McMichaels or Mr. Arbery were sufficient to break the causal chain of events. Actually, I believe both of the lawyers that preceded me for the McMichael defendants have pointed out the error in the state's argument here. Listen carefully to the court's charge. The words "but for" appear nowhere in that charge. They are not to be found. Why? Because "but for" is not the standard. It's too easy a standard. It's too low a standard. It doesn't meet the law. Why? Mr. Sheffield pointed out that but for, I think, Mr. Travis McMichael's grandparents, Travis McMichael wouldn't have been there. Likewise, I would say, but for Roddy Bryan's birth, there's no way that this crime could have taken place under the state's reasoning. You know, the same thing could be said, but for Larry English installing surveillance cameras. The McMichaels would never have known that this was the fellow running by them. But for Matt Albenzi pulling out his wood chipper that day and working in the front yard, he never would have saw Mr. Arbery. But for the actions of Robert Rash and Diego Perez, this incident might not have happened. But for Mr. Albenzi calling the normal police number instead of 911, the police might have responded faster and things might have been different. But for Mr. Albenzi cutting off the Satilla Drive exit, Mr. Arbery might have escaped. But for 100 different things, all of which had to come together in the exact sequence for this tragedy to take place, it could not have happened. So simply saying that but for Mr. Bryan being there that day, that's not the standard. And the state doesn't even try and meet the standard that the court is going to instruct you on. And maybe they're just waiting until they have the last word. And all I can say about that is that's just dirty pool. And I certainly hope that's not what's going on. Now, again, with all respect to the state, who have some very capable lawyers, when we look objectively at the events of February 23rd, I would respectfully submit to you that Roddy Bryan's presence is absolutely superfluous and irrelevant to the tragic death of Ahmaud Arbery. Now, that may not be intuitively obvious, but if you think about it, I believe you'll agree. Had Roddy Bryan stayed in bed that day, if Roddy Bryan had stayed on his front porch, would Ahmaud Arbery be alive today? If the state's theory is that these men, and I'm not saying that's the case, you decide what the deal is with the co-defendants, but if the theory is that these men were vigilantes and harbored some ill will towards Mr. Arbery, then what difference does it make whether Roddy Bryan is there or not? Mr. Arbery can't outrun bullets. They've been chasing him for a while, and he's at practically point blank range even before he comes around the truck. The problem is for the state that Mr. Albenzi, thankfully not indicted, not yet anyway, Mr. Albenzi is down the street with his firearm. Roddy Bryan doesn't know that. That's why Roddy Bryan goes down Satilla momentarily as Mr. Bryan is turning up the road. You'll remember the testimony where the state was trying to say that Mr. Bryan was trying to run him over, when in fact Mr. Arbery had already turned up Holmes by the time Mr. Bryan put his car in reverse. One of them, several times, they incorrectly stated he was trying to run Mr. Arbery over. The reason that Mr. Bryan is continuing down Satilla is he doesn't know that Mr. Albenzi is there. He can't. But Mr. Arbery does, which is why Mr. Arbery is not going to go down that way. Now, my point to you is Mr. Arbery is on foot. The McMichaels are in a pickup truck. We know they circle around all the way up Zellwood to the top of Holmes. How does Mr. Bryan's presence on the road that day, whatever he thought he was doing, okay, because if the idea is that he imprisoned Mr. Arbery by himself, that somehow, and those are the words he uses, that he cornered Mr. Arbery by himself, I guess, between his truck and the mailbox, I don't know, between his truck and the marsh, I don't know, the state will have to explain the theory to you, but the truck can go a lot faster. Mr. Arbery, if he's superhuman, might be doing 5 or 6 miles an hour, maybe 7. That pickup truck is capable of probably driving 100 miles an hour, maybe 90. Mr. Bryan's presence on the road has nothing to do with the ability of the McMichael defendants to cut Mr. Arbery off. Why? Because even though Roddy Bryan doesn't know it, Matt Albenzi's cut off one of the 2 exits from the neighborhood, and the McMichaels are already at the top of Holmes. They've cut off the second. Mr. Bryan is not trapping Mr. Arbery. He's trapped the moment the McMichaels get to the top of Holmes. It doesn't really matter what Roddy does. Now, they do come down the road, and there is a brief time period before the shooting where technically Mr. Bryan is behind Mr. Arbery. But it's clear by this point, it's certainly clear to Mr. Arbery, that he cannot outrun the McMichaels. No matter where he goes, they can follow. So again, how is Mr. Bryan's presence on this day in any meaningful way the cause of this shooting? And by the time Mr. Bryan gets around the dog leg, Mr. Arbery is already well within range of the shotgun that Travis McMichael is holding and the handgun that Gregory McMichael has. So if their intention, and again, I'm not suggesting that it's their intention, but if the McMichaels meant harm to Mr. Arbery, if they meant to shoot him that day, what in the world does Mr. Bryan's presence out there have to do with anything? I would submit to you that this is basically all a smokescreen from the state, because Mr. Bryan's presence doesn't contribute in a direct or substantial way to the death of Mr. Arbery, because the McMichaels were certainly capable of catching up with him and shooting him if that was their intention. One more proximate cause issue I want to discuss on these 4 felony murder counts, because it's basically the same issue. And the issue, the principle is one of intervening acts. The judge is going to instruct you that the causation must be direct and it must be substantial. And although the charge doesn't use the words, essentially it must be unbroken. Anything that breaks the chain of causation prevents a return of a verdict on felony murder.
Objection. Obviously, there's an issue. That is.
Mr. Goff, if we could please, if you were going to make representation with regard to the law that will be charged to the jury,
yes,
if we could remain within the charge that has already been approved by the court and that will be read by the court.
Let me, thank you, Your Honor. Let me go back and make sure I haven't misspoken. The court is going to charge you, I believe, that the felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. In this case, what I'm suggesting to you is that if either the actions of Mr. Arbery or the actions of Travis McMichael or the actions of both contributed to Mr. Arbery's death, then Mr. Bryan cannot be the direct, the substantial, and the necessary cause of that death. What am I talking about? I think it's already been referenced. I could be wrong. I don't want to misspeak. That Ahmaud Arbery turns in front of the vehicle at the white pickup truck at the last moment and basically meets Travis McMichael in the front of the truck. We can't see in front of the truck, but we know that's where they are. The question for you is, and I'm not trying to decipher who did what or why, because from Mr. Bryan's perspective, it doesn't matter. It does for yours, but from Mr. Bryan's perspective, it doesn't matter. But Mr. Arbery's decision at that last moment to turn left instead of right, as Mr. Bryan would have expected, as you can tell from the way he's angling his phone, anticipating Mr. Arbery's path of travel, when Mr. Arbery turns to the left, does that not break the causal chain in this case? I would submit that it does. Whether Mr. Arbery is justified in turning and coming at Mr. McMichael or not, that's for you to decide. That affects other people in this case. But Mr. Bryan is not responsible for that. That breaks the chain, the causal chain. It's no longer substantial and necessary. It's no longer direct. Likewise, when Mr. Travis McMichael closes the distance from to the left of the truck as you're looking at it on the screen towards the middle of the truck, or exactly where, I'll let y'all figure that out. But when Travis McMichael does that, regardless of whether Travis McMichael is justified in doing so, doesn't that also break the direct causation? Does it not also break the substantial and necessary part of Mr. Bryan in causing the death of Mr. Arbery? I would submit to you that Mr. Bryan cannot be the direct and substantial and necessary cause of Mr. Arbery's death. Whether that is the fault, for lack of a better phrase, of Mr. McMichael, the fault of Mr. Arbery, or the fault of both, or simply without any fault on either part, an unavoidable tragedy, why should Roddy Bryan be held responsible for that? I would submit to you under the law that Mr. Bryan cannot be guilty of any of the felony murder counts for that reason alone. All right, we're to count 6. Count 6 alleges aggravated assault by shooting. Now, we know that Roddy Bryan did not shoot Mr. Arbery. The theory here is parties to a crime. And again, how can Mr. Bryan intentionally help commit a crime that he has no reason to believe is about to take place? When did Mr. Bryan see the gun? When does Mr. Bryan know they're armed? At what point? At that point, what can Mr. Bryan do about it? Again, you've seen from the video that by the time Mr. Bryan knows that the McMichaels are armed, it's mere seconds before the shooting takes place. So the idea that Mr. Bryan's going to get out of his car or honk or yell, stop, we know that's fantasy on the part of the state. What's going to happen is going to happen at that point. Mr. Bryan cannot be guilty as a part of the crime because he can't intentionally help commit a crime he doesn't have reason to believe is going to take place. And he doesn't help. The McMichaels could have shot Mr. Arbery. Had that been their intention, the McMichaels could have shot Mr. Arbery before he got to Roddy Bryan's driveway. They could have done it the whole time. That's got nothing to do with Roddy Bryan. They don't need Roddy Bryan's help to shoot this young man. And I'm not implying guilt or innocence here. It's not my call. That's your call for the other defendants. But what does that have to do with Mr. Bryan? That takes us back to aggravated assault, count 7. I've discussed the physical evidence with you before, the lack thereof, and I'm going to go through that just as quickly as I can. I would note that the state presented no rebuttal evidence during the trial of the case. And so the evidence is the same as it was when we first had this conversation. I would submit to you that Roddy Bryan isn't out there like Evel Knievel, tearing up his neighbor's yards. How do we know that? First, where are the pictures of the damage done by his truck tires? There's no evidence of that. Second, there's no evidence neighbors complained or reported destruction. Third, there's no evidence of landscaping material or other material on the underside of his truck. How could this be with a deep, perhaps watery drain? I think the evidence was conflicting. Drainage ditch running along much of Burford. Again, the context is key. I believe counsel for one of the McMichaels pointed the same thing out, basically. How hard can it be to evade and elude someone who can't go off-road without doing more damage than the neighbors would allow? There's no evidence from the truck's computer system. Roddy Bryan, again, is either the smartest guy in the room, or I guess he's just the luckiest guy in the world, because when he speaks to Minshew on the scene and later to Lowry, Detective Lowry, that Sunday afternoon, he has no way of knowing whether that information has or will be preserved. Nor is there any evidence that Roddy Bryan tampered with it. Certainly, you can't blame him that law enforcement wait several months to pursue that evidence. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan deleted or edited the video from 223 either. We know he couldn't, practically speaking. He watched it at the same time as the police officer. Where is the physical evidence on the roadway of Mr. Bryan's aggressive driving? Where are the tire tracks, the brake marks, the skid marks? For all the times Mr. Bryan supposedly has stopped short or changed direction so that he doesn't destroy anything. There's simply no physical evidence of aggressive driving. What about the lumber in the back of the truck? The evidence shows it's still in the back of his truck afterwards. There's no evidence that any of those timbers went through the back of his windshield. No evidence Mr. Bryan had to drive back around the neighborhood picking them up. No evidence of damage to the bed line or the tailgate. I don't believe there's evidence of even a scratch attributed to all the acrobatic maneuvers implied by the state. I'm not sure there's even a picture of the front of Mr. Bryan's truck in evidence, but if there is, I'm sure Ms. Dunikoski will provide it for you. Nobody's been looking for that evidence because there was no crime to investigate. There are no witnesses. Nobody will testify that they saw Mr. Bryan drive aggressively or recklessly. No neighbors will testify to that because it didn't happen. We have a neighborhood chock full of security videos. None of them catch this aggressive driving. What does the medical examiner tell us? The medical examiner testified extensively in this trial. He testified, I believe, that the pickup truck could be a deadly weapon, depending on the manner in which it was used, and that's consistent with the charge this court is going to give you. But what evidence is there that Mr. Bryan did, in fact, injure Mr. Arbery? I don't recall there being any testimony of any physical injuries to Mr. Arbery attributable to Mr. Bryan's actions. The cause of death was gunshot. Let's talk about the fingerprint evidence for a moment. The fingerprint or palm print is at the driver's side door on the side of the pickup truck. Mr. Bryan points this out in the minutes after the shooting to Officer Minshew. There are no prints or cotton fibers on the front of the truck or on the back of the truck. Now, last I checked, unless you're a Hollywood stunt person, maybe a veteran of Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift, you're not in control unless you're out of control. I think that was the trailer for the movie. Absent something extraordinary like that, we know that pickup trucks don't move sideways. We also know, when I said earlier there was no witness, we have a witness, and that's Travis McMichael. Travis McMichael testified about the events of 2/23/20. Travis McMichael did not testify to aggressive driving on the part of Roddy Bryan. Travis McMichael testified I believe, to Mr. Arbery attempting to get in Roddy Bryan's vehicle, not once, but twice. Carjacking is a felony. Attempted carjacking is a felony. You will be charged on what attempt is. But the point here is that the objective evidence is not that Mr. Bryan was engaged in aggressive behavior. The evidence is that Mr. Arbery was. And I don't say that as a measure of disrespect to Mr. Arbery. That's just what the testimony is. And I think the state questioned that. I could be wrong, but I could remind the jury, I believe during the testimony of Special Agent Jason Sechrist, during that testimony, I believe I specifically referenced page 54 of that transcript. There's a time there when Roddy Bryan is testifying, and he says, he's coming back at me, and I'm like, oh, blank, excuse me, again. And I started a kind of evasive action, which we see on the video, and dropped the phone. So, long before Mr. Bryan has any reason to believe that anybody else has seen this, he's provided that information. I'm getting a look. What time is it? Oh, okay. Getting back to Mr. Bryan's statements, as I've indicated before, context is the key. It's not what the words Mr. Bryan's using. It's the truth, the meaning that he's attempting to convey with them. And I think I may have used the example before. If I were to say, I ran into your ex in the parking lot at Walmart, you wouldn't assume I ran them over, although technically you could interpret the words that way. There are a lot of words that we use. When we talk on this coming weekend, when Bulldog fans talk about wrecking tech, we don't actually expect that they will. It's a figure of speech. And again, through the examination of these officers, we see that the words that the state has taken have been taken out of context. We see that they've been juxtaposed in inappropriate ways to suggest a conversation that was different than it was. But I can tell you remember this discussion previously, so I'm going to truncate that discussion by pointing out the obvious. 3 police officers interview Roddy Bryan. They don't Mirandize him. They don't tell him that he's under investigation, because he's not. At the time of all these interviews, Roddy Bryan is a witness. At the conclusion of the Glenn County Police Department report, Roddy Bryan is still a witness. Roddy Bryan may not be careful with his words, because Roddy Bryan's never been told anybody's looking at him. But the bottom line is this. 3 good, solid police officers that you heard testify all interview Mr. Bryan. All of them write written summaries of their reports. I think I went through the 5-page version of Mr. Sechrist. I think I went through the versions of the other officers, not the transcripts, but their actual summaries. 3 police officers who know exactly what they're doing interview Mr. Bryan. None of them interpret his words to suggest that he committed an aggravated assault. None of them interpret his words to suggest that he was involved in any false imprisonment. None of them read, none of them hear that in what he says. And I would humbly suggest to you that if 3 police officers interview Mr. Bryan for what turns out to be a total of hours, okay, you remember we had an argument about how long the transcripts were and what that would mean. I don't care how you break it down. 3 experienced police officers interviewed Mr. Bryan. None of them summarized for their superiors that Mr. Bryan attempted to run over Mr. Arbery, attempted to strike Mr. Arbery, or attempted to imprison Mr. Arbery. It's not there. And if that isn't a reasonable doubt on count 7 aggravated assault, I just don't know what it would be. Before I leave count 7, I do want to discuss lesser offenses. I'm not really sure why we call them lesser offenses, but that's what we call them. With respect to the aggravated assault count, with respect to Mr. Bryan only, the court is going to charge you on 3 lesser offenses. 2 of them are pretty much garden variety. One of them is a traffic offense. We'll leave those for your consideration. The 3rd one I do want to discuss, however, that is reckless conduct. We don't see that one as often, so let me take a minute and discuss that. In reckless conduct, that offense is committed when a person commits reckless conduct when that person endangers the bodily safety of another person by consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act or omission will cause harm or endanger the safety of the other person. And the disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care which a reasonable person would exercise. I would suggest to you that Mr. Bryan did not consciously disregard a substantial unjustifiable risk in operating his motor vehicle. We would submit to you that Mr. Bryan did not commit any offense in the operation of his motor vehicle, but this is before you, and if you decide that you believe Mr. Bryan's guilty of that, then Mr. Bryan will have to live with the consequences. We have 2 counts left, and Your Honor, I'm getting a look, and I don't know whether that means
from whom.
I think the jury might want a break. It's there. That's up to them. Head shaking no. Okay. Well, then that's the answer. Sometimes when people are shaking their heads, you don't know what they mean. All right. Sometimes people are shaking their heads. Yeah, he's crazy. I get it. All right. Let's talk a little bit about false imprisonment. Mr. Bryan never denied following Mr. Arbery. Mr. Bryan has never denied, quote unquote, angling his vehicle ahead of Mr. Arbery, although he did not use the words in the first interview as the state had suggested. He did use that word subsequently. Mr. Bryan's never denied blocking Mr. Arbery's path of travel. He's never denied cutting in ahead of Mr. Arbery. He's admitted that he did that several times, but as to exactly how many times or where or when, I believe the state acknowledged in their opening that they really didn't know the path of travel. It is essentially speculation. But what we've shown you, I think, at this point is that although Mr. Bryan did all those things, that's not a false imprisonment. Among other things, Mr. Bryan with his own vehicle can't do that on his own. And we know that the McMichael vehicle has gone back down Satilla to Zellwood and all the way around, which is why Mr. Arbery is alone there for key parts of this encounter. All right. The court will charge you on the law with respect to false imprisonment. This is count 8. The McMichael attorneys have already gone over this in some detail. I'll try to avoid that same ground. First, where there is no confinement, no detention, there can be no false imprisonment. That's the law, pretty basic. Mr. Arbery never really stopped. He never submitted. I think the state's position was that Mr. Arbery resisted to the end of his life. And in saying that, I mean no disrespect to Ahmaud Arbery. I do not wish in any way to lessen the magnitude of this tragedy. I'm simply applying the relevant law to the facts. I'm going to use a different example to kind of illustrate the point I'm trying to make. I try to be humorous at sometimes the humor is not successful. If it's not, please don't hold it against Mr. Bryan. To illustrate the point I'm trying to make here, let us consider the classic example of a bank robbery. A man with a gun enters the bank and yells, "Get down on the ground. I will shoot." There are 3 customers in the bank. The first is a lawyer. The second is a school teacher. The third is a college freshman listening to music, texting a girl, and late for class. Now, instead of getting on the ground, and before the robber can even finish his thought, the lawyer foolishly asks, "Hey, don't I know you?" The lawyer gets shot. He instantly dies. This is murder, or felony murder. However, this is not false imprisonment. The second customer, the school teacher, says, "Please don't shoot me. I have children. I'm taking a busload of kids to the museum." She gets on the ground. The school teacher has complied with the robber's commands. She's shaken but otherwise okay. The school teacher, she has been falsely imprisoned. The third customer, the college freshman, for whatever reason, ignores the bank robber. The college freshman says nothing, but runs out the door just as fast as he can. He never looks back. When his parents call later that day asking how he's doing, The college freshman doesn't even mention his near-death experience. The college freshman, although certainly fortunate to be alive, has not been falsely imprisoned. Likewise, in the case before us under Georgia law, I would respectfully submit to you whatever other crimes may have been committed that day, Mr. Arbery was not falsely imprisoned prior to his tragic death. Now, Ms. Donikoski may see things differently. For reasons that should soon be clear, she may contend, remember, under Georgia law, she always gets the last word, that Mr. Arbery did somehow submit in the last moments of his life to a combination of the harsh verbal commands of the McMichael defendants, if they did so, and the brandishment of the shotgun, if that happened. That's not exactly the way I recall the evidence, but I would submit that there's still no false imprisonment here as a matter of law. Why? Please look more carefully at count 8. Mr. Bryan is not charged with falsely imprisoning Mr. Arbery with either verbal commands or guns. That is not how the indictment reads. It alleges that Mr. Arbery was confined and detained, quote unquote, using said pickup trucks. The Cobb County District Attorney, I would suggest that you should hold them to that language. Nor does count 8 allege that Mr. Arbery was falsely imprisoned on Burford. Count 9 alleges an attempt to commit false imprisonment on Burford. We'll come back to that. But count 8 does not allege that Mr. Arbery was falsely imprisoned on Burford. Now, that may be where the state contends the chase started, but the indictment alleges the false imprisonment with pickup trucks happened on Holmes. The state contends that what you see on the that's what the state contends you see on the now famous video. We'll come back to that. There are several legal principles we should review before I move on. Again, I think I've discussed this. Abandonment is a defense to the charge of false imprisonment. And I think I've been through that, so I won't torture you with that again. We're getting here. Things I've already covered, I'm not going to repeat for you. All right. Trying to find. We've covered that. All right. Attempted false imprisonment. In count 9, Roddy Bryan is charged with attempted false imprisonment on Burford Drive. He's not charged with attempted false imprisonment on Holmes, only Burford. There are reasons for that, but they're really not relevant to this discussion. The court will charge you that in order to commit the crime of criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment, the state must prove intent to commit false imprisonment, because that's required to be a party to the crime. In other words, to prove an attempt, which is what is known as an inchoate crime, the state must show Mr. Bryan's specific intent to falsely imprison Arbery. In other words, for the attempt charge, Mr. Bryan would have to know that the McMichaels with whom he had not spoken lacked probable cause. Now, whether you ultimately determine that the McMichaels had probable cause or that Mr. Bryan had it on his own, there obviously was some considerable testimony about his trailer being taken, something taken out of a family member's truck. He had indicated he got the security system because of concerns. He had heard a bunch of stuff at work, but specifically with respect to the McMichaels, because he's not spoken to the McMichaels, he can't have the specific intent to help them falsely imprison Mr. Arbery. It's just a quirk of the law that he can't be convicted on that basis. Now, almost done. When I go home this evening to 174 St. Clair, I will be sleeping soundly for the first time in a while, because this case hopefully will have been submitted to you by then, and my work will be done. Ms. Dunikowski is going to get the last word. I ask yourselves to ask the questions that I will not be able to. Please don't allow any more cheap shots, no more gotcha moments in this case. You will recall the state, I believe that was Ms. Dunikowski, playing the video of a utility truck stopping at the English residence, and the guy jumps out to use the porta potty, which was relevant to absolutely nothing other than Ms. Dunikowski's desire to reinforce for you the fact that Mr. Arbery was dead. That was clearly inappropriate. It was what I call a gotcha moment. And I would submit there's already been too much of it. You know, we've had professional witnesses come in here trying to tell you who you should believe. Again, please no more cheap shots in closing. And then, of course, we have the state talking about the death penalty for theft, for which they were admonished by the court. Now, I'm not trying to rub it in, but I would suggest to you that given all of the cheap shots and all of the misstatements, I won't say they're knowing, we won't be jumping any assumptions, but given all the cheap shots in this case against Mr. Bryan, I would hope that when Ms. Dunikowski has the last word here, that you will hold her accountable and that you will not accept or tolerate any more cheap shots when I have no opportunity to respond. Again, I'm going to posit these three questions to you. When did Roddy Bryan know the McMichaels brought guns? When did Roddy Bryan know Travis McMichael would shoot Mr. Arbery? And at that point, what could Roddy Bryan possibly have done to stop it? Mr. Bryan put his faith in the Glenn County Police Department, and then he put his faith in the GBI. He put his trust in law enforcement. He put his trust in our government to do the right thing by him. His trust was not rewarded, and now he finds himself before you. We place Roddy Bryan's fate in your hands. We ask you to return a verdict of not guilty on all counts. I ask you to send Roddy Bryan home. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 15-minute recess. We need to work through some scheduling issues and figure out where we are, and we will bring you back out for a continuation of the case or other announcements in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, we're good.
All right. It is it's almost 4:45. As far as the state's remainder of closing.
Yes, Judge. I'm going to take the full 2 hours. I have way too much to talk about and to rebut, given the excellent 3 closing arguments that were just done by the defense attorneys.
Letter from counsel.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you. We're ready to hear it. We're hopeful to hear the complete closings tonight. It seems like the jury wants to keep going. And we're prepared to stay and listen attentively and I guess then do charge in the morning.
That's the position of Greg McMichael as well. They do seem to want to continue on, and you said they've been very actively engaged in wanting to keep this process moving.
I watched 12 through that. 12 seemed actually quite attentive.
Yes. Agreed.
Agreed.
All right, I'm going to, unless there's an objection, I might find out if there are any conflicts or issues with them knowing that there are 2 hours potentially of argument and that they won't get the case tonight because the court is going to charge them tomorrow. Okay. Anybody have any objection?
No objection to inquiring what the jury wants to do.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to break then. Let me break and we'll make that inquiry. I'll notify counsel of the result of that inquiry.